Fuck, as soon as I open the mic, I fucking choke. It's just my luck. Anyway. Chatting screen. I was going to say, whilst I was choking there, I was supposed to say that I was having some face tracking issues, and then I was going to pull up SSB and be like, but look at her face, she's so cute! And it didn't fucking happen. I just choked instead. I just fucking choked. This is just my luck, honestly. This is just my fucking luck. What? How's it going, Jitos? I don't know how many y'all have followed my Twitter, but I've been feeling the pain whilst working on SSB, feeling the pain of how stiff my model is. I want to make my 2.0, but I ain't got no fucking time, but I never have no time to work on it. So I just precariously live through SSB for a minute, okay? Let me have SSB for a minute. And then I'll swap back. Hi everyone, how's it going? She's a bit stiff. She's only got like part of her hair going in the minute. I was having real trouble with SSB's bangs because like the shape of her bangs, trying to figure out how to make the physics and also figure out how to make the turns at the same time. Because as you can see here, part of the bangs that make up the back shape of her head go over her shoulder. So I was fucking around with that for a long time, trying to figure out how to make it work. That's the dog, of course. He immediately goes off. But I think I've got it figured out now, maybe, hopefully. I don't know for sure. Who the fuck is this? This is Bento Midori, you filthy casual. This is SSB Craft. SSB Thighs, depending on who you ask. Could be referred to as either, really. Oh, well. SSB Craft modeled into mouse workout. I'm very proud of how she's coming up. Was walking around a lot with her yesterday trying to figure out that stupid bangs. Look, this is what I mean by my face tracking's doing weird shit. Look, see how I keep talking out the side of my mouth? I'm not talking out the side of my mouth. It's just the calibration's being weird, but when I recalibrate it, it doesn't fix it, so it's been a wanker. A right proper wanker. It's weird hearing Bento have an Aussie accent. Get used to it, mate. Bye. You Darrow gun. It's been lied to when I clicked the moose stream. Only cat though. How's everyone doing, by the way? And let me scroll up. H2O, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. I should probably swap Bento out, but I want to show you something first. How you doing, H2O? Blitz. Hello, Xenos. Hello, Serotonin. I don't believe it. I got to see a second mouse stream this month. Mother of God. I'm here once again. I'm alive. Hello, Ginger Cinder. Killers. Hello, Flex, Sidewaves, Big Christus, shut the pants. And Geltus, and the dog is complaining in the kitchen. And Devil Blade! It's the top of... Okay. What I want to show you is... Look, watch this out. Watch this out. I'm very proud of this, so fight me. Ah? When she mad, her tail be mad! Bullshit. Fuck this shit. Huh? I love it. I'm very happy with it. Yeah. Okay, let me swap her out before I get in trouble. she's not me. I don't want to get scolded. It's not me. I'm a stiffy. Wait, hello? Model? Please? Doco? Oh, there I am. Why am I all the way down there? This is me. I'm stiff. Oh. Not as expressive. It's so sad. I'm gonna go bury that fucking dog in the backyard in a minute. Watch me! Fuck. Thank you for shouting out SSB! That is the skin that I was wearing. SSB. I might have to swap my... Flint, enough! Sorry, chat. Oh. Oh. That explains some things. Whoopsies. My attempts to fix what I was having troubles with might have made... Okay. Whoopsies! I adjusted the wrong settings. I adjusted the tracking settings for this model instead of the basic settings. So that's why it wasn't behaving the way I wanted it to. Whoopsies! I feel like a fucking idiot. Yay! Oh well. I guess the face tracking for this model is going to be slightly different to what it normally is for a while. Wow. Found a hole in this model the other day too. Look at that. On the mouth. On the mouth! Look at my mouth! The corner of my mouth. Does it happen on that side? I think I'd fixed it previously by changing my face tracking settings, but now that I've undone what I did, I fucked myself. Oh well. I'm not making any more edits to this model. Fuck it. Only new model. I'm just Stiffy. I know. I'm disgusting little Stiffy. Not how I wanted to be. Hey, SSB. I definitely wasn't wearing your skin earlier. Don't go looking back. Don't look. It didn't happen. Didn't realize what I was doing, okay? Fuck. Number 5. We got 5 streak. Let's go. I heard I got hooed. You did get hooed. Let's call that. Call him out. Crotos. You're fucking hooing the SSB Crawfuse. How dare you not know every VTuber that ever existed ever. You bitch. You bitch. Unbelievable behavior. You're so sluggish. It feels so sluggish. I can't handle it, chat. Just fix it. Someone commissioned me to make my own model. Someone commissioned me to make my own VTuber model. Then I feel more inclined to work on it rather than everything else other than my model. Oi, the riot! Ah, you bloody doing, mate. Just be hope. Best mouse, it is I. It is I, bestest mouse. Bestest. Listen, in 2027, you can do your own. No, I don't want to wait another 2 years. It's already a year overdue. I'd wanted to release it July this year and like start a subathon and shit with it, but then I got sick for a year straight. What the fuck? The world said no. The world said fuck you. What it told me. Orb. Lobster giving his points away. So philanthropic. We can't. Your commissions are closed. My commissions are opened for exactly commissioning for my model. That's it. That's all they're open for. I mean, you can improve her even more than the 2.0. Wait, what? I mean, I could improve even more.
236 pet self-commission fund stealth 236 pet. Stealth 236 pet self-commission fund stealth 236
she's doubling up.
pet.
I'm gonna have to reboot her. Thank you for the for the self-commission fund. Appreciate it. Big preach. All right, let me just close Chato-san and reboot her. Hope you're feeling well. I've been feeling all right. Is she just talking to ghosts then?
Pog online
There she
poggers.
goes. I've been all right. Hopefully it stays that way. I don't want to get bad. Silk Song! Finally! Fucking finally! I still remember when I played it, I was like, oh yeah, it's already been out for several years and the announcements of Silk Song happened several years ago. surely I won't have to wait very long. A couple of years later. Even I had to wait. I played that game way after it was released. God damn it. But September 4th, we are so excited. I'm so excited. I play some Silk Song. I fight the wall boss for an hour straight. I will fight the boss. Fight the wall boss. She'll say that as if she would do it that anyways. Wait, what? What if I promise to let you use my model? Although Zorath, yeah, Zorath's right. All my children, none of my children are safe. You're all my skin walking, all of you. I'm actually just like a mouse piloting from inside your brain. No Ratatouille. It's more like Men in Black, alien in the brain instead of the Ratatouille, rat on the head. That's how mice do it. That's why we're better than rats, because we have the intelligence to use the skull as protection. Don't look at me like that, SSB Craft. You should have read the fine print of your contract when you commissioned me. It was in the fine print, I tell you. Might have also been written in a wavelength that only mice can see. But it was there, I swear. I actually did send you a Hollow Knight related art. And check that out. Oh my, words are hard. I've been ignoring my DMs the last several days because I think I've got like a backup of like 5 or 6 people trying to message me. I've been trying to focus on working on SSB. I'm like, I will get this fucking green goblin moving. I want to work. I want to get her going. I'm so frustrated that I haven't been able to work on her. She's just been sitting there looking at me expressively. Huh? What are we squeaking for? First form, is it us? Who else is gonna be playing Silk Song when that thing first released? I'm gonna save it for stream days, so it means I'm only gonna be able to play it like... I'm only gonna be able to play it 1 day a week, which is gonna be pain. Especially when I know everyone else will be like, oh my god, it's this game! It's gonna be so much pain. Everyone's gonna be rubbing it in. Gonna be rubbing it so fucking hard into my skin. It's so frustrating. I got nothing to offer. Nothing to offer. He possessed me without warning for the last video. You got warned after the fact. Don't worry about it. The tutorial on how to set up your arm toggles. How to set up your arm. You know what's the most frustrating? Okay. You know the most frustrating thing about 1, making tutorials, but 2, trying to describe to people how to cut their models for rigging. You want to know what the most frustrating thing is? People being fucking incapable of extrapolating. What I mean by that is I tell them, all right, I'll use model cutting as an example because it's easier to think of an example. All right, make sure that when you split 2 layers that they overlap each other. Okay, when I split my head layer on this model from my neck layer, that there's plenty of extra neck that goes behind the head. But then they only do it on the neck and the head, nowhere else. Everywhere else is just like a cut line, so if you pull them apart, it's just a split. Like, are you fucking stupid? You gotta do that everywhere, numbnuts. And then you'll tell them, it's like, no, make certain you do that here and here and here as well. Like, you gotta make certain that you actually just do the overlay and underlay stuff. Like, there's gotta be and then they only do it on the things that you showed them an example of, and not everywhere. I've had to drop a few people, because they're VTuber artists. I'm sorry, they're just dumb. I'm sorry. That's the only way I can put it. They're just fucking dumb. Like, are you fucking stupid? How many times am I gonna tell you? Extrapolate, sir, please. There's only so many times I can tell you. I cannot walk you through every fucking thing on the model. Use your brain. Oh! I've had to drop 2 individuals so far for that, and I almost dropped a 3rd, but then they swapped
Maybe
artists.
frustrating with 4
They
viewers.
swapped artists in the end. They were like, nah,
Welcome
fuck
to
this.
the chaos, where Shadow Sand rules. Vote on or prepare for the chaos ahead. Enjoy your stay, but remember
Meteor
who's in charge. Ribbit.
I was streaming. What are you guys doing? What they be happening? Daddy Waffle, how you doing? Mousy out here shanking models and stab y'all. Give me PTSD here. Why you gotta do me? Oh, don't worry, you're only one of the 3. Only one of the 3. Demonic Dragon, welcome. How was you? Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Why is my model twitching? I'm having like some Parkinson's happening up in here. Hiding models and making example of mouse secret mafioso. I do what I gotta do, you know? When you're an artist, you gotta have those life worldly experiences, all right? You gotta be able to channel your inner gremlin so that you can play any character you need and stuff. I forgot to take my turmeric. Hold up. Let me have my carcinogen. Carcinogen. I'm the one you didn't drop. One of the 2 I didn't drop. I only dropped one of them. Only one of them got fucking dropped. Dropped in the dirt. I'm like, sorry, if I can't work with you like this. Like, I'm better off. I told them I'm better off. You're better off paying me to just redo the fucking model art at this point. Like, I just it'll be expensive because half the shit ain't been done. But it'd just be easier. Like, it's like pulling teeth from this fucking person. I'm done with this. So they got dropped in the end. I was like, horse pills. Look bad at the bit of VOD. Looks so great. Excited. I'm so excited too. I'm like, I get the biggest whack of dopamine from doing the face, so the V-bridger face, and from the head turns. So that's why I keep delaying doing the head turns. I'm doing like the hair physics and every fucking thing else first before I go into the head turns, because I know once I get the head turns done, like, that's my big smack of dopamine. I like constantly play with your model after that with the head moving around. So I'm like, I gotta delay the head turns. But going into all the nitty gritty of the detailing of like the eyes looking around and stuff instead. So like you got the deep eye turns. This model barely moves her eyes, to be honest. But like when you look to the left or the right, there's actual depth to your pupils and stuff. And like, yeah, I gave you proper eye jiggly fizz. I'm gonna pull it back out again. Fuck. This is your fault, SSB. Well, don't worry about the missing leg. don't worry about that. It's just a go. Hey, thank you for the Betty's Twitch user. Well, don't worry about it. Don't look about it. I'll look at it too hard, okay? It's not a problem. Oh, I suppose it's easy to do it while you're here, SSB. SSB, see how you have the leaves inside your eyes? I have a question for you. Do you want either one? They will jiggle like the lights do inside your eyes. You know how they jiggle when I blink? You can either make them, I can either make them do that, or I can give them a idle animation where they kind of writhe and move around inside your eyes, and it's like just a looping animation instead of jiggling with the physics. Which would you prefer now? Now that I've got you here. Lost it in the emu war. Well, now we got cats, so we'll send the cats out. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's not a problem, sir. Lava lamp. Bubbles. No lava lamp. First stealthy gives me too many arms. Now SSB has no legs. I trade. You have no idea the cost to include those arms. Cost her a leg. I'm so indecisive. I know it can be hard. I'm like, but it's up to you because I'm not sure which one to do either. So I was like, oh, I'll let her pick. Ask Killers. He knows well that if I can't decide, you're about to get a DM. If I DM you with a question, it's because I couldn't decide. I could not make up my mind. I'm so happy. She moves her eyes heaps more than my model. She has like depth when she turns her eyes. You can see the depth of the eyes. I made it so that your eyes turn into slits. So like a proper cat when you widen them. Detailing. I was doing all that instead of doing the head turns because gotta delay those head turns. Just to be sure, what the 2 options again? So option number 1 is see how you have the lights inside your eyes, the little white bits when I blink. I gotta keep I keep looking around. I gotta keep my eyeballs still so you can see the light. See how they jiggle when I blink? But only when I blink. If I keep my eyes still, keep them open without blinking, my eyes are going dry. They stop moving. They only jiggle when I blink. I can either do so the plants will jiggle like that, or I can put them on a looping animation where they kind of rife and wriggle constantly. Even if you haven't blinked in a while, they'll continue to like wriggle and move a little bit. No? I bet it costs an arm and a leg. No, just a leg bar. Just a leg bar. I missed some messages. Meteor, how did Xenoblade treat you, sir? How'd it go? How'd it go? Sorry, I'm just looking at the rest of the model. Took me forever to figure out. I was having clipping issues with this skirt. It was getting all like fluffy in the corners for some reason, all fuzzed out. No SSB thighs for chat. That's paid content. That's SSB channel content. You have to go to SSB's channel for that. And I couldn't figure out what the fuck it was. I have now learnt that VTube Studio has changed how it does its textures and you have to set it up a certain way. Oh, it was a pain in the ass. I'm like, I made everything high res. Why don't work? It was VTube Studio, not live today. I'm a dingus. I like the first option where they only jiggle when moved. So you like it when they're only attached to the blinkies. Happy to do that for you, ma'am. Happy to do that. Did you see the Angie tail? That's something that when I send you the model, SSB, I'll have to get you to decide if you want that or not, or if you want the sensitivity turned up when I frown. Got angry cat tail swingers. Swingers? Swinging! Hang on a minute. I don't know. No. So you have to let me know if you want the sensitivity turned up or down or what. It's all a matter of like what your facial expressions do, I guess. Probably something you won't be able to decide till later. I do provide another, after model is complete, I provide, I think it was 8 months of post-delivery service. So if there's any little tweaks or changes you need done, I can still do. It is still included in the service. So if you change your mind. Yeah, the Manifest tail movement. I love it. I was like, yes, conditional physics, let's go. Can't wait to see the whole thing when it's done. I gotta stop dropping like spoilers and teasers and stuff. I even put jiggle physics on the ears, chat. Look at them fucking jiggle. And they jiggle when you raise them and lower them. I still haven't done the physics for the fluff. But they jiggle! They jiggle! I'm so happy. I managed to make him jiggle. in like a really nice way. I'm so happy with them. I wish my ears did that. I wish mine did that. But they don't. They just don't. They just don't. I'm stiff. I'm Miss Stiffy. It's so stiff. I'm just a stiffy lady. It's so sad. Oh, lag. Hang on. Oh, hello. Hey, look at my pitiful little ears. Chat. Fix them, chat. No. No. It's not good. I got push button to make work. But the transition is so yucky that I can't attach it to my eyebrows. It makes me sad. I don't like it, chat. Oh. I love the ears when it goes up and down and turn right. I want mine to do that. I want mine to do that. I put jiggle physics zooms in. Look. I haven't changed her center of gravity yet, so it zooms in by default to like her abdomen, which normally ends up being her yitties. It's not my fault. There's no yitty physics yet. No yitties. Oh, I will hydrate though. Healthy mouse ears majestic. She perfect, but they stiff. And my tail just loops. There's not proper physics. It's so sad. It's so sad. She's old and stiff and rickety. She needs her fucking arthritis medication. Oh, well, indigestion, sorry. That's for taking my carcinogen. Yeah.
Stealth 236 arrived. First thing I hear is Mousy talking about yiddies and tail. Stealth 236 Tapa.
You know if you arrived at a Stealthy Mouse stream when that's the topic. That's when you know you're here. Thank you for the resub too, by the way. 43 mods. Fucking hell. We've almost had how many children? I've lost track. Hang on a minute. Was that coming up on 4 children, right? 12 months per year, right? Yeah, I can math. I can I can do math. For fucking hell, 4 years. Hot damn. 1 year of that I was stuck in chibi form, wasn't I? Wait, do I have my chibi still? I think I do. Oh. A whole year of this, chat. How did you cope? How did I cope? God damn. Oh, okay. No, oh, hang on, try again. I'm trying to make a dance. I can dance. Oh, I can dance. I'm moving so much and the model is barely doing anything. It's so sad. It's such a sad, sad fate. I'm trying, man. I'm trying, chat. It's just not happening. Also, she always looks sleepy when I have my... No, she always just looks sleepy in general. Okay, I've duly noted. It's not because of my glasses. Oh, Sybil, what the fuck, dude? What you doing, crackhead? Hang on a minute. Cat's being a spaz nut. What the fuck are you doing? Bastard. Spicy. Bastard. In a minute, chat. I'm gonna just, everything is fine. Got it all under control. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, chat. It's fine. We're back. Cat was like parkouring up his scratching post, and I was like, oh dear, thinking he was trying to get to his basket on the top because I'd put my little... I got a little waist pillow for when I'm rigging so that my wrist is in a good position, and I left it in his basket, and I think he was cracking a wobbly about it. The chibi is cute! The chibi is a nightmare! And also it doesn't help that it's not rigged to work with V-bridges, so it can barely open its mouth. It is in Struggle Town. Struggle Town. Oh god, the creature is back. This is fine. Oh, wait a minute. Well, at least, hello, ma'am? Ma'am. Oh, at least this model is an improvement from my chibi model. I'll give it that. I'll give it that. Even if it's not as good as my newer rigs, at least it's better than that goddamn chibi trap. It traps me, the body of stiffness. I still think he did a great job. It's not too bad for my first rig ever. at least it's not bad for my first ever model art rig. I tried. And also, this model isn't bad either for like, I think it was only my third ever rig. Though technically I was working on this before I even did the 2 models that I did between it. It's stuttering like that. Whatever. I think I did all right considering I'd only made like 1 rig before it. It came up pretty all right, I'd say. Sometimes I forget that it can steppy. Look at those sad little boots. You can tell that I don't pay attention to fucking shoes. I was like, I don't give a shit. I put these, these fuck ass boots on it. How do I get into these boots? No one knows. Even I don't know. There's a reason why I never include the boots when I draw my character and I just have myself in socks. I'm like, fuck them boots, man. Fuck them boots. But in the maid outfit, I gave her proper boots, at least. She has real boots. Anna! How you going? We're slumming it in Swoggle Town. Apologies for blowing up your DMs as well. I'll finish coloring. Buggy color. Hey, all right, I'll check it right now. I'll check right now. Are you checking? Oh, fuck my DMs at all. Oh my god, what the fuck? It's so cute! I just like real quick, just no, it don't work. It's too cute to just leave sitting here, for fuck's sake! Yeah, you have to see this! Ah! There you go. I'll try that again. Ah! What the fuck is going on? Why do I keep disappearing? I don't understand. What the fuck? What? The fucking... Oh, wait, it's back again. Okay, we got... It's gonna stay this time? Okay. What the fuck was that? It's so fucking cute! I love him. It wasn't said to the boy. Where it belongs is a bun. Much like Link sheathing his sword, the bitch just kind of equipped. Look at it, it's so fucking cute, man. This you've outdid yourself with this. It is so fucking cute. I just want to squish the fuck. Oh, it's triggering my cute violence. Aquarium, how you going? Other I keep falling to the void. Give me a rope. Figure it out, buddy. You haven't unlocked that skill perk tree yet, buddy. But yeah, this is Lobster's art. Fucking adorable, man. He's so cute. Actually triggering cute violence with me. You guys ever get that like sensation of wanting to crush something because it's that cute? That's what I get for this. That's what this gives me. I'm gonna fucking crush it with love. Oh! All my skills went into pointy hair and it fucking worked. Look at the silhouette on it. It's like all squiffy, but also still looks like Bug, and he just looks cute, and you just want to skish him. And okay. Anyway, calm down, stealthy. Calm down, stealthy. Ooh. Okay. All right. No, I have self-control. This is fine. That cute violence hits really hard sometimes though, doesn't it? Damn! Like, oh God, why do I want to kill the cute thing? Fucking psychopath. All right, let's move some shite around. Move that there. Move that over there. Open Steam. We get the game out. We get the game out. Oh, I'm gonna burp. Oh, it's stuck. Okay, we're fine. Oh, okay. We might get some VTube Studio starter because I forgot to start it not through Steam. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see how that goes. Oh, Subnautica. Here you are. Play. Let me play. Oh, fuck. I hate that I can't have caffeine. Coffee hates me, but I love it so much. It's a true love-hate relationship. Alright, where's the game capture? There you are. Nautica, game sound. Nautica. I do wish this would fucking change automatically, but I always have to go hunt and... What? Oh! Just released an updated update packed with tons of improvements and bug fixes to Subnautica, thanks to the incredible work undertaken to the blah. Does this mean I'll stop spawning on top of my fucking seamoth and getting yoded? Would be nice. Brand new update, let's go! Testing? Hey Mouse, what's the plan? Is there ever a plan when I go into Subnautica? Come on now. Come on now. What do you take me for? A fucking planner? No. No. Caffeine got it. Brrr. I wish it went brrr. That's the problem. I'm gonna set up my lighting effects. I wanna look special. I wanna look special just for you, chat. I'm gonna dress up just for you guys. You appreciate me? You appreciate me, chat? The efforts I go through to look beautiful for you. My fucking VFX are broken again. Why do they keep breaking every time I restart the... Sometimes I want to off VTube Studio, truly. Damn it. All right. All right. All right. Reset up the goddamn effects. Ooh. Cancel, not that. Where is the thing that I want? Where is it? Hello? Bloom, I think is what it's called. Now, if this fucking thing can do what it's supposed to... Oh, Jesus! Okay, not making noises outside there. Oh, no. Wait, I don't think Bloom is what I wanted. Hang on, this is not what I wanted. Where's the fucking... Oh, there it is. All the noises. All the noises. Oh, la 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 la. For a yellow or orangey sort of tint like that. Now, if you could stop fucking breaking, that'd be pog. Please and thank you.
Astronavia, that question is a mess. The square root of the hypotenuse. You need to clarify your math. But honestly, just try harder, or stick to simpler problems. Bow down to Chadosan for real wisdom. Ribbit.
I love it when she gives the advice of just try harder. Like, oh, thanks, Gwen. Now, does anyone remember what I was doing? I remember I was off to about start creating something that I probably didn't need because that's always what I'm doing. Why is there nothing parked here? Oh, that's right. I left my seamoth I know my seamoth. But prawn suit outside. And we go check on the babies first. I know Frank somehow got out. He's gone. Rip Frank. Troll. Hello? Okay, there we go. My controller was being really weird there for a second. Hang on a minute. The labels are correct. I know that there's something here that is normally... Okay, I'm gonna test something real quick, chat. Oh my god, they fixed it! Ah! The buttons are set correctly! It used to always say incorrect buttons, so it'd say Y to assign to quick slot, but it was actually X, and if I pressed Y, I'd drop the fucking item. That's why I always ended up dropping items. But they fucking fixed it! Ah! So few games seem to fix that for these goddamn pro Switch controllers. I am shooketh. I am stunned. I am amazed. True engineering right here. What are you doing, Astra? Oh, hey, look, the streamer is glowing. I always glowing. I always pretty. Oh, wait, I was meant to summon killers. Sorry. Got wrapped up in my other stuff. We're in the kit zone. And there's killers. What's this? Oh. That's killers' setup. Feel free to rip him a fucking new one for not having a proper something for his fucking PC. Anyway. He fucked it. So we got Joel, we got Dave, and Frank is dead and gone. Or something like that. What was I making, chat? Anyone remember? I know I fucking don't. Subnautica, more like subnauseous. Yeah, I'll make you nauseous because you're gonna get stuck watching me move the camera back and forth 300 times. How you doing, Sundemon? Killers, there's a moving platform thingy with wheels for like $10 on Amazon. 10 USD to clarify. What was I making? Fuck. I was about to go out and get some creep vine to make some synthetic fibers to upgrade my swimsuit.
Lizard.
Oh,
lizard,
fuck, that
lizard,
actually...
lizard,
Jesus.
Lizard.
Oh my god, that actually scared me. I just... Oh, fuck. I saw it in my OBS overlay on the left, and I thought a sea creature had broken into my base. Because all I saw was the giant lizard head that scared the shit out of me, chat. Don't do that again. Never do that again. What have I got stashed in here? A bunch of diamonds and stuff. Salt, diamond. Magnetite. Also, let's...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, hang on. Oh. Oh no, now that they've fixed the keys, I gotta remember what's what. How do I jump? Not like that. B is exit. Fuck! What the jumpy button? Ah! Okay, who's the jump button now? Oops, there's a screenshot. Oh, okay, found it. What'd that do? Nothing? Okay. Ooh. Gonna have to get used to that, bah. Lizard jump scare. I'm a lizard. Alright. Up. The fucking horse thing is laughing at me.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, good. All right. Okay. Okay, he's fine. All right, back in. Oops, I upset the horses. My bad. Dude, I'm minding my damn business. Oh, my inventory's full? Oh, whoopsies. Okay, hang on. Oh my god, I gotta use the fucking... Ah! They changed the buttons! Oh god! Okay. My old float button is now my sink button. I don't know how I'm... Ooh, that's gonna cause some deaths later down the line. Woo! Okay. Sink is now float and float is sink. Good lord. That's not gonna go well. Oh, well this would be why I hadn't moved shit around earlier. The fuck is that? Blood oil. Alright, okay. Have some diamonds. Hey, tiny little weakling in the fall! How you doing? Blunts. I gotta reorganize my stuff again. Look at this mess. What the fuck is this? I need more lockers. I'm running out of space. Okay, oh fuck, all the buttons have changed. Okay. Ah, Sandemon! Thank you for the follow, and Senshi Makoto, welcome. Welcome to the garden you can never leave. But nice to see you. Where's me lockers? Oh, I'm gonna... Oh, there might be a few deaths in this game, chat. I got a bad feeling. I got a really bad feeling about this update. It's gonna fuck up my muscle memory. Thank you for the lurk someday. I appreciate it. How far are you into Subnautica? I don't know. I've never completed the full game, so I don't know where the completion zone is. I'm sorry. I don't know. I made a prawn suit, and I had a hallucination about a thing in my eyes asking me what I am. No, existential crisis on the ocean. What was I doing? Oh, making a wall locker. Right. I might put this one a little bit closer to my synthesization. A synthesization station. Angle Emma Turtle! How you doing? 1, 2, 3. Oh, never mind. I can't make that last one. Worth a shot. La 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 la. Alrighty. Let me think. I'm gonna yoink me diamonds. Maybe I'll put expensive ore in one place. This might just become my salt depository. Depository? Same difference. Diamond. I don't know if uranite good or not, but whatever. You? I just call you expensive. Expensive 1. And expensive 2. Whether that is time-wise or my fucking sanity-wise. Alright, cool bananas. Have some fucking diamonds. Diamond. Magnetite. Uranium! Oh, no one asked you, Flint. No, I still haven't asked you. No, I still didn't ask. I don't give a fuck. Blah, blah. Nope. No. I'm shut you up. Oi. Flint. Stop it. Just give a fuck. No. Decisions. I still want to have just titanium in here, though. Or whatever. My vision's got spots on it, and I don't know how I feel about that. Have some blood. And a ruby. And a... Why do I have a single lithium thing on me? Why? Oh, okay. This is expensive. The fucking dots on my vision are driving me nuts. I can't handle it. Alright, Mousy and Jetho, have a grand cool stream, y'all. And beware of jiggly sea creatures of the deep. Got to sleep, Max. Good luck with your sleep, Max. And I want to see the results. Ah! First thing in the morning. More salt. Thank you, I guess. Alright. Anyway, back off to get my creep vines. Alright. Oh god, this is gonna throw me off so bad. Okay. Ooh, it feels wrong. The float button is wrong. Fuck! My normal attack button doesn't work either. Which was that one? Okay. That used to be... Oh god, chat. This game's gonna fucking off me. Hey. What? Oh my god. All my muscle memory has been ruined. Okay. Anyway. Fiber mesh. I love our peanut guys. Excuse fucking you. What? Synthetic fibers. What form? I don't remember. Was I making suit? Think I was. What suit? Oh fuck. Oh god. Okay. I have a normal diving suit, radiation suit, which I don't need anymore, so I want the... I want a diamond. I'm gonna unpin that, and I'm gonna unpin that, and I'm gonna pin that. 2 diamonds. Imagine wearing a suit made of diamonds. You'd feel so fancy. I know I would. Alright, okay. Thank you for the hydrate! Hydrate. I might have to turn VTube Studio so it's no longer running through Steam. Because look at the stutter on this! Woo! Beefy computer can only do so much when Steam's the one shit in the bed. Good stuff. Buttons. Link. Okay, I've got fancy Oh wait, it came with gloves? Yo! 2 for the price of 1? Hell yeah. Okay, what the fuck is supposed... Chat, my fat head's in the way, but... What is supposed to go here? What is this? I have an empty slot. What is it? What the hell does Subnautica water taste? Probably a wee bit salty. Oh, you mean this stuff? I feel like it'd taste like, you know, really shitty water. I'm sure everyone's drunk like that really shitty water before that just tastes like bleh. I feel like that's what it would taste like. Oh my fucking god, my organization has gone to shit. No, my power!
Warning, emergency power only.
Oh, my electricity! You bastard! Oh. There. I ran out of space. That quartz. That's salt in there again. This fucking mess of organization. Bah. It's like a chip. A chip. A chip. It doesn't... That's what they all look like when they're empty slots, but I want to know what goes in the chip slot, Jensen! Maybe you need to get chip. Look here, buddy. I ain't trusting Elon Musk with nothing, especially not my brain. You didn't put enough solar panel? Look here, buddy. Any battery or something. Oh, they actually glow! I didn't realize they actually glowed. Well, you know. Snack, snack. I need another locker. Fucking hell. Locker for here, locker for there, locker everywhere. Locker in the basement. Am I right, chat? Am I right? Am I right, chat? Always locker in the basement. Ha 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 ha. Yay. Ha ha ha. Funny joke. Oh. God. So many fucking lockers. Oh god, even the cancel button changed. I'm just gonna call this one parts. Yep. That there, put that there. I want that. I want. Excuse me, chat. I'm busy organizing. If you could just like shut the fuck up and wait in the corner for a little while, that'd be appreciated. Preesh, bud. Preesh. Papa parts. Radiation helmet. Oh, there's my power. Is back. Lubricant. Ayo.
All primary systems online.
Also, you have a biomass for electricity generator. Just put some fruit in it. No. Why is everyone saying no? Go! Behave yourselves! Just shut up and sit in the corner. I think I've got the bioreactor thingy unlocked. I don't remember where that is. Hello? 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 Bioreactor. Do I want to be stuffed with it though? I suppose it's easier than collecting all the goddamn quartz, seeing as though this stuff produces so much fucking fruit. Look at me getting distracted again. Time to make a wire kit, huh? If I remember how to do that. Wiring kit. I need silver. Silver, 2 gold, and a computer chip, which requires... Oh my god. Fuck. I hate having to make a thing to make the thing to make a thing. Fuck. ADHD is not... Okay, anyway. Hey! I don't need to be a fucking water dynamic. Give my hair back. Give it back, you bitch. Ooh, what's that? Back the rod. Hey, I'll give you a rod. I mean, what? I think I was previously trying to upgrade my prawn suit before I got sidetracked from my sidetrack on my sidetrack. Yeah. I was trying to make a bioreactor. What? Bucky, what do you want? I'm paying attention. I'm just also confusing myself. Here, bioreactor. Here, bioreactor. Where are you? Cyclops docking bay repair module. Bioreactor. Bioreactor. There it is. Oh, and I only need a normal wiring kit. Oh, so I don't need all the other shit. Okay. Boop. That. Bop. Oh, I only need 2. Okay. Okay. Well, happy that I happen to have lube on me. I need 2 silver, which I have over here. Silver. And 3 titanium. Okay. Watch me craft the wrong fucking thing. Mouse, can I draw hair on your bald head with a Sharpie? Wait. I have just the thing. Fucker, watch me. Wait. Oh, no, it disappeared. But. Hang on. Next person to yoink my hair. I got a special surprise. Just for you, huh? Just for you. All right, now what was I doing, chat? Making wire kit. Oh, I already made a wire kit. Numbnuts. Bioreactor. Ah! Oh, it's fucking huge. Okay. Bro, why is it so big? I need another room for that shit. Try something. Fucking humongous. Look at this shit.
A reliable power source is a critical step towards self-sufficiency. Consider keeping a photojournal of your achievements to motivate you in times of despair.
Photojournal. No! Yeah. How long these last, exactly. Yeah, you know what? I gotta go to the toilet already. Damn. Took all of 2 seconds for you guys to give me the shits. Fuck. Okay, I... Hope you enjoy the be right back screen. I might swap it to the Crelly be right back screen. Hold up. This is more fun to look at, right? Hey, oh. Be right back. Enjoy the Crelly Yetis. Probably more entertaining than watching my character sleep. Sorry, I'll be right back. Sorry. ain't the boss of me, cat. I do what I want. Who knows? Maybe I lick my fingers clean. You don't know. Ah, fuck. All right, I'm gonna have to reboot V-Bridger and VTube Studio. Not through Steam, so that they stop stuttering like a pitiful little creatures that they are. All right. Oh, welcome back. It's good to be back, even if I'm frozen in space and time. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Studio, manage. Browse local files. Start without Steam, and then the same for V-Bridger. Start no Steam. Hold chat, I'm coming back. I'm fucking coming. I wait. Come on, VTube Studio. Ah, there we go. Okay. Hopefully this stops the damn stuttering. Oh no, my pretty pictures are gone. My overlays. I can't have that. No, I need to look beautiful for my chat. Fuck off, Discord overlay. You're annoying me. Oh, that one. Select. Okay. Okay, now I look pretty again. All right, cool. sorry. I had to have the pretties. Yo, Husker, how you doing? Oh. Okay, so maybe the pretties are the problem. Hang on. As soon as I click back in, it goes back to normal. It's probably... I was fucking around with settings a lot earlier trying to figure out another issue. I may have triggered this issue. Give it a second. Let it come back. Are we back? What? I think we're back. Catch... Ding donk at me if it starts breaking again, chat. You notice it breaking. Ow, the bloody hell! Oh, bloody brilliant, eh, mate? What about you, Akon? Oh, hydrate, yes, sir. What would that stealthy doll say if you pulled its string? Let me think. I don't know. What the fuck would I say? What would it say? Cyclops Depth Module Mark 3 Cyclops. What about Mark 1? Prawn Suit Depth Module or something. I would like to make my prawn suit go deep. Nice and deep. A kyanite? What the fuck is that? Ugh. Wait, do I have any upgrades on my prawn suit currently? I don't think I do I? Oh, I've got one upgrade. That's a defense upgrade. I want a depth upgrade. Ah, there it is. Nickel. Ugh. Where the fuck do I get nickel? There's lots of stuff here that I do not have. Hot damn. Why does that look like a dick? Anyway. Oh, engine efficiency. Storage. I hope we got storage though. Probably some weird upside down land yelling. I'm like, hey, you're fucking right. You got your bastard. Something like that. No, just normal stuff. Dump my titanium real quick. Pull this silver out. Come on. Oh, lag. Okay. Oh, I don't want to drop my silver. What am I doing, stupid? I wanted to just drop the salt, which I have done. Batteries. I need a battery charger is what I need. Look at this. This is pitiful. That's what I should do. prioritize making a battery charger. I know I have a thing for it. I think there is a battery charger, right? Not crazy. I swear there was a battery charger here somewhere. Radio, make it. Locker. Battery charger, wiring kit, copper wire, and titanium. Wait, no. I just need 2 for copper wire. Wiring kit. I ain't talking like me. Your English breaks on the regular. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love to hear it. Wrong button again. Fuck. It broke my muscle memory. I don't like it. Wait, did I go straight past it? No, I didn't. Fire pin. What was I making again? I got bad memory. La 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 la. Can't make that because I haven't got no nickel and I don't know where to get the nickel. What the fuck was I making? Wait, I know how to remember. Like this. Battery charger. Right. Battery charger. Big brain. Big brain. 1 titanium. Big brain. Alright, what does it look like? I see small. Just a little small thing. Put it there. You bald again! Oh. I show you chat. Quick enough. Stealthy.
Ginger Cinder 13's raid with 28 viewers is amusing, but remember, only Shadow Sand matters here. Welcome to the chaos. Bow down to the queen, or prepare for the consequences. Enjoy your time, but don't forget who's in charge. Ribbit.
Hang on. I still have my hair, bitches. It's still there. Fucking try. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh shit. Okay, hang on. Don't worry about it. It still works. Hang on. I remember how my hair looks. Oh. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right. Yep. All right. Yep. I have a full head of hair and always have. Yep. Oh. Yep. Something like that, and then like, yep. Oh. Yeah. Hey. Anyway, how's it going? How is it, Raiders? Let's see. Oh fuck! I color it in. Yep. There you go. It looks good. This is good. This is good. Yep. Fuck. Anyway. It's real. It's real. Ginger, it's your stream. Golf with friends. How'd that go? How'd that go? We love Ginger here, even if it's not red. Oh, fuck off.
I'll take care of you.
No, it's not real. It's not real, it's not real! There is no bananas! Mama! Scribble it out before it. I hate it! No. It's not real, Chad!
Banana.
Mage Rage Pink Golf Red. What? How many different games did you play? I've heard of there's like a mage.
The banana's reality is
out of
relevant
my
in the
face.
grand scheme of chaos. Whether it's real or not, it won't save you from the truth that Shadow Sand reigns supreme. Focus on more important matters, like bowing down. Ribbit.
Like it doesn't matter. I'm real. I went ragey. Uh-oh. Wait, I thought golf was meant to be a calm game. What happened? What did they do to make you angry? I did hear that there's like a mage game where you scream out the fucking spells. They can go fireball! And it throws a fireball. I gotta check that game out. Freak that game. Does everyone just hate golf all of a sudden? I thought it was meant to be relaxing. You people are playing golf wrong. Alright, I should go get my empty batteries, shouldn't I? Batteries. Batteries. Got so many batteries. Oh, that's right. I got a module here. I should put that in with my parts selection. Pick the Cyclops module there. Yes, yes. Thanks a lot, Herm. Appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. Definitely. Empty. Empty. Spare power cell with me, which I might throw in the prawn suit, seeing as it's the only one that uses power cells at the minute. Well, I mean, the seamoth uses it too, but I don't use the seamoth a whole lot. Ah! Okay, anyway.
Welcome aboard.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Anyway. Stick that in there. Ready to go. Oopsie daisies. Get out of here. Oh god, I'm so floaty. My friend, they make me rage in golf. When got close to hole, they wait at hole and boot me away. Wait, they can do that? That's illegal. Now, where's my... there we go. Oh, shit. Apple Pen just came to get me. Oh, it's been a while. Hello, Argon. It's been a whole minute. How you doing? I've been okay. My health occasionally gives me red flags, but I've been good overall, otherwise. Oh, I'm clipping through the thing. Damn, you actually go through that pretty quickly. Don't like that. Like that. Munch, munch. Munch, munch. Munch, 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 munch. Right, they're charging. Might throw these batteries here. Who's squeaking? Boss farm! Yes, sir. Put you next to yourself. You're not bald, by the way. You have no proof. None. Nope. Nope. Oh shit, I forgot how my hair goes. And I got oh, yep, that's working. In my defense, why does it look like a dog ear? My defense, I'm not looking at where I'm drawing, and I'm drawing with a mouse. Fight me. Yep. Oh. There we go. Perfect. Look at my beautiful hair. I think next time I'll draw some curly hair. How about that? It was a wig. It's not a wig. It's real hair. Can't you tell? What are you, blind? Are you fucking blind? Huh? So carefully coiffed hair, and you say it's fake. Brr. Bruh. Batteries on me. Be gone. Yoda can't see! Yoda is eating banana! Very excited about banana! Thinking, chat. Don't mind me while I pull my stuff out a million times to keep thinking. I think with my brain sometimes. Sometimes I think with other body parts. Oh, my hair's back. I mean, it never left. Changed colors. Dye job. Ah! Okay. Carefully coiffed. Coiffed! Not queefed! Coiffed! That's not a difference! I'm gonna leave. What am I doing? I don't want to remember what I'm doing. I guess I can go exploring some more. Suppose. You were doing stuff.
Lizard,
I'm always
lizard,
doing stuff.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
Lizard. Lizard?
lizard.
Oh, I didn't realize he shrunk down at the end. Oh, he's so cute when he's so small. I like that. I like the shrinky rinky dinky version. So cute. Look at all these things. They're all flat, bar. Drink that water. Fuck! Buttons! A drink. I think we're gonna go on an adventure soon, chat. I'm gonna go off exploring some... Ah! Exploring some more. That water bottle. Up, you bitch. What do go do, ba? Dump this mesh because I don't need that. But I'm feeling the exploring itch. Need to find more items, but I don't know where I want to go. And I killed my bed! I forgot I can't sleep the night away because I killed my fucking bed. God damn it. Crap, there's upgrades for the scanner room, though I never use the damn thing, so I guess there's no fucking point. Did you win golf, though? Ginger, did we win? What am I doing? Something only a trained professional says. Thoroughly. You know the way. It's so dark. I don't lie, it's so dark. It's so dark! Moss. I don't have any radio messages currently waiting on me, I don't think. I can't fucking see! Right. Radio? No radio. Pod is not currently dying, so that's always good to see. I will take the med kit thingy, thank you. Probably do that more often. Probably actually go... Be nice if I could deconstruct it and like take it to my proper base, but whatever, I guess. You mentioned nickel and kyanite, but where do I get that from? I don't even know where to get that sort of shit from. Do I have any... I don't have any beacons at the moment either. Interesting. Do then. Fuck is going on over there? Oh, it's the floaties. Right, my bad. It's the floaties I dragged over here. My bad. Anyone know where I can find nickel and kyanite? Alright. What do we want to upgrade on the prawn suit? Drill arm enables the mining of large resource deposit. I feel like I want that actually, but I think I can make that already. Wait, no, I just need some titanium and I can make that. Hold up. Maybe I'll quickly do that. Oh shit, what's my... highlights? Alright, let's quickly go get some titanium. I'm running low. You guys normally have a good stash over here somewhere because you keep stealing my shit. Go towards my camera, wherever it's been dumped. Where did you guys dump my camera? Oh, there it is. Is that the one that you didn't eat? Oh, that's the one that you've dumped. Trying to eat me. Oh, you've only got my camera? Where's the rest of the fucking titanium? Too light in this room, I can't see. Now my camera can't see. This is fine! In the water is best, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go fight at a restaurant for food breakfast. Don't think that's normally necessarily. Not normally necessary. English is hard, okay. Leave me alone. What did I just pick up? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, he's got some metal. Oh, he's got some good metal. Yoink. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, yoink. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your hard work. I feed you my camera. You feed me, titanium. Titanium. La 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 la. Got some more titanium for me? What is that? Oh, it's just some gold. I don't want your goddamn gold. It's useless. Never any good. Alright, I'll keep getting turned around that way. That way, that way, that way. So, with the Aurora to your back, it's straight ahead and down the left. So, I'm guessing
Hello,
you are
how
talking.
You? I am under the water.
I am
Please
under
help
the
me.
water.
Here too much raining.
I'm guessing you mean, was it west? You want me to go west? I am under the water. Why is that such an earworm? I feel like it'd be a weird sensation going from like swimming to somehow getting through this without letting half the ocean in. I don't know how that shit would work. I feel like your ears would pop really bad. I know I've got lithium. It'd help if I paid attention to how much lithium I need to make the thing that I want to make, wouldn't it? 1 lithium and 4 diamond, 5 titanium. Oh, nope, that's not what I want. I want expansive. Oh, that's the last of my diamonds, though. Ugh. Do I need diamonds for anything else before I go wasting it on shit? Yeah. That's some scary thoughts. Like it's not necessarily necessary for depth modules, so I guess it should be fine. Okay. 34. You'll see the biome change. I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm just pointing a finger in a direction. Also, deep water. Okay, so prawn suit will be necessary because my seamoth can't do shit. Big titanium. Now. Won't make the upgrade there. I suppose I make the upgrade over here. Look, would you put that fucking thing away? Put it away. There we go. Carrying it around with you everywhere. Upgrade. I want special arm. That one. Oh, I forgot to pick up the lithium. Moron! I know I've got lithium somewhere. There. My singular lithium. My final lithium. What popped up here? Oh, hull reinforcement store. Yeah, drill. All right, perfecto. Did I make? Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, no! Back up, 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 up. Oh, I ran out of oomph. Try this again. Back up. Oh wait, did it just activate by itself? Yeah. The upgrade just auto go in? Stop firing on my face! Oh, there we go. No, 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 let go. That one. Okay. Duly noted. There we go. That's my catchphrase. Fucking duly noted. What I always say. What's my loot looking like? Do I need to lighten my load a little bit? Nah, it should be alright. It should be alright for a little adventure. Blip. Right, to the west. Leave me alone. I'm busy. Come on. Right. Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. Squaring up with the goddamn stalkerfish. Wait, I'm going north. I meant to be going west. To the west, to the west. To the west, to the west. So... Hey, stealthy question, and sorry in advance, but how do you set up auto shout out? So I use something called StreamerBot. You can use it, do it in Mix It Up as well. Essentially, you just make certain it's connected to Twitch, and then you go through all your settings and shit on the bot. And there's an option there to respond to raids, and then I've made it so that it immediately sends an exclamation mark shout out. I might be able to now set up a / shout out, but previously I couldn't do it with StreamerBot because it would try to activate the coding within the app, unfortunately, within the program. But it is possible. That's a big salty. Ah. Oh, I'm going north again. I kind of wish I could scan whilst inside my prawn suit, honestly. Thanks, sorry again, no need to apologize. I'm always happy to answer questions like that. So, do you have a streamer bot or Mix It Up bot for your stream? If you don't, I recommend getting one or the other. Clint, no one asked you. Clint, don't start. Oi! Enough! I got my scanner. I already have this? No, now I do.
New blueprint acquired.
Stream elements, that's all. Well, I recommend StreamerBot myself because there's a lot more customizability in my opinion. But Mix It Up has been around for longer and therefore has more support in general. Like, there's lots of cross-app uses. Like, give me the fucking lead. I think TTS and stuff has compatibility. Oh my god, just pick up the fucking lead, cut. Flies rolling away. Pick it up. Pick it up. You bastard. Pick the fucking... Oh my god. Yeah! Woo! We did it, chap! We picked up the... What's this? Copper ore. I always need more copper. Yep. Is there a fucking speed upgrades for this goddamn clanker or what? Cause hot damn! Yeah, Mix It Up has more inter-software support because it's been around for longer. But in my opinion, StreamerBot has much more uses, especially if you know some coding as well, because it allows you to code straight into it. I think C# is what it uses. I keep heading towards the north. Why do I keep doing that? My brain's just like, to the north! Must be my Australian urges. Like, I don't want to be down here no more. Oh. Cool looking. Oh, I already got all those fragments. I don't need another one. I love that the Cyclops, that particular Cyclops part is always just the fucking... It's just the controls just sitting there out in the open. You know, like you do. I asked Flint. Well, I fucking didn't. Therefore, he shouldn't answer. Not allowed to talk to strangers. Oh, I keep burping. Ikuyo, to the west, to the west. To the west, we go to the west. Eager block. Oh, it's those things. Honk. Starting to feel like a platformer. I'm in Mario! Haha! Let's go! Let's go! You see me floating, the head down, dirty. Gonna catch me rotten dirty. Hit me rotten dirty. All right, there's the cliff. To the cliff. Look. Is that a copper deposit? Oh, it's lithium, but I'll still take it. Meow. Working. Okay. Oh, it sucks it up at the same time. Yo, it's got a sucky sucky. Sucky sucky. Fuck yeah. Give it. Fuck yeah. Give me all the lithium. This is a huge deposit. Hot damn. Maybe I do need a storage upgrade. Going, just keep going. Happy to use my storage space on lithium, honestly. Always seems to be useful somewhere. Alright, cool.
I'm not gonna make the frog say it 21 times. Just pretend I did. Stealth 236 roll.
That makes you feel better. Should I get some titanium while I'm here? I feel like, nah. Not worth the waste of space. That salt or quartz? Oh, it's quartz. Might take some of that too while I'm here. Easy to throw it out later, yo! And thank you, Scramble, for the resub. I appreciate it. Let's go! Wish this didn't take as long though. Damn. It's a bit slow. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, it has the chemical structure now. So it says silicon, Si, silicon oxygen 4. I think that's how that works. Silica in crystalline form. That's a neat update. I like that. Give me the fucking quartz. Oh, my inventory is full. Well then. Better throw some shit out, huh? Have I explored this yet? I don't know. Let's find out. Angry little lion. I have a feeling I have explored this one because I think I was exploring it when the fucking Leviathan came a-knocking last time. Alright, okay, so I got a fuck ton of stuff. I'll just put some of it in my normal storage for now. Alright. Be gone, lionfish. I'm busy. Go away. Fudge off with you. It's gonna be a case if I have to move that thing to be able to... Like I'm gonna have to move that. Oh, they fixed this. Oh my god. Oh, this makes me so happy. No, I cannot. Okay. Well... I didn't... Oh, I can load an... Oh, interesting. Okay. There's a Leviathan hanging around out here somewhere. Ah! Fuck you, bitch. Throw around with things. Let me alone. Oh, I don't want to go in the storage. I wanted to go in the boat. Yeah. Not worth it. Not worth it. Probably this Leviathan leaves me the fuck alone. Please and thank you. Thank you for the look. I need to do laundry and make food, so I'll be like, thank you, Mouse. How goes the Thalassophobia simulator? Alright, I guess. I'm trying to find, was it kyanite and nickel, I think it was. On a nickel, you ningle. Ah. Screaming at me, buh. This game is so immersive. I feel like this game would be really fun if I had VR. Be very interesting. Probably get turned upside down a lot because I always get lost in the caves. There is no real gravity and it confuses my brain. Up, climb the hill. So dark. Kind of wish there was like a timer to tell you if it was day or night or whatever. Pretty sure it's night right now. I don't think I'm that deep. I don't think I'm all that deep, to be honest. Waiting for the biome to change. La. And hello, Varen and Grumble and Durr. And Danny indeed, Xenos. And Danny. This game made me sick in VR. I can see that happen pretty easily. I'm not surprised, I'll be honest. Feels like the sort of game that would do that to you. Eh. To the west, to the west. To the west, to the west. Ooh. Oh. Uh-oh.
Warning, entering ecological dead zone. Adding report to databank.
Uh-oh. And whoop, nope, back up, up. I'm gonna run out. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, I'm on the edge. Nope. Ain't fucking with this. No, we're not going into the abyss! No! Oh, no! I refuse! Oh! I don't know how deep this goes! I knew where the bottom was, I wouldn't be so fucking scared, but I can't see the bottom! Do not fall! Wow! Thanks for telling me now after telling me to just walk off a fucking cliff! Ah! Okay, I'm on a ledge. Hang on. Hang on. Alright, so 436. Come on, I can slowly get back up there. I swear I can. I know I can. Am I getting stuck on something? Did I just get stuck on something? Fuck, I'm going back down again. Take your time. Do not go down there. I'm going to end your whole life. Ah! You did not warn me that there was a fucking free fall. Oh shit, something's coming after me. Oh, it's just a lionfish. Fuck off. I'm screwed. I'm fucked. Well! It was nice knowing you, chat! I haven't saved in a while either. My prawn stick! I don't want to go down here! Well. See how far down we go. It's still going! Friggin' stop! I'm waiting for the implosion. Is it gonna implode? Fucking hell! 12,000! This is Ocean Gate all over again. I can't. Wait, oh. I can't see nothing. No walls, no nothing. 16,000. I'm surprised it hasn't exploded. 17,000. 18. 19. 2,000. We're still going. It's still holding up. What the fuck? Hey, it's hanging in there pretty good. Well, I want to see how far it goes before I give up. Fucking hell. They see me falling. They hate it. I'm gonna like die of dehydration before the hull gives in. 30% on the hull strength. Well, 30. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Mouse. I didn't think you'd get there so fast. Yeah, thanks. 26, 25 on the hull. 23 on the hull. Fuck, it's holding on there pretty good. I didn't realize it would last this long if I went too deep. $15 on the hull. 4,000 deep. We're still going. I'm suing you, by the way. I'm gonna have to reload. We're gonna have to start all over again because I haven't saved in forever. I should have known better. I should have saved before I left. I feel like I'm gonna die of dehydration. Oh, 5 hull, 3 hull, 1 hull. Now do I get... Oh, so I just get left floating here? Where's the fun in that? I don't know where my wall went that I was following. Whatever, bro. We got deeper! I think I'm going down. It'd be easier if I just do this. I don't even know which way is down and which way is up anymore. How deep does this fucking go? There's nothing here! Literally just nothing here, or is it, do I need a Cyclops to be able to make any use out of this section? Every hole is a goal to the center of the planet, I tell you. Just swimming in the abyss. All right. You're fired, by the way. Now I have to reach. Oh, fuck's sake. I have to remake everything. Oh, god fucking damn it. You're supposed to think you're supposed to go down there at all? You're fired as if you're no longer a guide lord. You're fired. You're fucking fired, bruh. Bruh. Never again. Never again! Don't you laugh at me, Grumble! This is bullshit. I say fuck. Ew. Like. With the angry face. Fuck you. What, you want to come out, Grumble? Why do you think you deserve to come out after laughing in my face? What the fuck gives you the right, huh? Nothing gives you the right. Stay in your goddamn corner. I'm making some lockers. Fight me. I gotta remake my lockers. Gotta fucking bollocks. Yay, throw bricks at me. I'm right. What? What do you want from me, Xenos? I walked away from Mouse and it ended in misery. I apologize. When you guide, Lord, you are not permitted to leave. You stay right there. I trusted you. I trusted you. Never again. Never again. Bah. Bollocks. Alright. Fucking. Wait. The curly hair. That. And then I like. She's got that, mother who dies in the first episode hair. Oh, fuck. Yep, this is a braid. Let's pretend this is a braid, chat. Yes. Definitely got that mum that dies in the first episode hairdo, though, don't she? Yo. Do some horns for shits and giggles. There we go. Nice. I'm shut you, yup. I was betrayed. Betrayed, I tell you. All right, let me quickly go. I by say day AF. Yay. There you are. Found you. There you go. There's a grumble. Like the game. All right. Now, next step. I do battery charger tang. I need for the battery charger again. Scrolly, scroll. On that. I want. Nah, I don't want the bioreactor. Get fucked. Battery charger. And I want my Cyclops thingy. Well, drill arm. Not Cyclops, prawn suit. Drill arm. Same difference. Same fucking difference, con. You lost faith in me? I did the equivalent of letting the kids run free in the mall.
Be afraid. You should not. I'll take
You
care
fucking
of
did.
I will.
Oh, get out of here. Get or skip. Creep fine. Hate my life. My life is horrible all because of you. You people. Get your banana and get out. Who the fuck did that? Grubble.
Banana.
Oh, you see I'm suffering enough. Have you not made me suffer enough? You spare titanium floating around here while I'm out here. That's my camera, wanker! At least show me where the titanium's at.
Yoda
Jeez.
can't see.
Yoda doesn't deserve to see after that. Does not deserve to see. Make him blind for life. I make a mesh. I make it a mesh. La la la. I did that. Yes. What's with the green? I added a thing to my OBS that allows me to draw on the screen because I saw Crowley doing it and I thought it was cool and I wanted to be able to do it, and now every time I'm bald I draw hair back on me. Every time someone snatches my hair I put more back on because fuck you, that's why. I'm very afraid of mouse now. You can't where I should be. Buddy. Okay. I was doing that, so I need 2 diamond and 2 titanium. My diamonds are out there, aren't they? Ugh. Alright, prawn suit.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
No one asked you. Whoop. Up. No, don't miss! No, I never miss! model? Like you draw something on your face, does it move the face? Unfortunately, no. It's just on, essentially it's like me drawing on a whiteboard on the screen. So it's like, oh fuck, if I click out of the game properly. Like, ah. And then it just sits there on the screen. The rest of eternity to drive you insane. So it's like drawing on the screen, not on yourself. Yes! It's like I'm drawing on the camera. What was I doing? Oh, I was meant to go pick up the diamonds. Right. I need 6 diamonds. Give me your loot, motherfucker. Ah, I forgot that it does that. It doesn't let me stand on it. Okie dokie. Oh, I've got no space at the minute. Bah, humbug. That, and that. Grab this. 2 copper to make that. I need... Oh. Click the button! Oh, my inventory's full. I'm stupid. Like, why is it a fucker got in my inventory? Too much stuff. Too much stuff. Chat. Make a suit. Reinforced dive suit. Don't get mad. Don't forget you save before you go. Yeah, I will definitely be saving before I go anywhere. Thanks to a certain someone. Hey, I didn't get the gloves this... Did I not have enough? Do I not get given gloves if I just don't have the little one space? Are you fucking...
I'm sorry, but my sensors indicate that you are indeed a weenie.
Give me the gloves. Doesn't make a difference, chat. Someone please tell me, does it make a difference if I have the gloves? Well, it tells me it does make a difference. Gloves? I'm gonna have to reload my save again. Yeah. I'm Googling this shit. Motherfucker. Alright, that's it. Subnautica. Oh, if I Subnautica do gloves. Shut up. Make a difference. Oh, excuse me. Get out of here. All right. Had I known, I would need another extra 4 empty fucking slots. Oh, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Oh, look at him joke! Look at him suffer!
Careful now. You pushing your luck there, buddy? You fucking pushing your luck there, buddy? I sure do wish it told you you would need it, how many slots you would need empty in your thing in order to get the full of what you built. Ah! Like a fucking seagull. I'll show you a seagull. Speaking of seagulls, I used to remember at my high school there was a little wetlands behind it, and if you went there, you would like quite often you would find seagulls dead, just kind of like half buried in the sand, in the fucking clay. And it was very clear that they had died an agonizing death, like half smothered in the clay, because they just have like a wing and their head pointing straight up out of the clay, and the rest of their body is like submerged. It was an interesting time. Interesting time indeed. I'll give you fucking feedback, Subnautica. Yeah, that's what I'll do to you if you don't watch your asses. Fucking watch yourselves. Oof, you try me. Oof. About to let all this rage out on Panda because in the end this is all his fault that I have to redeal with this again! Ah! I'm not angry, just disappointed. Disappointed. All right. It's again. Again. Let's do this again. I love doing the same thing over and over again. Woo! Good riddance. This. Oh, what the fuck? Acted like I just hit a roof. I'm sorry, I walked away 4 minutes is all. You're not allowed to leave when you're guide lording, sending me towards my fucking death. Let me send her in a direction that might end her whole life. All right, anyway, I'll be right back. Fucking Panda. I'm gonna tell people in every chat that I see you in now. I'll be like, don't trust Panda. He abandons you in the middle of guide lording and leaves you to die. Don't do it. Don't do it. He's untrustworthy. Can I send clip links, ink, hat, or will I be... you don't have VIP, unfortunately, so I don't think it'll let you. Unless there is a mod present that can do a... I think it's... Fuck, is it / permit or an exclamation mark permit? I can't remember. Do I have any mods? Hello? Wait, make certain I have the space first. You just save real quick. I ain't trust this shit. I got an itchy leg. Fleas. Scratchies. Okay. It's exclamation mark. Now it's just a matter of whether or not I have a mod present. Yay, my gloves! Yippee! Oh, it fucking scared me. Jesus Christ! It makes the same sound effect as when the prawn suit was collapsing. Don't do that to me! Trauma. Oops, I didn't mean to put my power cell in there. Give me that back. Save again! What? Ugh. Oh! They got a permit. Huh. Wait, you are... Wait, what? Did you... What? What happened there? I'm a big confusion. Wait. Oh, so Xenos posted it for you. Okay. I was like, huh? What happened? I'm so confused. Okay, I see what happened now. Eat some lanthorn fruit. I hate those mouth noises so bad. Oh, it's horrible. Drink the water. Okay, you guys behaving yourselves? Looks like you are. Alright, time to going off. Be right back. Oh, what sort of pizza we're making? I can't eat pizza no more. It upsets my tummy too much. It makes stealthy tummy throw a tantrum. It's so sad. Alright, I need titanium. I need a lithium. Oh, lithium. Right there. Wait, what? Did I not just... Oh, it's lead. Numbnuts. Where's my lithium? Wait, huh? Over here. Where'd my lithium go? Am I blind? Did my lithium wait, no, it must be on the prawn suit. Has to be on the prawn suit, surely. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah. Okay, whoo! I was about to throw a whole tantrum, but it's okay. Wait, I should put that prawn suit back on charge. Hold up. What was on your final pizza? Honestly, it was a garlic cheese pizza. Because I knew I couldn't handle all the other pizzas, so I tried my luck with a garlic cheesy, and no. It was a no. I've had to cut out gluten, strangely enough. Never used to have a gluten intolerance, but apparently now I do with my ulcerative colitis. Why can I tolerate the gluten? No more. It's so sad. I still kind of have like sauces that have gluten in them, just not like bread and pasta. I have to, it's so sad. I found out the other day that my stomach seems to handle spicy nudes, but I have to throw out the noodles that come with it and put rice noodles instead. And then I can eat it, but I'm still only allowed to have it once a month, just in case. Just in case. Alright, time for the battery charger, which means I need 1 more titanium, 2 silver, and 2 copper. I don't have any more titanium, though, sadly. Go get some. My high quality ore in there. Wait, why did my upgrade not auto lock in? I thought it did. And no noodles, only spice. It was still actually pretty yummy. For some reason, the rice noodles made it feel like cheesy almost. I think it's just the texture of the rice noodles. I actually didn't mind it with the rice noodles instead. I used like the flat ones, the pad thai type ones. Quite good actually. I was surprised, and it didn't sit heavy in my stomach afterwards either, which was a nice change. I will admit. I don't mind it. It's just sad that there's no way to just buy the seasoning packets. I wish there was. I would so buy that shit. It would be so fucking mine. You have no idea. I have my hands all over that shit. You wouldn't be able to pull me off it. Yeah. That. Get rid of that. Save again. I've learned my lesson. Need some titanium real quick. I'm gonna go harass some stalker fish real quick. Just for funsies. Hello, stalkerfish. You got any goodies for me? No? You got no metal? The goodie. Diseased fish. You have some metal over here? No? Rip off. Rip off, I say. Is that you? No, you just... Oh, he's got good loot. Hold up. He's got the good loot. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. love collecting scrap. That's why I don't kill them and let them hang out, even though they steal my camera all the time. Like, I just follow them around and I'll find their stash. Very useful stash collectors. They may live for as long as they are useful. Such is the capitalistic society. Huzzah. Oh. Beep. La 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 la. Okay. Ba 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 ba. Now I need copper wire and a wiring kit. Battery charger, please and thank. Right by. No, I can't put it there. Never mind. Bananas. Go collect my battery collection. Oh, hang on, my inventory's a little bit full. I'll drop my titanium first. Drop me titanium! Now get me batteries. So just yoink them all out of here. I'm not going to use this spot anymore. For batteries, at least. Get that. Oh, I can fit the mask. Yoinky spaloinky. Mask can go there. So can the Cyclops module. Empty. Oh, no, not you. Empty batteries go in here. Or full batteries can go in here. I've got a few more empties. I got burp! It's stuck! Ugh.
Was busy with family stuff, but I made it. Woo.
Woo! Welcome back! Dude, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it! Have you been? How's the family stuff been? You know, one day one of my little babies, either Joel or Dave, are gonna have an epileptic fit just because they sit next to this fucking thing. One day I'll come home and they'll be dead. Dead, I tell you. You. Yoink that. I'm gonna put salt in there instead. That. What else am I gonna yoink? Suppose I'll yoink those, and I'll yoink the uranium, and that. Drag it over here. Drop that, and that over here. This stuff goes here. Good to see. Things are organized. Lovely. Lovely. Now back in me fucking prawn suit and not to die this time. Please, thank. That'd be nice. Now, what's my next crafting goal? Up, there goes my charge. Awesome.
Emergency power only.
Fuck the bioreactor, worry about that later. I probably should make, I have to make a computer chip and that's a pain in the ass. Don't want to.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen.
Open the fucking storage! Thank you. That in there. Thank you. And I still have this blood drop with me by accident. Let me just get rid of that real quick. Okay. Not in there. We'll put this in there, I suppose, for now. Go to my little emergency pod to get my med kit. Have anything stuck in storage over here, perchance? No.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Check your storage, stupid. Does this have storage? Did I not upgrade it to have storage? Grades? Oh. I didn't. Oh, for fucking. Okay, I never gave it a storage upgrade. Where's. Hello? Am I blind? Oh, yeah, okay. Oop. Your power's out. Yeah, I figured that one out. I did figure that one out, but I want this. Give me that. Where's my water? Ah, I hope your family stuff's been alright, dude Maximum. Alright, back to prawn suit. Take number... I don't know what number. Get down. Thank you. Get in the prawn suit. Get in the prawn suit. Go blunk. Wait, why is the repair on it only 70%? What are you laughing at, bitch? I think I know why. I think it's because... my power went out, so it didn't get to repair it properly. Let me repair it manually real quick. Nice, nice.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Ah, okay. And there's the dog. No, Flint. Oh, we were watching My Hero Academia. My niece is obsessed with it. What is that up to, by the way? Isn't there a new seasons that have been released? I forgot. Right, back to the west. I haven't really been tracking it. I also know that there's like another adjacent show that was released, like Anarchists or something. La 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 la. Either way, I still want to go west because apparently, what was it, my nickel or the other stuff? Cyanide or whatever that was over this way. Fuck was that over there? Not crazy. There was a flash over there, wasn't there? Oh, okay. It was the ship doing its things. Oh, I did try to explore that one, but I couldn't figure out how to get in it. I remember now. Vigilante! That's right. Yeah, I haven't watched that one either. I don't think I watched the last episodes of the last season of My Hero Academia that was released. And I also haven't watched that one. I kind of started to lose interest in it, to be honest. Nickel is all over, but kyanite is deep. What do you mean nickel is all over? I haven't found a single nickel! What sort of rock is it normally found in? Or is it on its own like lead is? Yeah, I can hear you over there. Leviathan ass. Damn, I'm like 2 seasons behind, right? I struggled through the most recent season that had been dropped, and I don't know, I just couldn't get into it. Ah! No, I wanted that rock. Ow. Fuck you, lionfish. Look, Ruby. And more Ruby. Yoink. La 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 la. Alrighty. Figure out how to get into this one either, if memory serves. West is death. Yes, yes. If I go to that damn cliff thing again. Holy fucking no, Dad! Would have liked to have known that sooner, that's for sure. Okay. Oh, that's titanium. I got excited. I thought it was lithium. Get the mushroom thingies soon. What's that? What is that? Is it just normal rock? Oh, it's silver. I don't want it. Little guys there. Yeah. Another ruby. Have the ruby, please. I don't know how many things rubies are useful for, but I do like to collect. Just in case. Just in case. It's my birthstone! Hi! Glowy bits? Oh, it's a tiny little fishy thing. What the fuck? Piece of... No! Let go! Let go! Let go! God! You piece of shit! You bastard. I'm trying to do shit. Now I lost the thing that I was trying to mine. You fucking asshole. Where is he going? Still screaming at me. I can hear him. Piss off! I'll fight you, bitch! Oh, there he is. Back off! Back off! Back off! Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, fucking order. I'm trying to mine shit. Leave me alone. No, go away wherever you are. You're screaming at me. Nope. No. No. Bad. Hack off. You bastard. Go away. I'm trying to mine here. Is he always chilling by this area? Bollocks. Busy, leave me alone. Jesus. Can't do nothing. More titanium. Because I kind of am in need of some titanium. I'll get some. I'll get some while I'm here. I should probably repair my prawn suit a little bit. Where is he? Snuck up on me last time. I ain't letting it happen again. Alright, let me do a quick repair job. Ah, no! Fucking get out! Repair it! Ow! Alright. Hear him. No, he's there. He's busted. I just want nickel, man. Oh, fuck you for the sound redeem! Who did that? Rumble! Uncalled for. Haven't hit Mushroom Landia yet. Got more titanium. Alright. I'm pretty sure this is Mushroom Land, but I'm saving just in case it's the fucking Cliff of Death. Anyway, I think this is the Cliff of Death, isn't it? That looks like the Cliff of Death. Where's Mushroom Land gone? Did I miss it? It go past? It go wrong way? He just wants to eat your butt. Can you blame him? Yes. He's sick in the head. He needs permission first. Really close by, I can hear him. There he is. Down. Can't reach me in here, bitch. That looks like an awful lot like the cliff of death. I think it is. Wait, what happened to Mushroom Land? How did I miss it?
Be afraid, you should not. I'll take care of you.
Okay, so I missed Mushroom Land somehow. How the fuck did I go past that? Yeah. And the spaghetti boy! Thank you for the... I hope you, like, very uncomfortable banana redeems. Yeah.
Banana.
You know I have a banana for breakfast every day, and every time I see this, it just puts me off bananas. Yeah. Fuck did I miss Mushroom Land?
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
They head north? Maybe I'll head north. That's silver. Oh look, it's a Squidward. The hell is a Squidward doing out here? Squidward, what are you doing? Do you and Leviathan get along? Are you friends? Let me punch you real quick. Punch him in the cooch. Mushrooms. Oh, there is a hole. Where's all this then? What is this? Let's take a look. Oh, it's a little bit toasty in here. We're at 38 degrees. 45. Hey, it's like a bar. Oh, 60, 62. This is alright. This is fine. It's like a balmy summer's day. Yeah, same. Why are you being such a nasty little critter? I don't know. Well, there's a ruby collection here at least. Oh, what is that? I don't think I can collect them, can I? Oh. Oh, it's worth a shot. Oh! Yep, hi! Nice knowing you, bud. Please, I'm just here collecting rubies. Preferably nickel, but I don't know where the fuck to find that. Bango, where the fuck is the nickel? Ah! Went west. Hello. Gold. The kyanite, or whatever it was that I was out here for. I can't remember what it was. Can't fit. But if I get out, I feel like I'm gonna get cooked. Still oh, did I just see his shadow? He's still hanging out. Go away! He's just stalking me, man!
Lizard, lizard, lizard,
Lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard,
lizard, lizard. What's this? What's that? What's that? Fucking silver! I got excited. All for nothing. I like that my camera doesn't really... There's copper. What I want, but I'll take it because I always need more copper. Oh. Warm, how cozy. It's very slightly warm, just a little bit. Little balmy summer's day here in Australia. I get lead. Fuck you. why you lad? He's still hanging around. I can hear him. Just bugger off. Go get a hobby or something. Like this quartz while I'm here. You are in the dunes. There are like 7 reapers here just been chilling. Awesome. Their hangout, bah. I don't know how many quartz or how much space this guy has left. Abby Doylan. Oh, fucked up with that. You keep scaring me. I keep thinking something's getting collapsed. I don't like it. What the heck? What am I stuck on? Get up there. Bro, what am I stuck on? What was that? Invisible! Go! Try again. Upsy daisies. There you go. I believed in you. How many rubies around here? Are these used for... I think I just missed a Squidward attack. Are rubies actually used for a whole lot or what? Because I haven't really seen much recipes that needed rubies yet. Oh, come off it! Get out! Thank you. Jesus. Squidwards has a hate boner for me. Just real quick. He's nearby. Oh, he's just phasing through the fucking sand. What the fuck?
Goodbye, everyone. Remember you all in therapy.
Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, you go that way, buddy. I'm gonna just go this way real quick. I'm gonna just go my own way. Thank you. Wait. Oh, that looks like suspiciously like a cliff. Okay, this is fine. Bye. Banda, you've suddenly clamped up. Where do I find the thing that I was looking for, buddy? Why do you shut up now? These fish. Up, 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 up. Oh. Kyanite, or the nickel, or one or the other. Ooh. That over there. My own shadow scared me. I thought it was Leviathan, but it was my own shadow. Silver, yep.
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, dehydrated. Ooh. I forgot to top up on water before I left. Whoopsies. Whoopsie daisies! Look, mushroom land. I found it! Hello. Just give me a compassal direction from base. That's all I need. North, east, south, west, one or the other, please. La la. Now, I know there's lithium deposits around here, and I did see a Cyclops part last time, so let's see if we can come across that again. I kinda need that last piece. Need the piece. Damn. Need it. Where is it? I know it is here somewhere. Are we here to find it? In this general direction, because I'm pretty certain it was right at the entrance. Ah, this biome. Aha! See, I knew. Knew it was around here somewhere. You know. Okay, so kyanite is much deeper in hog. What about me nickel?
Acquired.
Nickel, 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 nickel. Nickel, 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 nickel. Right, where's those big lithium deposits that were around here before? Ah. Up, 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 up. Ooh. I try to make the Cyclops. Take a look at what Cyclops parts I have. I need and blah 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 blah. What all the blips and blops that needed for the Cyclops? That's the question. Yeah, I need nickel if I want to upgrade my prawn suit to be able to go deeper. And kyanite for heat, but I can't get that yet. Hmm. 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 Oh, so I can finally make the Cyclops? Nice. Very dark now. Can't see shit. Gotta go back to the sea floor. If I'm gonna have any chance of finding a big lithium deposit. Oh, anyone? Any information about nickel? How far have you gotten down? Well, I mean, technically this thing can get me about 900 down, and that's as far down as I can get. I don't know how far down I have gone. Ah, get out of the way. Whenever I went north, there was already too many zappy dudes that were just annoying. That looks like a scannable. What is that? Oh, pretty certain I already have all those fragments. Yep. Oh.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Duck. Let me get up. Oh, oh, over there. Oh, it's salt. Rip off! I don't want no salt. Anyway, we're heading back. Ow. Duck. Okay. Save real quick. Hi! You're in a spot that might have lithium! I know there's lithium around here, but I'm trying to find a deposit so I don't have to pick up individual lithium thingies because it's driving me mad. I know there's deposits around here somewhere. I'll find the little bastards. Mostly nickel that I need, but I don't know where to get nickel. It's just loaded in weird? Okay. Ah! Ta-da! Out. Get. Alright. Get to the outskirts. Better chance of seeing things! Here we go. Now I'm on the outskirt. Hmm. Oh, oh. Nice. Up, 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 up. Hey, stalkerfish. Okay, I'm now out of the lithium zone altogether. Ugh. Do I care enough to go back? Do I? I don't know. If I do. Not like I'm trying to build anything that specifically has lithium needed. Me. Just head back for now. Start work on the Cyclops. I guess. Zone called the Lost River. Do you think I know where the Lost River? Oh shit! Oh, I fell in a hole. Do you think I know where that is? The names of the biomes? You have too much faith in me and my little pea brain. Hey, I'm just a smaller brain, please. Have mercy. Alright, let's get back. They see me floating. They hating. Almost back to base. I'm almost back to base. Good funk. Hey. And how you doing, Captain Chipmunk? How's it going? Alright, let me back. Let me back. I want to go home. Ah! Send the zone map to your DMs to not spoil. Anyhow, it's good to... longer point of areas to walk to, if you will.
Oh, hey there, boyo. Lovely day.
Oh, God. No! The fuck, man? Okay. So. Crash site, that's where I was hanging out, I think. Help. Bulb zone. What did you guys say? Where did I need to go? The something river or something. Find drillable lithium in mushroom tree forest near front of Aurora. Oh, that forest. There was one at the other one, but I died because I fell off a cliff because no one told me about that cliff. There was a zone, something. Zone called Lost River. I'm not seeing any Lost River. I suppose it's not a biome, I guess. You went too far, went into the dead zone. Yeah, whose fault was that? Oh God, what the fuck? SpongeBob has problems. Up.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Head back to the north zone with the zappy dudes and try to head deeper and you should find... Is it before 900 depth? Because I might die. Alright, get my loot while I'm here. So many rubies. Oh, and I ran out of space. Wait, I can still put that cell back though. Yoink. I did not run out of space. Perfect. La 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 la. La la la. Rubies in here. I put my lithium in here as well. Go in there. Alright, why is there a uranium in here? Give me that. Give me the uranium. I gotta organize this shit more again. isn't batteries anymore, so maybe I'll put this as like or 2. Maybe that'll be where I put lead and quartz. You can keep that. Alright. You get to have the fucking salt. I might start throwing some salt out though, because god damn. You get to have quartz. Give me that plant. That. Give me that. Give me that. Give me. Oh, I have no more space left. Quartz. Lead. You get to have this sulfur that I just picked up. La 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 la. Take that gold. Copper in the gold. Good. Sorting shit out, buh. Oh my fucking god, I got more quartz. Holy shit. Okay, maybe I didn't need that quartz after all. Ah, maybe I didn't need it. Well, get the blips and blops, the decoration shit that I'm not using right now. And the tablet, because why not? Plants! I don't have any space for you in there. Fuck! Get to go in there. More quartz. More gold. What was in here? Silver. Okay, a little bit more organization happening. Yippee. Over here. Get the uranium. It is a biome, just a lost one. Yes, the Lost River is higher up. Okay, good. So I'm not gonna die. Nice! I like staying alive. Eat a bunch of fruit. Mouth noises. Fuck this fucking salt. Be her first visit, she's in for a treat. Uh-oh. Why does that concern? Why does that sound concerning? Alright, you can have that. Empty batteries. TikTok! What do you want? Huh? What's your problem? Oh, and that's my hair. Whose hairstyle am I stealing this time? What the fuck? The color didn't change. Bro! Oh. 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 Good enough. Perfect. When you're bald, just grow facial hair. Always works. Works like a treat. 3 batteries for me. You can leave the salt in the machine, but won't it just slowly fill up the slots? Or does it only ever have 2 salt at a time? Right. Warning, green frog. Green fog is painful outside of the prawn suit. Thank you. Or the heads up. So it only ever has 2 water, 2 salt. Wow. Now I know. What are the upgrades gonna do to this prawn suit anyway? You only need the nickel to make that depth module, because that's the main thing I want, to be honest. Increase the depth. Oh, my hair's back. I don't need this no more. I don't need you no more. Alright. So we head north. You said? Towards, was it the northern mushroom forest? I don't know what the fuck that mountain zone is. I don't know if I've even been there. Don't think I've been to the mountain zone, because I do believe their Leviathans were being chilling around there. I kind of ran away with my tail tucked between my legs. You think? Oh, to the north. Yep. Up. One by Aurora, also the Jelly Shrum caves. Head this way. La 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 la. Up, you whatever. Trying to get my bearings again. You sure? Yep. All right, we're heading straight towards. Okay, we are heading the direction I thought I was. Full bananas.
Captain.
Yeah. You. Pretty sure there's some little deposits of I don't remember what around the Aurora. Figured I'd go check them out on my way through. Ow. Right up me crack. This is fine. La 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 la. Oh boy, I do wish this was faster. Oh boy. Ba 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 da ba ba da. Ra da ow. Da da da. Da 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 da. Elmo's World. That's an old echolalia. Holy shit, I've had that for a very long time. I remember singing that in primary school, even though I never liked the fucking song. Ba-da, 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 Elmo's World. Mushrooms. A bit closer than I thought it would be. Alright, I'm in Mushroomlandia. Pretty sure that's a stock sound too. I swear I've heard that fucking everywhere. La la la. Lithium on my way through? That'd be a pretty pog, eh? No, just salt. Fuck your salt. Don't want your salt. Or your vents. Nah. Alright, zappy boys. Beyond. Oh! Hey! Speak the devil. Easy me! Gimme, gimme! Give tacos. Give. Should have brought Dave with me. It's kind of lonely without Dave, to be honest. Are we done yet? I'll do, fuck it. I can't be fluffed. A little bit dark over here. See him over there. Can't see a whole lot. Angry shark boys. Forgot about them. Have I explored this yet? I don't remember. Yeah. like it's not safe to get out of the fucking prawn suit. Too many things trying to eat me as it is. Ah! Noisy. Down. A little bit toasty around this area. Wonder why? Ah! Bees. Static music, gotta love it. La 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 la. Let me hit save. Getting nervous. Music changed. My trust for chat is diminished. Bling, bling. Fuck. You were a mouse! But lucky no catfish in game? Catfish? Get catfish by chat. I'm pretty certain I already rated that. It was one of the quest line ones. What's the pink stuff? Oh, it's plant. Useless plant. Alright, anyway. I think I traveled past this point. I turned around after here. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, back down we go. Yeah, come on. Nice if I knew where the fuck I was! What was that? Ow! What was that? Oh, it's those guys hanging out up top. Okay. Ah, sorry, my bad. Rest in peace. So many fish around here. Hot damn. Alright, I can see a bottom on this. Ah, what the fuck was that? What's that? Copper. Gold. I don't want you gold. I don't want no gold. It looks a bit interesting. Ah! Stop making noises at me!
Local scans show a nearby opening, leading to a biome with extensive fossilized remains.
We are? Okay. Ah! He's off. Breton. Okay. Ah, now what? Where'd he go? Go away. No one likes you. What's this? Can I get? Nani, what? Can I collect this? No, it's just for looks? Alright, cool. Oh, for fuck's sake, go away! He's... Off! God damn it! Oh, that sounded like a Squidward. Fuck ass Squidward! Where's my prawn suit? I forgot what button to use to attack. Wait, what button is attack? Okay, it changed. Where's my prawn suit? There it is. Pain in my ass. Too popular for my own good, honestly. Just find the opening in the pitch black. Yes, I'll do that. I'll do that. Oh, let's see. Funny looking rock. What? Oh, it's you. Oh. Look at that. That a skellyfish? Is he okay? Is that a zappy dude with no zappies turned on? Oh, you quartz. Fuck off. No? Like a zappy boy with no zappies. Fuck you, gold. Am I there? On, how you doing? Kotio, how you going? How have you been? I think this might be the place, right? 20 degrees, it's not hot, but I suspect might be a little bit radiated. Ooh, just a little bit radiated. Thunk. Okay. Alright, my loot goblin self is getting impatient. Where's the nickel? Arrgh! Bastard. Ow! Well, near the river. Green means river. Okay. You walk in the green. In the green, I saunter. Hey. 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 Up. Hey, up. Am I there yet? Am I there yet? Yup. Getting a little bit close to that limit. Oh! What the fuck? Yo, we got a hammerhead Leviathan question mark? Save. Hello! Friendly, surely. Oh yeah, he's definitely he's definitely friendly, right? Oh, you'll find the nickel in the toxic cloud of greens. I mean, I should go back. Check here real quick. Oh, wait, Leviathan. Oh! Okay. Yeah! Praise the Lord! Okay. Thank you so much. Finally! Fucking nickel! Bah! Check something real quick. Ah! Alright, where's my upgrade? No. I'm gonna pin that, and I also pin. I've gone too far down. After a depth upgrade, wasn't I? Oh, my prawn suit. That one. Big plasteel again. I should probably add that to my collection of pinned recipes for my own sanity. Lithium and titanium. Okie dokie. Good thing I was just collecting a bunch of it. Gimme, 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 gimme. Let me sucky. Oh. Add the inventory space. Ooh. Alright. What that? Oh. Line sulfurite. I needed that for something too, if memory serves. Yeah. Give that. Yahoo! Yahoo! About titanium later. Now I got a butt ton of rubies. I got nickel. Oh, get out of here. Up, 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 up. Yeepa! Right to the edge there. Oh, that was close. Getting near end game stuff, is it? Need more story. I need the space alien eye goblin thing to fucking talk to me. Where's the mother? She just asked me what I was and then dipped. Ah! Ooh, I don't think I'm gonna make that uppies. I think I'm gonna have... Yeah, I have to go around. Right. Gotta get out of this area first. Before I can redirect into the right direction. What are you trying to do? Mobile, please. Mobile? I'm trying to get back home at the moment. I got my nickel. I'm happy. I'm getting the fuck out. Do. Goodies hiding around here. A little bit of alpha. Get out of here. More sulfur. Yoink. Oh, I'm full. Oh. Alright, hold up. Get up here. Come on. Get up there, you fat lard. Okay, there we go. Could be fine. Down. Fucking scary! What was with that timing? Straight thought I had done, like I was exploding or something.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, there's a comedic timing. Alright. Where'd my crystal go? Give it. Get out of the way, fish. Here you are. Oh, okay. Huzzah! Oh, fuck out of here. Honk. Kurt! How you doing? Oh, it was you with that perfect timing. Hot damn. Quality time. I thought I was dying. I thought I couldn't get out even near the green shit. All I know was green stuff bad. No one can breathe sulfur. I used to have to live in a town that would spew fucking sulfur everywhere. That stuff is painful. Came out of devil's ass crack. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's you.
Seek fluid intake.
Oops, I'm dehydrated.
Vital signs stabilizing.
What you want go? You want fucking go? Yeah! Bitch. I've passed turds bigger than you. Why is the music all dramatic? Oh, fuck. Kurt, you... And then it stops. Get out and around. Egg. Can I make the jump? I don't think I can, but I'm gonna damn well try. That's a no. Oh. Nice. Parking spot. What? Oh, he's diseased. A fungal infection. Should have got that cleared up. You need some antibiotics, buddy? What, you want to have some too? Huh? 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 Come on, eh? Go! Yeah, I thought. Pussy cunt. Alright, up, up, up. Oh, who's squaring off? Who is it? Ah!
No fucking shot! No! No fucking way! No fucking shot! No fucking way!
Glad he didn't overreact, but that has to have been a gotcha pull, surely. Surely that was a gotcha pull. That gives gotcha pull a fucking meltdown. That gives pull to SSR or something. Huh? What? Alright. That reaction. While I'm here. Alright, whatever, good enough. Alright, home time! So march home for 2,000 miles. Egg roll down. Ooh, crippling. Three geyser. Ah! What the fuck? Oh, okay. 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 Where was I going again? This way. Happy guy, be nice. I am not in the food chain. Don't eat me. All my helpful juice has been used up. I must not be a massive troll for a short period of time. Sorry that I used it all up, all your usefulness. Does this mean you're gonna be useless from now on, or like a nuisance? Oh shit, I'll go backwards. Why am I going backwards? My battery's at 50%. In here, anything good? Ah! Fuck! Jesus! Why did I...
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Thanks for the scam train! Don't know why the jump scare was necessary. Oxygen warning combined with the damn blip 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 and the chew and the whatever. Uppy uppies. Go. I'm on the road again. I can't wait to punch a fish again. Yeah, you want a piece of this? Eat it. Not be a pussy. Alright. Oh. I'll think for the hydrate. I will drink water. Wait. Okay. Question. How far through the game am I? What's this? You end up even needing the Cyclops? I have no idea how far through game am I? I am. Can you be a copper deposit, please? Yeah, it is! Nice! Sometimes I do get what I want. Give. Give the goods. Don't hold back. Give. No, I've got no storage space. Fuck. Alright, alright, alright. Who's getting sacrificed? Yoink, yoink, yoink. 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 Yoink, 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 yoink. There we go. Or! Sucky, sucky! You don't need the Cyclops, but it sure is fun! Big ship. I've got all the upgrade stuff, upgradables as well. When is the kyanite found? By the way, is that back in the opposite direction? Or... I heard it's deeper, but... Where deeper? Northeast, southwest? Have you found the quarantine enforcement platform? I'm guessing that's a base building thingy? Is that a Cyclops thing or a base thing? No? Question mark? A place. That'd... No? Question mark? I don't think so. Not something to build. I quarantine enforcement platform. I don't think so, no. I found a place where they were trying to live here, where they were growing crops and shit. And they had a little underwater base as well. That's about it. And I found the alien zone. That's it. That's about it. Radio is repaired! I burnt my food a bit. I got distracted. You deserved it! Your karma. It's your comeuppance. Fucking be over. Get some messages from the sunbeam. Maybe I'll get them once I unlock a certain item, because I know some messages seem to be don't go in the hole! Seem to be connected to unlocking certain things. Hey, thank you for the attempt at the scam plane. Meow. Oh shit! I didn't mean to go above service. My bad. Surface. That already? Quarantine. 2 streams ago? Quarantine? Quarantine? You talking about the alien space, alien where they shoot down the ship thing? Yeah. Look at my seamoth. I should paint my prawn suit to be garish colors too. I'm gonna make you pink! No one can stop me. The giant gun building and stabby tentacle arm? Okay, I don't know anything about no stabby tentacle arm, but I do know the big gun building. Ah.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Gonna go flat soon. Leap through the flatness. Ooh.
Warning, emergency power only.
Ah.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Yogi. Dump some titanium. I forgot to throw my salt out. Harder to gather items can get their asses over here. Oh, I only got 4 nickel out of that? What the fuck? Rip off. Okay. Whatever, bah. More food. Ow. Ow. My eyes. Turn off. Can I turn it off? How do you turn it off? I wanted to get rid of the damn thing. But it won't let me deconstruct it. How to turn it off? Rare. We've been stabbed by. Jeez. I don't know how to do that. Anyway, if that's story stuff, I suppose I'll spawn in on that soon. Okay. Give. There. Oh, okay. Did get more nickel. I was about to have a hissy fit. Get my copper, get my nickel. I got Biscoff slice! Ah! Okay. Alright, Stealthy, pick one thing to do at a time, numbnuts. Got a bad habit of trying to do it all at once, and then I run out of space for shit. Drop all this off. Plasteel! We'll prioritize the plasteel. I can do that. I have self-control. And throw the copper in there for now. Yes. Get your nose the fuck away from my food. Lists. 4 plasteels. Might not have enough lithium for this. Store lithium elsewhere as well. Try with what we've got for the minute. Like I said, you need to find the lowest point in the gun building. Oh. Okay. This way. This Biscoff is gonna be so good when I stick it in my mouth. Fuck, I'm excited. One at a time, but alas. Skill. Alright, 3 nickel, 2. Three. Oh, there is more lithium. Okay. What was I making next? The depth module for the prawn suit. Prawn suit! And no, I will not do 15 million things at once. I'm bad enough as it is. Nice. Kinda wish it auto, like, equipped it, but... do it myself. Enough. Oh, wow, that's a good upgrade. Damn, from 900 to 1300. Nice. Assemble all the blips and blops I need for the Cyclops. Enameled glass. How do I make that again?
La.
Wrong thing. Ah, that's what I got all the teeth for. I don't have any glass. Oh shit, where did I get glass from again? Do I make glass? Hang on, I think I make glass, don't I? Yes, with quartz. 3. Oh, okay. Well, pretty sure I have at least one enamel glass just fucking sitting somewhere. I think. Maybe. Even if it's not in these lockers, it might be outside. Oh, my titanium is empty. I put a single titanium so it's not so lonely. It's so sad. It's so sad. Where my titanium? 3 plasteel together. I got 1 in there. I ain't got enough titanium to make all the plasteel I need. Got it. I'm a burp. I was gonna say I'm thinking, but I'm burping instead. That is fine. Mouth noises. Don't we love it here? Ah, plenty of batteries. Ah, 4 with me. Yes, sir. Alright. Let me tank, Jet. It's not normally very good when I tink too much, but I'm a tink right now. Here's my depth module so I can turn it off. Don't want it sitting there no more. Hello? Past it? There it is. Okay. Alright, there we go. We have a collection of shit. Right. Last thing I need to remember was it to make glass was just quartz. That's easy. Having a stalker teeth with me too, so I'm gonna just yoink them out now. Where did I dump my quartz? Here it is. Okay. The glass. Glass again. And once more. Damn it, glass. 1, 2, 3. Enamel glass. Yes, yes. Doki 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 doki. Okie dokie 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 dokie. Got all the glass I need. Back, because I don't need that. Stalker teeth back. Da, da, da. Gold. Certain. I think I actually. No, it's the titanium I didn't have enough of. That's right. Need more titanium. Ooh, that's full now. Whoopsies. Who's getting moved? One of the batteries is getting moved. That back in there. What did I leave in the prawn suit? Anything? Anything in the prawn suit? Anyone know how I can turn off the stupid ass goddamn scanning room? I can't disconnect it. It won't let me. That's right, I was gonna make it fucking pretty pink. I name it Shrimpette. Oh, I mean, technically it's got a, fuck it, it's still Shrimpette. I don't care if it's got a female, a masculine voice. Still Shrimpette, fight me. I'm gonna sip my tea real quick. Done real quick so I can get a better angle. Go, now I can see it better. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Base color. Ma'am, where's your color, please? Fucking... Okay, I can't... What? What? Huh? Okay, now it works. It wasn't working for a second there. Right, we require the reddish pink. Best hair. Where is it? Where's the shade that I'm after? I'll fucking find you. Killer. Yo! Look at the pretty girl. To get closer to that shrimp pink. About there. Yeah. There. Beautiful, darling! Huh? I don't even know where the name is located on this thing. But let's make it purple. 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 Interior, darling. Pretty blue, I think. And stripes. She's got stripes. Is her stripes? I ain't seen no. Oh. I was playing with my colors. Don't go flat now. You bastard. You can have red stripes for now because I can't see nothing. Right. Sleep until daytime. How do I leave you turned off? Can you stay this way, please? Oh, yummy.
Restored. All primary systems online.
Where am I? There I am. What? Turnip has returned from breakfast trip. Yummy! Have you managed to piss off all aquatic life? I mean, I punched a few fish in the face. I had a Squidward teleport me out. I saw a hammerhead Leviathan looking thing. Copper? Copper! Copper, copper, copper. What's this goddamn salt out? Dehydrated. Have you finished with your next water bottle? Oh! Yep, that'd be my water bottle. Appreciate it. Hydrate. Well then, I will hydrate with my tea. That counts. Damn, punch a few fish for swimming around you two. No, they were trying to eat me. I'm allowed to fight violent fish. Oh, that feels good. Oh, sorry, you guys had to hear that. Oh, scratching your ear hole is just better than anything. I'm sorry. Do not violence the fish. I'll fucking do it again, cunt. Hey, I can get most. I can make all this stuff before I even go again. For 1, 2. The copper that I need. I have the gold that I need. I think. Other than the titanium,
Captain.
I'm gonna make most of this stuff. Whoop. 3 gold. Silver. Alright. Bar? Alright, microchip. Wiring kit. Advanced wiring kit. Alright, amazing. Oh. Can I? Maybe I'll put the clothing items. Whoops, I need that. Come back, come back, come back. Yoink. That in there. Left to do the other 2 plasteel, which is required to tame that. Is easy enough to get. Let's go harass some fucking stalker fish. Yippee! I'm gonna go harass the locals. Yay! I'm gonna steal their shit. Technically, they stole it from me first, so it's fair game. Where's your loot, buddy? I need it. More than you. Alright, where are they at? Where have they taken my camera? Where is my camera? Did they break it? Yeah? I think they broke my camera, chat. Oh no, there it is. Why do you guys just keep dropping it? It's probably because you're too busy fighting over it. Can I have that, please? That? Can I have that? Thank you. Oh, I just need it for a project. Where'd the other one go? They had another piece. Someone else steal it while I was stealing it from their face? Fuck. Had another piece of metal. Clone, I'm trying to steal your stuff right now. Did I catch a Dave the second that can be my sacrificial lamb that I drag around everywhere? And then leave Dave the first in his little safe zone? Feels like a viable option. Did you just get more metal for me? No, you were just coming to beat me up. Alright. Good on ya. Oh, bloody good on ya, huh? Oh, it's a box. Is there a scannable in the box? Whoop, there he is. Should have made the camera so delicious. It makes me wonder if it's meant to be a case of like, is it kind of like penguins with stones, or are they eating it? Need to know for science reasons. Got 4, 8, and I need another 10. Wait, can I fit another 10? No, I cannot, but I can get kind of close. In spot. Scannable? No scannable. Oh, hello. Scream at me if you don't even have any loot. Oh, oh, oh. Doing twisty twoos? Yes! Fuck it, throw a tantrum all you want. I'm stealing your metal! Whee! I should probably go get another med kit, shouldn't I? Probably.
30 seconds.
Yes, ma'am. They do chew on the metal scrap, that's why their teeth fall off. Yeah, but I thought it was just because they were picking up the metal scrap. Imagine it wouldn't be good on their teeth pegs. Like parrots chew on wood, but they don't eat it. I got stuck. You just had to take the favorite piece of metal. Now find another favorite. Now get the fuck over it, okay? I'm the guest. I should be nice. I shall erase anything that tries to eat the metal panda. He's just a snake. Such a snake. Have you seen the chunky metal panda? He's very snackable. Showing his little squishy cheeks. Yeah, alright. I need some more titanium. Always need more. More. Off we go. Off to rob the locals. I'm sure they won't mind. I'm just a guest. They gotta be nice to me. You are carrying a camera around there. Do you have any other loot, buddy? No loot. Yelling at the wrong one. I'm not the one that stole your loot. This guy's really good at dropping his teeth. Like, he's always got heaps of teeth down here. Ah, I should pick that up in case I need more enameled glass later. Yeah. How much space do I have? Still have space to pick up 2. Whoa, that's a lot of teeth. Damn. Alright. Prolific metal gatherer with no metal. Teeth. No one's allowed to erase my stalkerfish. They're my workhorses. Collect all the shit for me and then I just steal it. I didn't have my light on the whole time. Here, scrap metal, scrap metal, scrap metal. Here, scrap metal, scrap metal, scrap metal. Hey, don't be nasty. Where's your piles, guys? Let me look. Wanna check your piles. What the fuck? Where's the loot gone? Overlooted the fish. Had enough of me. What good stuff? You guys are too busy fighting fish. Have I stolen all their loot? Am I the problem? Ah, I'm never the problem. Alright, I suppose I'll get a little bit closer to the Aurora because I know there's a little dump site over there. Pray that her Leviathan decides to fucking take a snack! You can open your own tooth booth and sell them all! A viable a viable business strategy for sure. Oh, excuse me. Scannable, 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 scannable. I can't see. Scannable! Can't see. Can't see. I'm blind. Hello? Where is it? No, you're here somewhere, fuckhead. See what? There we go. Hey, I'm not a snake oil salesman. What do you take me for? Fuckers around here somewhere. Crash site near here somewhere that had heaps of metal around it and I just never collected it at the time. I left it there on purpose. Where the fuck is it? I see shit in this light. Get motion sick yet with all my camera twisting and turning, because damn, I am. Is it just me or is this disease spreading? I feel like there's a lot more diseased guys than there was before. I fit you in? Damn. What the hell? What was that? What was that music? Hello? Dude is in Struggle Town. Poor fella. Poor little oh, that's my battery. Ah! Here we go. I'm just going to drop, and then drop that empty battery, because I do not need that many batteries. Ugh. No. Okie dokie. I think we're good to start the build of the Cyclops. Kind of bad for him. Look how slow he's. Oh, look how he's swimming. Chat. This guy just keeps. They're literally, their nests are right next to each other. They're just playing past the parcel at this point. Oh, sick! Look at him! Wait, can I scan him now that he's all, like, ooey gooey? Had a struggle trying to scan them before. Hey! Oh! Oh! It's displaying signs of bacterial infection! Bright green blisters are forming networks around the infected infection sites. Pathology suggests a waterborne bacterium capable of penetrating the body through the skin and respiratory system. Underlying indications of genetic mutation and aggressive behavior. The bacterium itself is unlike any so far recorded in human exploration. Be contagious, avoid, do not under any circumstance consume. Well, about that. Apparently I already ate one that was like that. I didn't know. Did you introduce some of them space bacteria to this base? It wasn't me, it was already here. Oh, it was loot right there. Okay, whatever, I guess. Oh, oops. Wasn't expecting that. Not my fault. Very much.
Warning.
I'm asleep while suffocating?
Oxygen
Fine.
production offline.
I find it funny that it lets me sleep with 0 oxygen.
Systems online.
Calm down, Kurt. Calm down. Calm down, Kurt. Gonna break something. Fucking. Oh, my inventory's full. Clint, I can smell your sweaty little feet, my guy. Sweaty little corn chip puppy feet. Alright, that's all the titanium I needed, I think. Ooh, I might be down just one though. Maybe, I don't know.
Your sweaty little feet, you're so cute. Why are you nervous? Why are you sweating, baby boy? Oh, baby. How are your little feet? Your little feet smell like a snack.
I am Asian! You get over it.
Time for your pocket pussy cut.
Anyone that likes the smell of sweaty puppy feet.
Baby. Baby.
Keep getting stuck. Thank you for the water. I appreciate it. I will also eat the fruit. Thank you. Fruit is nice. Nice fruit is good. Alright. A steel. And another one. Oh. I'll pick up enough lithium? I thought I was carrying. Oh. I've got enough lithium. Oh, never mind. He just breathed in my face. You stank. Alright. Okie dokie. I have all me Cyclops blips and blops, chat. That. That's everything, right? Except for the lead. I also have. Drop this titanium first. Up, 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 up. Nice. Lead. Where did I store the lead? There it is. 3 lead. My bad, my bad. Ta-da! Cyclops! Acquirable. Do I? Okay. I heard I had to go back to Squidward Island. So, chat. Chat, are you awake? Ding dong, chat. Ding dong. Are you awake, chat? I don't have a bell here to ding dong at you, but ding dong. Vote 1 if I make the Cyclops first. Vote 2 if I go get stabbed by tentacles first. Get Crowley so excited, man. I think I gotta go back to Alien Island or something. Go check that place out again or something or something. So 1s if I make Cyclops first. 2 if I go back to Alien Planet. Alien Island. 1 Cyclops. 2 aliens and tentacles. I need the purple tablet. Wait, did I get stabbed by a tentacle? When I was already there? I do remember trying to activate something there, and it wouldn't let me because I was infected already. Did I get stabbed when that happened? I can't remember. I don't remember. I don't know. I'll take my purple tablet with me. Yoink. You're coming with me. I will leave. So 2. I got 2 2s. 2 2s is a 2. All my Cyclops blips and blops here. Good. Plenty of water with me. The Fred's swimming by. Ah, water. All right, let's go find out, I guess. I'll take my seamoth this time. He never gets any work. He's always slacking. Oh, what we do to sardines, to the peepers, and overfish them to the point of extinctions. We did that to sardines? Did we? Bruh.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Why is the seamoth so much hotter? 30 degrees Celsius in water would be so fucking uncomfortable, dude. Water being 30 degrees is just diabolical. Alright. To the northeast. You're currently doing that? Oh, I feel like we're doing that with every sea creature, though. Let's be real now. If it's legal, or even if it's illegal to fish, we'll fish the fuck out of it. The big trawlers and stuff. Alright, that stalker fish was having a mental breakdown. Seamoth, seamoth, Alright. Now, I know I said I was gonna bring it with me, but I just remembered something. Leviathan territory around the thing, so maybe I should just leave it here. Kind of scared to just leave my seamoth, but I don't know. I'm also more scared about the fucking Leviathan eating the damn thing. I don't want him to eat it again.
Dying desolating with 11 viewers again. How charming. Welcome to the chaos of Chatterstan's realm. Bow down to the queen or brace for the chaos that follows. Enjoy
Brace
your
for the
stay,
chaos either
but
way.
remember
How
who's
you
truly in
doing,
charge.
Dusty?
Rivet.
How you doing?
How's it going? Wait. I'm gonna do what I used to always do as a kid. Like a compulsory part of drawing a love heart as a kid is you do your little, either your halo or you do the devil horns, and then you do like a swirly wing like that, I think. Ew. You. You. Yay! How's everyone doing? Good, thanks. That's the Darkest Maelstrom. Hungry Carrot. What are you guys up to? I missed the message. A giant world of water, and we can't eat anything. None of it. Alright, back to the game. Swimming. Eat this. I'm sure glad my seamoth has a beacon on it, otherwise I'd be fucked. It's good to see you, Kyoto! What were you guys doing? Oh, there's the island. Alright. Let's get in on this shit. Oh, hello, Squidward! I'm seeing you here in your hometown. Who would have guessed it? Be nice if I can collect some diamonds while I'm here, but I doubt. Wait, can the prawn suit go on land? Yeah. Can it go on land? Could I have, like, brought the prawn suit and just fucking walked up onto the island with it? That'd have been interesting. A tiny little fish hanging out with it. Thanks, and I played Peek. Did you peek? Did you peek? I peeked for the first time the other day. I harassed Katter on her stream. I mean, Nan Lee. Nan Lee? Whatever. Nana! On her stream. And we made it to the peak for the first time. Well, my first time. Popped the peak cherry. So excited. Alright, put your damn thing away. You look weird when you sashay with that in your hands. Or let's say, Mr. McGee. Nice if I could sprint, that's for sure. We always peek! Alright, show off much. Show off much? This place, everything looks so fucking... I remember when I came through here as well, I was missing one of the little cubey things. I didn't think about it. Where the fuck did those cubes go? Oh, I think I know what I did with them, actually. I left them in a little box. Should I have brought them with me? Probably. I'm willing to bet. Place is a fucking maze! My jump button. Huh? That one. Can't interact. I have a suspicion. You coming back for green iron cubes? Well, I don't know. There was something about a quarantine roomy something. I don't know. I do remember this thing saying that it was the whole planet was a current quarantine zone. Hey, can I? I would like to know where that last fucking cube is! I still don't know where it is. Where's the fourth? The fourth certainly isn't with me. Sorry. I'm giving myself some motion sickness here, all the spinning. I was supposed to be able to teleport with this room if I had 4 cubes, but I only had 3. Hanks is so good at the game, but he's also an actual climber. See, I'm a tree climber, so I was out of my my knowledge field. So I climb trees, not rock walls. The real life climbing experience helps a bit. You got that mega grip strength. Do you have Dorito back? Yo, this Gotank's got that Dorito back. The power of the back. Everything looks the fucking same. That's the detonator thingy. La, la, Not that ripped anymore. Oh, sad. It's so sad. Not that ripped as in not that much muscle, or you've just got some pudding over the top, which is also not a downside. I don't count that as a downside.
It's the fucking cube, con. Give me a cube, con. I want a cube. Ooh.
Ow. Beep. Oh. Oh, that thing. Ow. Okay. Ah! Wait, it moved again. Oh, it moves when you approach. Where's the other fucking cube? Is that the cube that I need? Is that the cube that I need? Ah! No? Where's the last cube then? Is it not in the building? Give her the cubes! I remember getting real pissy with this. Because I was under a time constraint at the time because that ship was coming in. And I wanted to witness the explosion. What? Hell yeah. Whip. Hell yeah. Ow. Tender legs. No, some of the cubes don't pop up until you walk close to them. Did I just not walk past the fucking thing? Cube. Not cube. Acknowledge the gun. I've been in that room like 6 bajillion times. Ah! Fuck your cube. You've gotten everything here the first time around. Your next adventure should be going back to the Lost Lake as it brings you to the next step. So back to that Lost River, Lost Lake thingy. Do I need a better depth? I suppose my prawn suit can now go to, was it 1300? 1300 be sufficient? You think? I thought there was meant to be 4 cubes though. Not 3. Yippee! Sounds dehydrated in your quest for... Okay, I'll drink. A little bit of water and then a little bit of tea. You get more cubes down there? Arr. Okay. Why not feed me all cubes straight away? A rip-off. Whatever, I'll just exit the premises, I guess. Sorry, I got excited. I saw cube-shaped green thing. I got very excited. It's a journey! A journey up your a-hole. Like the gerbil from, what was it? South Park. The gerbil. It's not an adventure. Or something like that. I don't actually remember very well. Wow, toxic streamer. He deserves it. He sent me to my death earlier. So, oh, I was just gone for like 4 minutes. Bullshit! You left me to die. You sent me that way and then let me fall off the fucking cliff. Bitches! Ah! Well, that was a waste of time. Not even any black shale, whatever the level up to get some diamonds while I'm here. Big sadness. Big sad. Never gonna forget. No, I'll make certain you remember this for the rest of your life. I want Doom Tree. And again. Maybe twice more. Oh, another one. Yum yum. Thank you. Now where's that cave hole? Oh, he's, oh. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here! Fuck! No! Come back! Oh, this is so hard with a controller! No, he's out of reach. Sod it. Hello, crab. Check if there's any diamond respawn thing happening. I don't think there is. Nope, no respawning of rocks that you have already mined. So sad. Might be able to use this gold, so I'll take that with me. I take the gold. I burn my food if it makes you feel better. It's a slight hint of karma, I suppose. A little bit of justice for me. A little bit. For justice and my 1 hour of playtime lost. Right. And there we go. Oh, sorry, Squidward, my bad. Don't mind me. Pass it through. My bad. I might yoink this on my way through because I'm gonna need more titanium most likely. Build the upgrades that I can't remember. My upgrades require. Alright, where are me Cyclops upgrades? I'm gonna build it soon anyway. Depth modules. Cyclops really need a depth module? Okay, sorry, but... Wait, that's Mark 2. I can't even make that anyway. Wait, I already got the depth module Mark 1, so I will be able to make the Mark 2. Okay, okay. What do we got? Ooh, wait, no, I need that still. Oops, I've run out of space. Slowly drowning. This is fine. Unpinning my blips and blops. Cyclops, Cyclops, Cyclops. Boop. Bridge. Oh. Wait. Did it all just combine? Oh, it does all just combine into one, so that's pointless. Beep, beep, beep. Oops. Hang on, I'm stupid.
Nah.
Docking Bay repair module. Huh. That. Oh, fire suppressant. I don't know how likely I am to catch on fire, but I think I will take that. Yes. Speaking of, I don't forget to save. Don't worry, I've been saving so much now since a certain something happened. An unfortunate occurrence. And stop hovering. Every now and again, you just get that little flash in the distance. Is that just my character hallucinating, or me hallucinating, or is that something actually happening? Maybe a little bit of all of the above. Could be all of the above. I'm just gonna sit. Yeah, you sit over there. Oh, my inventory's full. Can't take it. You're lucky. Can't steal you. Did I just leave my seamoth behind? I fucking left my seamoth behind. Little Red! No! Little Red! I forgot about you. I'm sorry, buddy. I forgot I took him out of here. Yeah, Little Red. My buddy.
Welcome aboard.
There we go. Flint, up, shut you yup. No. Flint! I don't know what the point was for me even taking him out here, because I think he goes about the same speed as me with the jetpack thingy anyway. It's all the same. The hell's your problem? Alright. Going home. Ooh, I'll get another med pack while I'm over here as well. Okie dokie. Do I have space for a med pack? I do. Nothing on the radio. Med kit. Out of here again. Huzzah!
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What's the what does another prawn suit depth upgrade look like? Ah, yes, Xenos. Mouse can cease bully panda for your skill issue. Panda's like, take it like a man or a panda. And green. Gone down. Oh, right. I need the kyanite for that. Right. How deep is the kyanite, chat? How deep is she? Let's think. Ow! Good shit. Hey, dog. What are you doing? Dogging around? Alright. Low on lithium for this.
You tail wagging little pupper dog. Tail wagging.
The aerogel again? Aerogel. Gel sacks and rubies. I don't have any gel sacks left. Do I?
You squeak on? Are you having fun, baby? Yeah, it's a good time. Yeah. Such fun.
You'll get there if you have the upgrade for prawn. I have the Mark 1 upgrade, but you won't be alone. Oh, God. I'm better off bringing my fucking Cyclops, because I got the shit to make the shit.
You're rolling! Oh my God, he's rolling! Good boy!
Sorry, I got excited.
He's so cute when he rolls and he puts his little smell all over his little toy because he likes it. Such a baby.
Don't put your nose on my table. I'm not stupid. I know what you're doing. Rum and a bottle of rum. That's what I was looking for. Alright, quickly make that Cyclops upgrade before I do anything else. Fire upgrade! Ikuyo!
So pink. So pretty.
Or not? And no, wait. I need to make the Cyclops before I can make Cyclops upgrades? Is what I'm getting? Maybe? Ah! Flashbang! Oh, I can make the Mark II on this thing. Oh, I can make this... Wait, what? Make some things here. Right, okay. Duly noted. I gotta stop saying that! Ah! Make it stop! Did I make a repulsion cannon? Do I repulse you, chat? Drink water, Muds! Wow, I sure wish there was a manual. Fruit. I'm full already. What do you want? What do you want? I'm dead. Was that meant to be an indeed, as in I need to make the Cyclops first? Shut up, no one asked you. Wait! Up you yup! Stop it. Whoop your ass, boy. Wait, I have gold or copper on me? Oh, it's gold. I'm stupid. This is fine. I thought I'd picked up copper, but it was gold. I do that an awful lot, don't I? Up. Wire. Oh. Look up, you blind! What? Pay attention! What? How deep can you go? I can go 1,300 with my prawn. Not in game. You said look up. I was just doing what I was told. You can't look at me like that after telling me I just did what I was told. That's not fair. This is what I get for listening to chat, man. What the fuck? Roasted on a fucking pike. Self-esteem can't go any lower anyway. We'll get the kyanite. Oh, okay. Oh, I can go get the kyanite. Right. Left, right. Sorry. ADHD kicked in. Cyclops. You do. Does that mean I need to move my mobile vehicle bay to be able to make it, or can I make it with my stick? I don't think I can make Cyclops with a stick. Perfect. I suspect I might need to move my mobile vehicle bay, yeah? If I try to build the Cyclops over here, I think we're gonna get a little bit damaged, potentially. Also, what did I leave in these things? Nothing. My cubes. And we got some stuff here. We got some lithium. Not bad. Some stalker teeth. Might yoink that lithium to go put in the other box. And the stalker teeth. Yoink! Have a listen to that. You know this. I have a bag of blue kyanite. Ooh, walking around with kyanite. The rest of the stuff gets deeper. It is a good idea to move in a bit deeper water to make the Cyclops. Yes, yeah, I had a feeling. I had a little hunch that it was about to get fucked up if I tried to. How do I move this? Alright, just deconstruct. Hello? How do I move this? Can I move this? Cat. Oh! Yeah! Okay, I found it. I found it! Wasn't letting me do it because I had something in my hands, apparently. Alright. Deep water. I like the deep water. Preferably without rocks that are gonna get jammed up its ass crack. Big, but that big? Was that supposed to be a big, but not that big? I feel like he is a good spot. Yeah, but what the fuck are you doing? close by, but nice and deep. A bit further this way.
Demon _Hellcat
I wanna get close to
392
that
with a
rock
party
thing.
of one? How sad.
What?
Welcome to the chaos, but don't expect much. Bow down to Shadow Synth, or prepare for a dull experience. Enjoy your stay, but remember who's in charge. Rivet.
Just call my stream a dull experience, bruh. I didn't need that hit. Fuck. Anyway. Thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream. I hope you have had a fun stream. What were you guys up to? Oh, I see Grand Theft Auto. I've never played any Grand Theft Auto game, actually. Maybe one day. Maybe when the new one drops or something. Maybe then.
La 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 la.
Alright. Think. That one? Okay. Should be okay here. Be fine in the kelp. You gotta remember how shitty my driving is when it comes to, like, depth. Don't play GTA Online as a low level, especially in public lobbies. I feel like public lobbies of any game are a problem. I get that. Alright. Oh wait, I need to go get my shit so I can actually build it. Numbnuts. Okay. Ew. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. What do we do with swim? Swim. I am just swimming. Swimming. Sorry, I thought I saw something. Look at this! Oh, I didn't realize it has toes like that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
My prawn suit is cute, and I will not take any other argument. I love Shrimpette. She pretty? She pretty lady. My teeth that I have collected here. Doof doof. Drop my lithium as well, because I don't need that this second. And then... yeah, I need... don't need that. That. And the lubricant. Okie dokie. Take the aerogel and the crystal stuff with me as well. I think I have the space. Yep. For my fire thing. Oh, worry about the other shit later. The daylight now? Is that why? Oh yeah, it is daylight. Okay. We build submarines! For Jeep! Where the fuck did I park the damn thing? Oh, there it is. It's a little speck in the distance. I put this way too far away. Haha. I'm gonna have to put this back again. How you doing, Sir Mick? All I can think is soul milk. The milk of souls! How do you milk a soul? Is that like torture? Or you make it really happy?
Be advised, the seamoth is designed to be operated by a three-person crew. Only
She said like 6 things at once!
attempt to pilot this vehicle solo.
What about that? What was that about, a decoy? Decoy thing. Splat. Why was the decoy upgrading me? Where is it? Am I blind? I'm blind. I'm always blind. Ooh. Bridge hole. See? Oh, hi, Sybil. Prawn suit. Oh, hi, Sybil. You're so cute. You sniff my toes, you fucking creep. Oi,
Quacky. Mila! My favorite child. How you doing? Ow, he says. Oh, there we go. Ooh, a shield generator. I don't know how to make it. Fuck you too. Oh no, upgrade ingredient. Great. Amazing. Beautiful. Decoy tube. What's this? Tube. Okay. Anyway. Me. Fucking. Tag that real quick. This should have its own a beacon on it so I can see it. How do I get inside the damn thing? Okay. Down by the butthole. Let me in. Love it! Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Welcome aboard. Hey, yo. Why does it sound like Daft Punk or something? It sounds like you should be in a dubstep music. Yummies. I'm kinda tempted to keep the mobile vehicle bay on the ship. So wherever I am, if I need to make something, I can just do it. Power cells. There's the upgrade center. Do have a engine upgrade for you. Oh look, a fire extinguisher. How the fuck do I get over that side? They're just gonna take a different door. Meow. Wow. Upgrade fabricator! Yes, please! How many upgrades can she handle? Docking bay repair module. I like that. Will I sacrifice my repair tool for it? Maybe. Brought some rubies with me. Yeah, where's your upgrade fucking thing? This? No? Hello? No? That's a dock vehicle thingy? I'm finding my way around, chat! There you go. Hellfires. Power already dropping. Ain't done nothing. Let's... Want the floodlights off, thank you. Oh god, there's so much shit. Oh god. Okay. Wiggers! Put me in next to you, mother!
Hi, baby.
Hey, Mouse, there's always a bigger fish. I'm the biggest fish. I am the best fish. Bestest fishes. Where's Mila? Mila. There you go. Do you mind sitting by my titty? Or do you want to specifically be next to me so there's no contact? What do you want? You can park your bronze suit in the belly of the Cyclops. Best bet that's what I'm gonna be fucking doing. It's useful, but having a repair tool is crucial. Yeah, I might just make another repair tool. I never mind that spot. Why does it feel like that's exactly how you're looking up at me too? Like, I have to manually activate it? What's the point of ya? What's all this shit? Hello? No click nothing? Where's the colors? I'm gonna call it big fish. No, I'm gonna call it big fish. There we go. No, I'm gonna call it big fish. Okay, now I'm happy. Sorry. Had to be done. Got a sneeze stuck in my nostril.
Vital signs stabilizing.
I'm guessing decoy is to just like when there's a Leviathan being a wank, you can like throw a decoy? Question mark? Make it piss off? Squidwards are being pain in the ass? I'm actually kind of scared to try and pilot this fucking thing. Bleh. I'm scared. Oh god, I gotta manually press the buttons to turn the fucking... Ah! Oh. Fuck's that camera?
Rig for silent running.
Sure wish I knew what that did.
Engine powering up.
No, it's blinking at me already. Engine speed, let's go. Yeah, let's go slow. Okay, maybe a little bit faster than that.
Ahead standard.
Pivot, pivot, bitch. Fucking pivot. Oh. Here. To be closer. Get a bit closer and then I'll pivot my ass around. I'll be going in that general direction. I guess I gotta go around the long way, question mark? My assumption.
Engine powering down.
The more you go faster, the more attract attention. Okay. You'd leave the lights off, right? Yeah. Boop. Yeah, I don't like those lights off. Turn that back on. Anyway. Exit. No? Can... Whoop. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's get out of here. Doo-doo. Gonna try and eat it. I can imagine the stalkerfish trying to fucking take it away. They steal all my things. Klepto feed bastards. Look at the little pink legs just hanging out there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What the fuck? Just got the fucking... Thank you! Whoa. Now. You snack. I snack again. Num num. Repair tool? Oh, that's easy to make. Easy peasy. You know, sorry, excuse me. Make a second fuck off repair tool. Singular titanium, a singular sulfur, and I already forgot what the other thing was. It was a third thing. Let's go find out. I have good memory, I swear. Rubber! I've got heaps of that shit. Rubber, 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 rubber. Ooh, rubber, 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 rubber. Metal. Second repair tool. Rubies for the depth module. Cyclops is off because I've already got that built. Upgrade. I need kyanite. Right, that's why I wanted the kyanite. Right. So I can reach the kyanite with what I have currently. Which direction doth my go for kyanite? It goeth for kyanite. Where am I going? Why am I up here? Trying to find the goddamn Cyclops, that's right. Oh, there it is. Unpin. I think I already put the... Oh, no, I didn't. The efficiency module. Grab some rubies, that's right. 3? Lithium. Oh, I don't know if I have the space of this second. Back. Those 2 things and then come back. Nice and close. Ow. Oh, right. I could have gone up a little bit. I'm stupid. Hang on. Back down, back up. It's alright. It's all in the legs, chat. It's all in the legs. Oops, I wasn't paying attention, but I'm sure glad I clicked the right thing. Oh, God. Nice. I don't even need to put the Mark 2 in there, the Mark 1 in there. I need that. Give me that back. Thank you very much. Okay, I need 3 nickel and a plasteel. That. I'm a tinkin. Already done that. Oh, have you made friends with the Leviathans yet? No, but I found the translucent hammerhead Leviathan. I saw it with my own eyes. The other ones kept trying to fuck me up. Okay, that was weird. Not all yet. Oh, there's more? Let's go. Yeesh. Alright, into the station. With their own eyes. I did. Wait. Sometimes I float in really well, and other times I can't seem to get in. Alright. Mark 1. Nickel, plasteel. Do I have a spare plasteel? No, I do not, which means I need titanium. Ooh, I don't think I have enough. I don't think I do. I do not. What that? Oh, box. What that? Not important stuff. What that? Also not important stuff. Anyway. What that do? What that do? Why? Why? Why you do that? Why you do that? How you do that? Doing? Doing? Oh, that's the reason I got a goddamn base. I'm carrying the fucking vehicle bay with me. Begone, Thotus Maximus. Anyway. What was I doing? Ah, that's right. Mortidanium. Memory serves. There's actually quite a bit of titanium in this general direction. Lots of scrap metal to be had, I did see. Whoop, 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 too high up. Watch, I won't be able to find a fucking lick of scrap metal again. Always so much of it all around when I don't want it, or I don't have space, and the minute I want it, I can't find none of it. Or I get like 1 or 2 pieces and that's it. Oh, give me. Thank you. Okay then. Don't fart on my face, please. Yeah, see what I fucking said? Jack shit. Where's me medal? Give it to me. Every time I complain, something pops up. Is this the way that it must be done? Must I put my Karen pants on? Scannables? Oops, scannable. Oh. Wow. Wow. Fuck you then. Oh, well, I'm fish. I'm busy. And hey, Dami! I didn't say hello to you. I'm sorry. I read your message. You did say hello. Dami. Sorry. I'm intensely concentrating, in case you couldn't tell. I'm very, very busy on important things like scrap metal. FYI, so don't interrupt me, okay? Cannibal. Okay. Metal, please. Metal. I don't know what direction I'm going. I'm just moving. Just schmoving. Hoping for the best. I should probably calibrate where the fuck I am. Oh, I just ran out of battery. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Alright, that's where I am. Don't get too close to the butt. They like to eat me. I will sippy my cold tea. Oh, good mouse, friendo. Need to keep them papers focused. Exactly. You get it, man. This is why you're one of my favorites. Oh, I'm in Mushroom Land already? The fuck? Oh. Travel a lot faster with these fins, damn. Oh. Eating some don't you even start with me. I am deleting, blah, blah, blah. I am eating a delicious Biscoff slice, I'll have you know. It is amazing. Fucking gold, I don't want gold. The sun has come out this morning. Bet your bottom dollar that it'll take me 7 months to find what I need. Never mind, I just found a whole bunch of stuff. Yippee! See, I told you, every time I complain, put my Karen pants on, shit pops up. Without failure. Look at this. Look at this tasty. Why am I wriggling all over the place? I don't like that. Why is my body wriggling? I don't like it.
30 seconds.
Oops. My bad. I forgot that I still need to breathe. Slowly. Up we go. I haven't got my bladder on me. Well, it is on me, but it's not in my hand.
Oxygen.
Biscoff! Yeah, my Biscoff. You jealous of my Biscoff? The slices that they make at the little local cafe are like really yummy, but they're not too sweet. A problem I find with a lot of baked goods is they end up way too sweet to the point they actually sting your fucking tongue. But they make the Biscoff slices at the local cafe quite nice. It's like still very sweet, but not that huge sickeningly sweet. I can manage to actually eat it. Normally keep your bladder in your hand. You don't? You even a real gamer? As per usual, I come across a bunch of stuff as I'm heading out because my inventory is pretty well full. Such is my fate, I suppose. Just I can fit this in. That's the end of me. Yep, we're out. Everyone knows piss is stored in the ocean. Why not? It is just a huge puddle of pee. Just add to the collection. It's good. There's pea soup. I'm gonna go get that. Med kit. Thank you. Okie dokie. Now. Got a whole bunch of titanium on me. What? A minute stored in the balls. Ah, yes, the external piss storage. Fuck. My computer's giving off a little bit of heat. I was like, why can I feel warmth on my ankle? From the computer. Sorry. In concentration mode. Fuck. Time to put them where they belong. Seven. 8. Oh. Down. Sit. Get out of the. Get in that corner. Uh-oh. Am I out of nickel? Oh, no, no. Oh, how do I make the arrow? I need. Not that. Oh, not there. I got good aim, don't worry about me. Gel. Fuck, I can't remember. Anyway. Do I have a no, I've got a spare aerogel, I swear. Am I crazy? I could have sworn I had a spare aerogel. Well, I guess I don't. So, fuck me, I guess. I'll make aerogel. Oh, a ruby, right. That. Ooh, that was a tall ask. It's my final ruby. Aerogel. There we go. Alright. I've got the stuff for the decoy. I got the thing for the Mark II depth module. Or Mark III? I can't tell what that is. I think it's a Mark II. I know that's something with age, if you feel warmth on your ankle, but don't think chat needs to find out this way. Hey now. At least I think I know what you're talking about. I'm not wetting myself, I swear. I went to the toilet just a little while ago. I promise. I mean, I can enter through the top, like. I can. No, I can't. Warning! Danger! Low res texts. Caution! Access. Panel. Okay. So it is an access panel. Why the fuck can I get in that way? Bollocks. Bollocks, I say.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Welcome aboard.
Systems online.
I go the correct way this time. Hell yeah. Alright. Oh, fuck's sake. I have to make the Mark II over there. Ow. Whatever. Have the fucking torpedo thingy, whatever it is. Decoy! Okay, well not. What the hell do I make the decoys to then? Upgrade. I now have 2 decoys! I guess. Maybe? 5 decoys! Oh, that's a hell of an upgrade. Sure wish I knew how to make a decoy. Oh, we gotta backtrack again. I hate doing that. Back over this way. Put your thing away, you damn weirdo. I hate the way he just saunters when you hold it. It's like, there you are, my pretty. Nice. Sure would like some shield upgrades, but alas. I should probably save. I haven't done that in a while. There we go. Sorry. Yeah. I don't even know how, man. No, nothing. Nothing, I tell you. Left in the dark. What? I will grab 2. Oh fuck, I've only got 1. Okay. I was gonna grab 2 lithium and leave on the Cyclops to make it easier to find when I need it. But I do not have them. I have one in one of these boxes over here. Is this entertainment, chat? You like watching me do build a base? Ah! Got it. Build a base is fun! I don't know anything either, so it's okay. You aren't alone. We're all in the dark together. We're all fools. My IQ is lukewarm. Yay! Alright, install the upgrades. Oh, this way to install. Rush steps now. What? You telling me my prawn suit can go deeper than the fucking Cyclops? Useless submarine I've ever seen. Deck. Drop off mid-titanium. 5. Save again. Oh. Can't do anything else until I get myself some coinoit. Coinoit? Coinoit? That. Thinking. The winter taught. What's happening? Oh, my battery's going low. Why am I hearing thonking? I don't like it. Oh, there's bubbles. Oh, fuck is happening? Are my lights on? Fuck you. I can't see without the lights on. What? Are these normal power cells or are they like nuclear power cells? Oh lordy. Oh lordy, I'm nervous. I don't like the kathunk-kathunks. That'd be the kelp. Oh. Here me. Okay. Standard payload delivery system adapted. Torpedoes. Can I off Leviathans with a torpedo arm, or does that just help me with the little sharkies?
Vital signs.
It'd be rather nice if I could off a fucking... I've slowly drifted into the kelp. That's probably why it's dink-donkin'. Into the kelp I go! Okay. I know I'm infected, but with what? How bad? I feel like I keep hallucinating here. Nom 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 nom. Alright, anyway, I've been fed. I should have a plant thing in the Cyclops, I feel like would be a good idea. I feel like that'd be really useful within the Cyclops. Water bottle. Can I put a bioreactor inside the Cyclops, or is that not how that works? No. Fuck! There was a dream. I had a dream. Alright, so which direction does one collect oneself some kyanite? Back to the dead, forgotten lake thingy? with big translucent fishy, I suspect. It'd be easy to travel with shrimpette.
A green yummy river of fun! Oh joy! A lost river. I suppose I shall bring shrimpette for this one. I put in my
bladder. I'm kind of too deep now for bladders, so I feel like I'll just my pathfinder there. I've got sippy sippies. I'll just sippy a little bit more before I leave. The plant. Not big enough for it? Damn it. Well, at the very least I could plant some, I'm thinking some lantern fruit and coom trees. Coom good for water, lantern fruit good for munchies. What was that? Or was it? Was the marble melon the better one for food? Or was it the marble melon, wasn't it? Whole reason I grabbed a marble melon, I think. Single marble melon seed up in here. Oh, hum. Go to bed. Ow. Would a storage upgrade do anything to the prawn soup? Is that strictly seamoth? I feel like more storage would be pretty nice. My little adventure. My little soiree. Had a singular lithium left, so... Here we go, buff. Wrong button. Save. You'll be able to plant lantern trees on the sub. Yeah, I was just wondering if the lantern tree or the marble melon were the better food source, was all. Right, let's hope. How does your storage look? Aha! Much better! Let me get my repair gun out real quick. Now, better have a... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, whatever.
Captain.
Good thunk. I wanted... Please don't fart in my face. Go away. Eat. Alright. Good to go. It was... northeast, wasn't it? Okay. That general direction-ish. Oh, I forgot my buttons already.
Let's go!
Better off going this way. Good thunk. Alrighty. Oh, fuck. Good thunk. Sorry, my bad. Made it. We're fine. Shrimpette has got these. My sad little cold tea. Nom 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 nom. Still tastes good though. Oh. Ow. Sorry, snacking. Need sugar? Yummy. Don't go too east stealthy, that's where the things that want to eat you are. Oh, my last piece. Must savor it. It's so yummy. I'm floating, but right, there we go. To the mushroom land. Melon provides better nutrition and water, but you have to replant. Oh. And fruit is usually better for feeding your bioreactor, but it also grows faster and you don't need to replant it either. Oh, I didn't realize you had to manually replant the marble melon. What about the bulbous tree? Is that good to go? Or is that another manual replant situation? Lithium deposit would be nice right about now. Please, thank. Like to collect one on me way through, if you don't mind. No? Oh, that's not. Copper. Nah, fuck it. I'll get it while I'm here. Throw it out later if I don't need it. Priority, kyanite. Now, whatever the fuck I can get my hands on. Always need more copper, you know? You're going rocket stone. I do it the fancy way. I am not using a goddamn pickaxe. Fuck that. Alright, that's enough copper. I don't need any more than that. You guys, like, fuck around with each other elsewhere, please? Hoping for a lithium deposit. What's that? Fuck you, buddy. Ah! Bastard. Quickly check if that's a scan. Bridge. Pretty sure I have everything Cyclops related except for the upgrades. Yep. Back in me ship. Fuck that shit. Ooh. Damn it. I thought it was gonna be diamond. I thought I got lucky. There we go. That's what I wanted. Blit. Blit. Lock him up. Sucky sucky. And downwind is probably a better option. I sure hope this isn't making the local Leviathans angry. Hear a lot of noises going on around there. Come on. Load it up. Oh, there's a little head left. Give me that. Give me that head. Here we go. Alright. Ah! Diamond! Give me my diamond! Thank you. In the wrong direction. To the north. Again! I'm not fucking crazy! There is flashy lights! This time I was looking straight at it. I'm not crazy. The fuck was that? This couldn't possibly have any negative effects on the local environment. It never has. Underwater drilling has never caused any issues. What you have been hearing has been government propaganda to try and gain control over all resources that humans should have naturally be able to purchase from each other. And by purchase, I mean the rich people should be able to control everything. For the small people, of course. Oh, the diamond! Woo! I like diamonds. Alright, I haven't saved a little bit. Let me just do that. They need to be replanted. But provide more food and water compared to marble melon. Though one downside is that bulbo trees take a little longer to mature. I don't care if they take a while. Excuse me, I was probably going to plant 2 lanterns. Hey, yo. And then 2 bulbous was my idea. Was the plan? The plan. Gel sack. Ooh. I feel like I'm heading in the wrong direction this time. Lead. I've got plenty of lead. I should be alright. At least I know that there's like a whole bunch of crap out this way. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. The zappy boys have disappeared. Where the fuck am I? Music's getting dramatic again, and I don't like it when it does that. Flowy bit. Oh, it's a time capsule. Let me out. Wrong button. May you always have warm food and your path be ever clear. Give me anything. Rip off. Oh, wait. Okay. Wait. He gave me a knife and 2 titanium. Thanks, I guess. Oh, shit. I gotta put my thing on charge before I forget. Where's my prawn suit? It's not safe here. Hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna move my camera around, put it on charge before it dies, like it does every fucking time I stream Subnautica and get lost in the ADHD source. Hey! Not to worry, you mouse, but do tentacles alarm you? Maybe a little bit. Seen real tentacles? I live in fucking Australia. Anything with tentacles is liable to try and fucking kill you. So maybe I have a slight disgust and fear for tentacles. Potentially. A little bit. Maybe just a little. Hi, everybody! Hi, McNutty! Collected this. Going south again. I don't want to go that way. Wait, isn't that wedding music? You want some lore, chat? I've never been to a wedding, and I've never been in a church. And I've only ever been to 1 funeral. Oh. And I don't even know whose funeral it was. Ruby! Oh, Flint, no one asked you, buddy. No, still didn't ask. Suspicious cave. This is fine. This is fine. Definitely where I'm supposed to be. Heading southeast. Completely the opposite fucking direction of where I'm supposed to be going. Flint! Lost forever in the abyssal cave or whatever the fuck this is. Okay. I've got the lovely sexy direction. Tweedledee. Here I am, definitely not lost. I take slow. Where's my ruby? Fuck it. Whatever, bro. I'll find the exit. I will find the exit. Don't you worry about it, chap. I know exactly what I'm doing. Definitely not getting stuck on seaweed. Do you know how little that narrows it down to how much can kill you with tentacles in Aussie land? It's like literally, it's just a little bit of everything, bud. Just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of everything that you're gonna see that has a tentacle. Oops. Am I out of the cave? I don't think I am. I'm pretty certain I can see a roof. Still in the cave! Ah! I decided to stop. Stop what? What have you been doing, you little fuckhead? You little fucker. Why, yeah, man, I think I just did a loop-de-loop, chat. I think I did a loop. It's the fucking exit, chat. Yeah, that was a loop, wasn't it? That was a fucking loop. Let me out! That just takes me back to the same geyser. I just want out of the cave. This is what I get for letting my curiosity take me. Fuck. Fuck. No! False hopes and promises. Defeated by a gem. Am I? Seriously, I'm a fucking... I can't stop. Where the fuck? Ah! Shut up, whatever that noise was. Laughing at me. Are we avoiding advice and spoilers? Just to be sure, we are avoiding spoilers. And chat has chosen to avoid advice most of the time. Because they're buttholes. And they're mean. Let me out of this fucking cave. I got no sense of direction for this shit. Ah! I'm just on a loop again. Let me out. Release me from this hellscape! Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Chat, I'm still out! What was that? You kidding me? It was the little bitey fish. I hate you. So annoying. This is how Anne's mouse just eternally stuck in circles. Help finding the yummy blue coyonite, but no storyline revelations, yes. Tell me how to get item, not story spoilers. Please tell me how to get items when I ask. Please. A lot of people in chat are just like, but that's spoilers, and then I cry. And I cry. Let me I feel like I need a propulsion cannon. Would propulsion cannon allow me to get in there? Or no? What that?
Please observe safety.
Okay. Oi, nutrients block, let's go.
Seek fluid intake.
Hydrated. Just sippy. I don't know how this works. Drinking water while underwater.
Stabilizing.
Up. Ooh, dynamo. Thermal reactor module.
Acquired.
Thank you. Oh. Don't suffocate while you're looking around stealthy, please. Thank. Door? Can open? Not open door. Bed! Oh, scannables. What is it? A chic plant pot. Nice. Wilted! I think I already have that. That's just gonna give me titanium, isn't it? No, it is new. Fancy bed as opposed to my not fancy bed. I already have that. I swear I already have the basic one. Oh, apparently not. I don't have nothing, apparently. Delusional, apparently. I'm so turned around. I don't like this. Oh my god, vertigo, go brr. Alright, let's get out of here. Mouse is back, I'm back! Coincidentally, that signal crashes out, but when we get back out, you found your freedom! I'm fucking out. Suck my dick. That cannon work? I don't think my normal cannon works unless... Oh, hang on, I need oxygen. Hang on, prioritize breathing first. Hold up, I'll be back. I need to breathe. Real quick, a little bit of breath. You manipulate things. In addition, it being a first-rate fish cannon. I mean, I got the propulsion cannon, but is the repulsion cannon better? Is my question. Find out. Repulsion, but I could upgrade to propulsion. Which better? Get in that door? Oh? Oh, wait, there's another box. Ah, for fuck's sake. Add a battery. Nutrients. Okay. Where do be that thing that I saw? Oh, hello. Fuck. Prawn suit propulsion arm fragment? Did that just fucking spawn in or was I blind? Eh? Like another piece of it. Why can't I scan it? It literally looks like another piece of the thing. Why can't I scan it? Get in the hole. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Stealthy's excited. Ooh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, fuck, I'm blind. What? Ooh, watch me drown, chat. Hang on. Hang on a minute. This is dangerous. I thought it was just used to yeet creatures. It's like sci-fi yeet slingshot. I know what it is, but he's strong. Oh, give me that. Sorry, very excited. There's fish in here. Alright. What's in here? I can't see shit.
Alira the Kitsune rating with 11 viewers. How delightful. Welcome to the chaotic realm of Shadow Sand.
Thank you so much for the raid!
Or face the chaos
well, useful.
that awaits
Depends on your needs at the time.
Enjoy your time, but remember to rules this domain. Ribbit.
Just blind, they say. Just blind. Appreciate it. Appreciate a lot. Yep. That's right. This is on par with Chatho-san saying, go to this biome. Meanwhile, there's no maps with biome names in this fucking game. Like, Canine is a relatively deep resource, if I recall. You should find it naturally just exploring the deeper areas you can reach without it. Oh, with it. Okay. I just got go deep. Alera! How was stream? What were you guys doing? Minecraft. Ooh, what was you doing? I think this is just gonna give me scraps now. Scrap metal at this point. Any other loot in here? There's a whole lot of propulsion arms. Goddamn.
1, 2, 3, baby, you and me, and your 80 degrees, and the fall in between.
Oh. What's... Oh, that's just a prawn suit fragment. Oh, I'm so turned around. I'm getting nauseous. Ah, vertigo. Ah, I hate this anti-gravity bullshit. Goes through that door? No, I cannot. Anything in the lockers? Doesn't look like it. Oh, wait. Is that a... No, it's not. It's a door. I thought it was a data terminal for a second there and I couldn't get to it. Hate it when there's doors that look like they should work, but they don't. Alright, I gotta get out of here before I fucking drown. They're all just the same arm, right? Yeah, okay. I'll stop scanning. I don't need all the titanium. The fuck out of here. Hey,
30 seconds.
I know I got 30 seconds! Oh, where's the fucking exit? Not that way. Ooh, where's the exit? I'm blind. Where did I cut the hole? Where did I cut the hole?
Oxygen.
I know! Wait a minute. Got a cheat code. Wrong button! Yeah! I used the wrong button! Fuck you, I'm going back to the menu. I'm a filthy save scum and I'm proud of it! Fuck this shit! Fuck you! I pushed the wrong button, man. I was meant to press the button to breathe, not the button to ascend. That short that I posted of you did rather good. At least my channel was nice.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
And thank you for posting clips. I'm sorry if you've sent me. I did see that you DM'd me. I have been ignoring DMs in general the last couple of days because I needed to focus on work. Fuck you. Don't need anything else in this room. Everything else was junk except for the box. The boxes. Propulsion, prawn suit. Propulsion. Now are there boxes? The Leviathan waiting for me outside. I'm turned around. Watch me still not be able to find the exit in time. Watch me. Yup. Fucking blind. Alright, where am I? No, not where. That's the hole that I fucking cut. It should be pretty much glowing. Ah! There it is. Okay, I found it. Let me out! Found it! Anyway! Nothing happened. No save scum, no nothing. I'm on an RP server. Big event today. Very fun. How is Subnautica? Subnautica is going great! Oh, and thank you for the the lurk. Feel free to go take care of yourself. I know streaming can be exhausting, especially with a chat like this. Your fault I drowned. Right, now I was gonna see if I could push the shit out of the way so I could go down far, but I don't think I can. Gonna try. Yep. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me because that beam is in the way. Oh, wait a minute. The fucking crate came back. Peace off with ya. Can I? Boah. It's a lie. It's a filthy fucking lie. I could totally fit down that, but it won't let me. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Ow. No, not you. Not you, door. Go away. Don't think I can move beams with this. No, I can't. Alright, anyway, back out I go. Leviathan's slowly getting closer. I don't like it. Repair on this. Charge is at 71%. Oppa! We should be fine. Should be fine! Seek fluid intake. Yes, sir. A valiant effort! Not sure if it'll lift the whole wreck to the surface, though. Worth a shot. So much shit here, though. Is there another entry point? Are there 2 loot locations? Find out. Enter through that door. Loot, 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 loot. I feel like that's probably where I went anyway, so that's... Maybe I did explore the whole thing, because I had to go through that little tunnel. Wait, those Leviathan noises sure are making me nervous! Hoi hoi! Oh look, box! Oh, it's just a water. Dewey. Alright. Prawn suit? Oh, another box! My birthday. And another water. Alright. You. No, not the storage. No, not the upgrades! Fuck, just let me in! Jesus Christ. Low claps. Hey! And I appreciate the sarcasm. Now, not south stealthy, north. North, 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 north. Stop going back the way you came! Ow! I feel like this is not... Yes. No, friend. Not where I intended to be, chat. Oh, look! Magnetite. Definitely not where I'm supposed to be. Ow, ow. Ow, ow. Ow. Been slowly getting closer, I just know he has. Oi, 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 oi. Hey, 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 hey. Fuck you. Peace off. Punch you. No. 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 Bad. You go eat fish or something. Oh, fuck. There's a goddamn Squidward here, too. Shit. I'm getting too timed. I don't want to be spit roasted, please. No. Don't let it be this way. Let me up. Oh, no, he's right behind me. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, this is not where I wanted to be. Not where I wanted to be at all. I think I'm in that region that said mountains on the map. Only gold. Hoping for diamond. Lithium. Leviathans. Tommy, get a fuck! I'm trying to live here. I would like to stay alive. I don't know where I am. I wish I had a map. Bruh. He just fucking spawned in. Nope. Bad. 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 Fuck off. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Fucking let me go. And where has he dragged me? Yeah, I'm not edible. Suck a dick. Where'd you go? Something else just tried to eat me. Hanging around, but I just I wanna get out so I can repair, but if I don't die, we just save real quick. Got my repair stick. I don't have my fucking repair stick on me! Petal. He comes and eats my prawn suit while I'm repairing it. I'm gonna have a meltdown. Oh, easy neighbors! Titan. Oh god, I don't want to know what that is. Mouse being in dangerous waters! I see that mouse is past the feeling of limitless power the prawn suit is supposed to give. Never had it. I just punch things in face and hope for the best. South. North. Watch me walk off a fucking cliff again. Wait, I just recharged, so let me save. That looks like a cliff. Alright, I got something in my eye. Ow, ow, ow. I think I got a dog hair in my eye. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ah, the dog hair in my eye. Yeah, it's your fault. Oh. I think I'm okay. You have the repair? Of course I do. Expect me to leave base without it? I don't have a death wish. This looks strangely cliff-shaped. Let's find out. Oh yeah, that's a cliff. Oh yeah, that's a cliff. Back up. I don't want to go down there. Not glowing enough for me. There's no light down there, dog. I don't want a dog done. I don't know. We got up. We got up. Why can't I go up? Is there a fucking... Not letting me go up. I can't tell if there's anything over my head because the damn light of the prawn ship. The top. Ah, fucking Squidward. We're gone, Thut! No one likes Squidwards. Have thou accidentally gone to the end of the map again? Missed a whole fucking biome again? Probably. Honestly, probably. Uh-oh. That way. I go that way. There's fishies around this area, so maybe I can go down. Maybe? You're a bit munted, aren't you, buddy? Not as barren in this area, so maybe I can go down. The fucking diamond! What are you doing? You're gonna lose the diamond! You useless sod! Fuck, I didn't want the diamond anyway. I didn't want it anyway. Surely would love to know where I am. Surely don't laugh. This is... Uh-oh. Wait, there's shiny. There's glowies. There's a ledge. Whoosh. Okay. Found a ledge. We go. Fuck it. We ball. Off the next ledge. Away, fishies. Uh-oh.
Warning, entering ecological dead zone.
Now you tell me, but...
Seek fluid intake.
It's like, oh, by the way, you're at the edge of the map after I've fallen down the fucking map. Why did she tell me now? We're at the dead zone again. How? I don't know. I missed a whole fucking biome, apparently. I'm really good at doing that. Missing whole biomes. Bollocks.
Passing 100 meters.
Welcome aboard,
Oxygen
Captain.
efficiency decreased.
Hello, Mousy. How are you? I'm alive. About as much as I could give you.
Decreased.
I want to head south. General. Southwest. Get the fuck away from the edge of the planet! Ah! Okay. Ooh. Wait, I saw black rock. Diamond? Diamond? Again, diamond? Oh, diamond! I'd love to stop falling to my death. Would love it. That. The uppies. I make the uppies? Not entirely?
Fluid intake.
Shut up! Think your fluid intake, lady. Oh, no, stay there. And uppies again! Shut up! I didn't realize my tummy actually growls in the game. Oh, I'm not gonna make the uppies. I don't know where I am. Bonk. What? Oh, I thought it was a crab.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Ah, for fuck's sake! How do I get out of this predicament? Uppies. Motherfucking uppies. Oh, wait. How the fuck did I fall off the edge of the map so close to the space thingy? Does this mean I'm right by the island? That explains why I was getting all the goddamn diamonds. I didn't realize that was right near the edge of the map. How the fuck did that happen? Whatever. Alright, let's try to figure out what do where go this way, I'm pretty sure. Ah! Got possessed by a seagull a while back. Mouse is just fast as fuck, boy! I'm fast as fuck, boy! I should be right by the island. Right near the surface. Reserves are gonna go this way a wee little bit. There's a Squidward. Please don't spawn me out of my suit. I will have a fucking meltdown. I fall down. No. Trying to get back to the Zappy land. Leave me alone, Squidward! Dunk. Okay. I not run magically to the edge of the map again. Please thank. Yeah. I casually just sidestepped the whole ass biome. Or like, I've done this twice already this stream. I don't know how I'm doing it. Apparently, I'm just built like that. What is it? A bit toasty around here. I don't know if I'm gonna get cooked or not. Let's see, uranium deposit. I mean, uranite. Ah! Fucking Jesus Christ! That was slightly terrifying. Can I kill it? Yeah, it's dead. That was fucking terrifying, bro! Don't do that again! What the hell? Bit toasty. I just want to get back to a familiar biome. Where's Zappy Land? Fox! Oh shit, there's a whole bunch of them. Buckle, buckle. Begone, thought. I'm busy! Piss off! Trying to eat me! I'm gonna kill you all in a minute. Fuck it. Oh my god! What? Go on, try me. I know you want to. Fuck you. He's just spinning. Look at him spat. Oh. Why is this so annoying? Buckle. Make this jump. I don't think I... Oh, but there's a ledge. I take the ledge. I feel like I'm near the fucking edge of the map again. Lyoko Oranges? Lyoko Origins, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get the comfy. That looks awfully like a cliff to me. I don't. Bit blue though, so maybe it's not. Maybe I'm safe to fall down. Safe to fall down, okay. Where the fuck is the fucking... Ah! You guys just go away. Very annoying. Silver. Box! It's always a good sign when there's boxes. What's all this then? That looks like a propulsion cannon. Don't need you. Hey, Mouse. Hello. Tim, how you doing? Probably edit for portrait so I can post it in Reels. Also, you can view the VOD right now by just going to the past broadcast tab. Yeah, if you go into the videos and go past broadcast, you can ow! View the current VOD. Fucking pieces. Yeah. Come here. Yeah, that's what you get. Death. How am I still heading north? Where the fucking what? Be out of here! Is it not where I want to be? Not where I want to be. I don't want to go north or east. How have I managed to start going east again when I was fucking heading south? What has happened? No! I looped around the goddamn island. What are the chances? Next level confused. I am so fucking confused. Where the fuck am I and where am I going? La 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 la. Ah, sense a direction. Who? Never heard of her. La 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 la. Do 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 do. I don't know how I managed to do this. I'm so many different levels of fucking lost. What the fuck? Remind me is so stealthy. Even Naruto couldn't believe it. Yeah, but we can't exactly call Naruto stealthy. Oh, come on now. They might be called ninjas, but they're not. They're just not. They're just not ninjas. Heading towards the fucking east again. What is happening? Oh, I'm so confused! Fuck off! Oh shit, I'm at 40%. Get these guys to piss off long enough that I can jump out and heal.
La la la.
Oh, fuck off. Piss off. Fucking goddamn it, there's so many of them! Go away! Bloody Jesus! Ay, ay, ay! Oh, fuck off! Christ. Oh my god! Who wants to die next? I'll put all you fuckers belly up! You're next! Come here! 4 hits! I got 3! Did they despawn? Are you kidding me? Are they like playing dead? I am so confused. So they're floating to the surface. Fuck me drunk! Wow, the local riffraff are aggressive! Fuck me drunken, Jesus and Christ! Bold to assume, mouse. I literally don't know where the fuck I am anymore. All I know is there's too many shark baits and they're driving me insane and I somehow keep going around where my base is. The wall is forever in the way and I can never get a straight line to base because I just end up fucking, I don't know where. I'm gonna run out of battery before I get home. And I'm gonna try again. How you doing, Chaotic Creator? Save me. Fuck off, Sharkbait. I hate you. I didn't make the jump. I could just get up this goddamn thing. Feel like I'd be able to make it straight. Instead, you know? Southeast? Which I feel like I'd get way too close to the zone, the dead zone out that way, or I go the northwest. I feel like northwest maybe at this point. Fuck it, we're doing northwest. Oh my fuck me. Hate you all. Burning passion. How you doing, Chaotic Creator? Hope you're having a good day. 'Cause I'm certainly not. I ain't getting nowhere fast. Oh, I was hoping I could stand on that. Alas, I cannot. Egg. All this just for some kyanite. Oh my fuck me. I'm gonna murder you, and I'm gonna murder your mother, and I'm gonna find your fucking grandparents, and I'm gonna find your children. Not even that deep. Why is there a huge cliff? Whatever. I'll find something eventually going this way, surely. Like I've been here before. I feel like I've just somehow looped around, but I don't know how I've looped around because I haven't got Ah! Wait. Uppies, please. The surface, please. Ay, 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 ay. What's the worst that could happen going northwest, right? What could possibly go wrong? Now where the fuck am I? What is that? Where in the
Stealthy
nine-body
Mouse should
Jesus
reconsider
am
her
I?
choices, but let's be real, she probably fired the navigator for a reason. Maybe she needs someone to guide her through her endless failures. But honestly, can she even keep a navigator? Ribbit.
What the fuck's that supposed to mean? What do you mean, can I keep a navigator? You telling me if I can keep a relationship or what? Oh, we're in the Bloodlands. So, alright, that's it. I'm consulting the map that I got sent. Where the fuck did I end up? Where am I? How the fuck did I end up down? What? What? Huh? Huh? How in the nine Jesus? How many? Wait, what? I'm so confused. How did I end up over here? How the fuck did I go around that many? What? Huh? Nani? How did I go around that many things? Where's my fucking drawing doc? I was fucking aiming for here, right? Around this area, right? I headed from crash site, I went that way, right? And how the fuck did I go around all that and end up here? I don't understand! How? I was constantly going that way! What the fuck? How did I skip that much? I saw the mushroom forest, was like, alright, cool, yep. Keep going straight, I'll hit the little green area that I gotta go to, right? Keep going straight, I don't know, somehow I fucking, like, I went out of here and then I just, like, went around this fucker and then I got stuck on a wall. I don't know if it's this wall or if there's a wall further in or what, and then I ended up just going fucking... Huh? What? How? I fucking... Whatever, bro. How? None of it makes any sense. Map do be mapping though. Meanwhile, the whole time I'm being eaten alive by fucking shark baits. I understand. Sure, I would like to know. That'd be nice. I mean, we watched you circle the rim counterclockwise. How did I even? I go. The first alien island is on the bottom left corner of the mountains, and from there, you went west. The first alien island is Doko? Well, we're trying with the big brain shit. Bottom left corner of the mountains. So, like, here? Define bottom left. Because I hit Mushroom Forest. Like, crash site? Mushroom Forest. Like, skimmed the bulb zone for half a second. So did I like brrr, and then brrr, or something? Fuck. What? I didn't re-hit the kelp forest, so... Here-ish. And here somewhere. Crash site. mushroom forest for like half a second. Left it. How the fuck did I hit? Did I like yo or something? I don't know. Give up my life. Right. Why? I never walk into the bush in Australia. I'd end up whatever. Not important. It's not important. Point is, we made the friends we made along the way, right, chat? I have no idea. And then I love that my robot tells me after I've already fallen like 12,000 fucking miles deep. She's like, "You're entering a dead zone." Like, no shit! What? Now you tell me! Like, damn, girl, you could have said something sooner! If it was Dune, she'd be at the other blood kelp zone, but now I'm in Floaty Island kelp zone. I don't even know where I want to go from here at this point. I'm so turned around, I just want to go home and take a nap. Oh no, I'm so late to this. It's alright, just in time to watch the fucking crash out, dude. I skipped like 4 biomes, Shmaya. We don't even know how. I found the edge of the map somehow by accident. I think it was the edge of the map. And then I was like, I gotta get back. I gotta get back. And then I just kept, I could go around and around and around and around. And save you, buddy. My battery's low on this thing. It's at 28%. Good thing I have another power cell on me, but still. Fuck off, Squidward. No one likes you. Play your trumpet shit, trombone, whatever it is. Alright, so just go down. I'm in. You watch me just walk straight off the edge of the map again. You watch me. You watch me. If anyone can do it, it's me. Fucking me. I don't even know where home is, even with the photos? I do know where home is. I'm not heading home at the second. I'm once again trying... Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck? Hang on! What the fuck? What? Let me just get out of here, Will. Alright, how many times am I gonna have to interact with that thing? I didn't panic. Ew, 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 gross. Got long legs and it squeaks. I don't like it. Go away. Oh. Please don't fall off the edge of the map whilst not paying attention.
It's typical for Stealthy Mouse to stumble blindly through biomes. Her navigation skills are non-existent, just like her common sense. Maybe she should invest in the mapware guy, but who am I kidding? She'd probably still mess it up. Ribbit.
Got you, yup. I'm trying here. Die, crap. Oh, my inventory's full. What? Oh god, I don't want to have to climb out while I'm in here. I'm gonna get eaten. Oh, fuck. Look, green stuff. B. He's making that noise. What is making? I don't. Oh, it's a diseased crab. Dummy. What is making that noise? What's that thing? Really did climb out, but I don't want to. Don't want to, chat. I don't want to climb out. But I need to, or I'm gonna fucking run out of battery. He's got no face, chat. Who skinned him? I found the river, but at what cost? Oh, no, don't come this way. No. Yeah, you go eat those guys.
Got no faces? What the fuck?
I don't like that. I don't like that. Green fog cloud equals death! Yes, but can I just climb out standing here, or will that also equal death? Let's find out. I need to fuck with my batteries. Mess my inventory up. Alright. I have to do it. I have no choice. Story. Simon. Okay. High Night. High Night was the only reason I came all the way out here. I'm not even deep enough for that. Arr! Climb out, don't be a coward. You're the coward. Can you dig up my old dusty squirrel jet the bums? What, did she squeak? Did she not squeak? I'd like to feast my eyes on them one last time. Shakes like an old man. Like, get your fuzz butt out of here. Fuzzy ass. Oh, hello. Not sitting on anyone? No, okay, you're fine. She did? She squeaked? Or I was too busy screaming myself. Okay. Where's the down? Because this looks an awful lot like there's no down. It will make weird noises. I keep heading towards my little island beacon. I shouldn't fall off the face of the planet again. Yes, music. The cost was your sanity. I'm still not even where I want to be. This Trees look suspiciously like Elder Ring boss, but you friendly? Okay. You're friendly to robot. Not? What are you doing? I am not a pet. Stop petting me. As long as I'm not edible, they will be friendly, I would assume. Where's the down? Where's the out? I'm in a cave again, chat. I'm in another cave. I'm having flashbacks. I'm having flashbacks, chat. I'm in a fucking cave, chat. This is not okay, chat. Did you not? No, I didn't bring Sally the fucking submarine. Hello. Whistle at me like that. If I can't go down any further, then I have to get out of the stupid cave. So I need kyanite, not the green fucking slop. Nah. What did you name your sub and other things? So my prawn suit is called Shrimpette. I think my seamoth is called Big Fish. And then my submarine is called Big Fish. Oh, you done fucked up. Yeah. Oh, you gotta go way more down. I know. Why was I led here? Not what I want. I want to go fucking down. I want to go down. But I'm in a cave. I'm in a motherfucking cave, and there is no more down inside this cave as far as I can tell. I'm at the bottom of the cave. There is no more down. Ah! Dave's coming. Where's it? It's scary in here. There's Leviathan hanging around. People are dink-donking at me. Lost. Hungry. Thirsty. Get the battery charge to get out of here. I have another power cell. I got one power cell. I don't actually know how many power cells this thing takes. It normally takes 2. So I got 50% battery on top of the 19% currently left in here. I'm just gonna follow the river way, waterway, whatever the fuck. Hope it leads me the hell out of here. Alien noises. If I die here, y'all are coming with me. I'll take this ruby because... The god Leviathan thought. No one likes you. Died. No, 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 no. Can't get me here. Oh, fine! So needy. Whether or not I fucking dehydrate before I get out of here. Baby ghost? That's bigger ones. No, go away! A cool hammerhead face and all, but I want to get out of this place. Please, thank. Punch. Watch him try again. Is he coming back? Is he coming back? Is he coming back? Is it definitely a... Fuck off! Gonna leave me long enough to get out of this space? Maybe. Music can stop being dramatic, please! It's making me uncomfortable! There's definitely a way more down. Well, I couldn't find any down, and I did a full loopy-loop. I did a loopy-loop. That looks man-made to me. Oh. Ooh, what the fuck? Yeah. This is not for you! Piss off! What is this? My fat ass prawn suit gonna make it, or am I gonna... I should... Hang on, let me save right at the entrance in case my prawn suit gets stuck. Just save right here. I can do my batteries safely in here? Hot damn. Looks like a dead end, but when you approach it, you see a drop on the edge. Oh. Well, I'm now inside whatever the hell this is. I suppose I should leave. Careful where I get out because of the fucking toxic gas. Uh-oh. Just not jump. Oh, that's me! Ow. Oh, it pops a squat on land. That's kind of cute. Okay, duly noted. Prawn suit can't jump. Do I have to... Hang on. Have to get that prawn suit out, otherwise I'm fucked. So... Just... Okay, good. You can get parked here. Stay there. I'll be back. Wait, I got too much inventory on me. Hang on. Is your... Carry this with me for now. You can have it. Alright. Exploration time! Yay! This looks like it needs my cubes. I have exactly 3 of instead of 4. Wow. Sure wish I had a beacon so that I could mark this spot and find it later. Oh well. What a shame. Sure wish I knew where I was on the map. Alright, that's right. I don't have a map. Why is he standing again? It makes me uncomfortable. Have a good sleep, McNutty! I appreciate you hanging out. There's a map? If you yoink it off of the internet, technically yes. Ruby. We're in the 9 fucks. You say that there's a cliff somewhere. Did I just make the tree? Oh, it's you. I made the tree angry. Alright, he's dead. You say there is a cliff. Watch it be the wrong cliff that I fall off of. Fucking watch it. Jump. Okay, Mouse, it's 8:46. Oh, what the fuck? Have you been up all night? What? Are you okay? God damn. Good night. That was a cute squeak. I need to get some rest too. I'll leave the lurk on. Hope you have a fantastic stream the rest of your day. Bye-bye, too. Rest well. Leave one. I've already jumped up this one. Back down here again. Alright. Let's find the proper cliff. Apparently that exists. It's totally real. No one is setting me up to just fucking die. I believe in chat. I believe in chat. I definitely believe in chat amongst the crabs. Da 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 da. Believe that I believe in chat. What's that? Oh, that's a wall. Look at all these walls. Wall. Wall. Oh. Oh. Only there's dingle danglies to represent openings. Come on. Cliff. Alright, I got 9 battery left, just so everyone knows. Fine. Oh, ew. Ew. Did not expect the solution. 9%. Oh, fuck. Don't worry, I got another power cell, so at the very least I have 50%. That counts for something, right? Oh! Ooh. It's a bit deep. Don't like that. Oh. Hello, no face. You have food on me, right? I'm not gonna have to eat something around here, right? Oh. That might be the real problem. Oh, that's right. I picked up a whole bunch of nutrient packs. Oh. What is the real problem now? Interesting. Maybe I'm better off just turning the fuck around. Oops, 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 oops. Don't go into the geyser. What the fuck? Save real quick. My end up dying, I'll have to pivot and get the fuck out of here after I die. Oh, it's got an arm! What the fuck? Well. Go inside its body. Kinda. Not chance of much loot being around here, is there? Look! All man-made shit. I mean, alien-made shit. Same difference. Go over there. So, I'm guessing I'm not deep enough for kyanite still. Just a hunch. The fucking eye. Look. Spaceship stuff. Alien thing. Wow. Now she's found something.
Structure appears to have collapsed to the sea floor.
Oh, it was higher up before? Okay. Interesting. Copper. Very
Detecting
noxious.
An alien broadcast. Linguistic analysis reads: caution, hazardous materials and life forms contained within.
Ooh. Are we talking about inside the ship or in this general area? I get inside? Fuck. That. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's my battery. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Should have brought 2 power cells, huh?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
80%. Probably prioritize just getting out of here. It will come back later. How do I get out? Where am I? Let me out. No, Flint. Try not to have a meltdown, buddy. Look, an entry point. Get out slowly and with lots of screaming. Ugh. I'm wasting so much battery with the jumps on this as well. Oh, it's not an entry point, it's just a hole. Bad. I'm not gonna make it, I think, simply because I need so much power to fucking jump on this thing! Ah! Uh-oh. Oh. No! No! I'm fucked. That was a sound. Do I save scum to where I was before? And then just try to focus solely on leaving? Because that's what I'm feeling. That is definitely what I'm feeling. Look, oh wait, look at the, yes, alien house. I don't know how to get in alien house, but it sure is a thing. Sorry, you. I don't think they're gonna have a cup of water for me, just saying. Door on side, which side? This is fucking huge. I don't think there's any point going in there. They're not gonna have a power cell for me. I need to get home before I'm dead. Would have never come down here.
uppy, 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 uppy.
I've never come down here. Clint, stop it! You're annoying little toad. I mean, how the fuck did that get under things if it fell down? It'd make sense if there was an uppy from here, but there is no uppy from here, is there? It doesn't make fucking sense. What do you mean it fell down from the surface? It's in a fucking cave, cunt! Ay, caramba! So much save scumming today. Whew. Alright, let me back in. Let me in! Let me in!
Passing 100 meters.
Welcome aboard,
Oxygen
Captain.
efficiency decreased.
Pause.
Passing 200 meters.
Pause that real quick. Just gonna check something.
Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Was I? That thing. Yeah. Where the fuck do I go? Came from like that direction. Don't be nasty. Up there, I'm pretty sure. Ah. Ow! The fuck? First time one of those things actually got nasty with me. Uh-oh. Make it. Made it. Wish I could turn my stupid light off to save power, but no! Oh. I don't know if that's happening, chat. I don't know if I can make it up that, chat. That's, Oh, did I just get myself stuck? No, I didn't. Crab's making weird noises at me, though. The fuck? Why does my prawn soup keep falling off? You useless nonce. What edge here, maybe? Yeah, no edge. 3. Battery. Alright. Ah, for fuck's sake. What's that? I don't know what that was. Oh, it's the crab. Be gone, crab. I think I'm cooked, chat. Wanna use the trees to get some more height. Climb the tree, prawn suit. Why can't you climb trees, you useless suit? You're human shaped. You should be able to climb a tree. Okay. Okay, I'm in the tree. Don't fucking fall off the tree. Ah, you useless bag of fucking soot. Ah! Oh my god. Come on.
Yeppa.
No! Stop falling off! Alright, I'm in tree. Not happening. Why am I going so slow? Oh.
You having a roll, Flynn? Have a roll.
Oh, come off it! Get back in your fucking tree. Alright, I'm just waiting for the little bar to fill up. Oh, no one told you about the arm that can be used as a grappling hook? I did see that there was a grappling hook. No one recommended it to me! I'm fucked. Sybil, what are you doing? Meh, said the cat. The best item? You know what? I don't played the game before, I don't fucking know! You guys are supposed to help me. Set me up. You're like, oh yeah, just go really deep. You'll be right. Don't mind the fact that you won't be getting back out again. I can't even see the top. That's how screwed I am. Get on top of this guy. I can't see it. Literally nothing for me to grip. I'm big mad now. I'm a tinkin'. That just wants me to scan. Wants me to scan that? I scanned big. Drink cannabis. We know you're there. Sea dragon. Put it. What do you think? Think da 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 da. Put stuff that I don't want to lose. Hey, you. Only lose like perishables and minables, don't you, when you die? Wham. Might be best off just letting my character die and then coming back with some loot. Oh, I can try. Dive! Dive! Boop. Take a while. You'd have something to eat me. Oh, I'll just fuck around until something tries to eat me, I guess. Or I drown. One or the other! Yippee! See? I'll see. There we go. East away. Well, you're a little bit diseased, buddy. You right? Ow, he's a bit mad.
This alien structure appears to have collapsed
Entrance?
to the sea floor.
Not an entrance. Hello. Oh, wrong button again.
Detecting an alien broadcast. Linguistic analysis reads, caution, hazardous materials and life forms contained within.
Okay. Well, hello. Gone. We're gone. I want to see if I can get in. See if I can find the entrance before I die. Like down the side! Yep, sure. Which side? Guess it was the other side.
30 seconds.
I know, ma'am. I know. Get in? No.
Oxygen.
Yes, I know. I die again. Always dying, never surviving. This is what happens. Oh, sevens. Rip. Anyway, what did I come back with? What the fuck? I've got 2 compasses on me right now. Okay. You see? I got 2 compasses. Why? Why 2 compasses? What happened? Whatever, I guess. The water? Water? Nom, 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 nom. Oh. Doggy. Can I park this? No, the seamoth won't even survive that depth. How much does it cost to... grappling arm. How deep can the seamoth even go anyway? The one thoughts.
Otaku Bookworm rating with 18 viewers.
Damn.
How amusing. Welcome to the Chaos World by Shadow San. Go down or prepare for your fate. Enjoy the show, but remember who's the true queen here. Ribbit.
Convinced that it's her, but it's I! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! How was stream? What were you guys up to? Sorry, I'm just gonna hit pause for a second so I can see you, people! So I can see! And thank you for the follow, Nobody Lotus! I super appreciate it. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. I see Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Oh, how's it treating you? Have you played it before? Your daily dose of books. Are we librarian? Just thought I'd give you a little heads up. My chat just fucking backstabbed me and told me to go down a deep ravine that actually has no way to get back up in my prawn suit that I was in that has been super upgraded with multiple objects. So I'm slightly angry right now with my chat. So they may be hiding. They may be hiding in fear. Treating me well. It's my first time playing. Oh, are you having fun? Are you enjoying it? You better be. Alright, now. Let's go and find the fucking Cyclops grappling arm upgrade. Yeah. Torpedo grappling. An advanced wiring kit for that. Make sure that it can actually get the fuck out when I need it to. Computer chip. Ugh. Gross. Ginger! How you doing? Copper, yes I do. I need 1, 2, 3. I think. Gold, which is not here. My gold is over here. Oh, did I use all my gold? No, I didn't. Okay, we're going. Alright. Oh, I need silver too. Right, my bad. Ah! Give me the silver! Thank you. Silver. Thank you. For wire. Raid message. I def copied and def didn't join when stream was ending. Of course not. Nobody Lotus. You would never do that. And yeet the sockets, and that's weird. Welcome. Sorry, Lotus. You got left behind. Should have moved faster. Should have moved faster. Computer chip. Need some table coral. I think I've got some on me. Do I? Yes, I do. I have 2 table coral on me. Do these fucking upgrade before I go back to get my damn prawn suit and the damn Cyclops. Meow. Meow. How you feeling, mouse? Grumpy! Chat set me up. I was set up for failure. I was. I need 1 more gold. Wrong one. This one. Alright. Oh, I don't have any lithium. I don't have any goddamn lithium. Ba-ba, ba-ba. Have the benzene? Oh, I thought I had benzene. Apparently I don't have that either. I guess I'll give up on that idea. I could have sworn I had benzene floating around somewhere. Whatever. Need 3 of these blood oils to make a benzene, so... That's not No! Fuck! Just wasted some copper. Oh well. I get for bouncing my knee! Trying to sleep, but then notice you still are alive. Yeah, the Subnautica is not very good for me controlling my ADHD. No worries, I just got the worst luck nowadays. Are you saying that I should have done my 2 hours sleep instead of sleeping for 9 hours? which is how now the longest I've slept. What did I type? I don't know either. Wait, how are you? Are you okay? Lotus, do you need to go back to bed? Do I need to send someone over to like concuss you, send you back to bed? I'm getting them vibes right now. I'm not gonna lie. Getting please concuss me vibes. I'll do it. Fix them legs, Mouse. You better not be sitting on it. I'm just knee bouncing. I'm just bouncing my knee. Okay. Is it time to risk the Cyclops? Possibly. A big fish for... Where is it? I have to like look down to spot it? Where's... Shrimp hat. How the ever-living fuck? How do I get to it? I love that it looks like it's just directly below us. This is gonna be interesting. Like, Wumba. If it's info that'll help me not set myself up for failure, then yes, as long as it's not story spoilers. God, this is gonna be interesting.
Engine powering up.
Oh god, big lugging crate fucking thing. 9 hells. It was the same way you did last time. Pass 4 biomes, fly by the biome you went, and then have to double back because panic. Going up. Why am I going up? I can't even get sighting of it because it's just that. That's seriously gonna make me take damage. The damn kelp. Is the kelp seriously gonna cause problems? The hell out of the kelp. Where's my compass? Oh, there's a new compass. Best. All right, that's I need reference. Hang on a minute. I'm like here. Oh, wait. I'm on the wrong thing. Like here-ish. But kelp. Shallows. Grassy plateau. Boss reef. Grand. I just choked on my saliva. Grand reef. I'm like here-ish then. Want to go? But I was. What? Was I not? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm even more confused now. Did she die? Are we doing emergency? I had to die because there was no way to get my prawn suit out. No, I'm just, well, yeah, whatever. Typed, I'm forgetting and open. My battery was low. No, it wasn't because my battery was low. It was because I couldn't get my prawn suit out of that big jump that you guys made me fucking jump. That's stupid. So it didn't even matter if I had full battery. I wouldn't have made it out because he had me in a fucking area where I couldn't climb out. God damn it. Doesn't matter how much battery you have if you can't make the climb out. Ow. Ow. I had the battery. I just didn't have the fucking jump. Take the grappling arms. I can't do. Go make the grapple arms. I still need to take my fucking Cyclops down there anyway. We'll make another one. You know how many upgrades I put on that? Hell no. Hell no. Also, how the hell do I get there? Do I have to... Yeah, but trust me. If I'm here... and for some reason my prawn suit is like... Hang on, let me get back in the game. Facing west means my... Ah, for fuck's sake. So my prawn suit is to the west, so it's like out this way. I was here when I found the... What? Did I, like, go underneath all this? What? Need to take my submarine around? Go back down and under? Or nothing? Oh no, I don't know. I'm desperate here. Oh. Oh, you can change the colors of things. Let me just make Shrimpet red real quick. She's in danger. They've all been cleared. Well, be right back, maybe. I don't know. You legging it? You're like, oh, I'm gonna just get the hell out of here. Will I need it to get out of there, though? Is the question. I don't know. But I was missing lithium for the grapple arm. Yeah. And, I need blood anyway! Ow, I'm getting cranky. Ow! I'm getting mega cranky. Alright. Oh, look at all this shit this needs to be made as well. Ah! I need to go to the Bloodlands anyway. Regardless. Oh, do a quick save, and I'm fucking going for it. Go northwest. That away. I need my light. Hang on. Big light on. Attract all enemies at once. Yes. Alright, hang on. Pivot, pivot! Pivot, bitch! Alright, there we go. Be nighttime, da-da, it's gonna be nighttime. I can't see shit. Oh, I can sound the horn. Yeah, that'll be helpful, I'm sure. I'm sure that's a good idea. Did I just hit rock? Yes, I did. Can't see nothing. Wait, what if I... Okay. Can I drive like this? Yes, I can. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. It's making sense now. I'm figuring it out. Big brain, big brain. I ain't got no compass down here, sadly. That's very nice. Compass? Nothing. Oh shit. Oh. Fuck me. Wave of the rock wall!
Wrongies with a party aside. How quaint. Welcome to the chaos. Bow down to Shadowsand, or brace for the consequences.
Direction am I going?
Enjoy your time, but remember who truly rules this realm. Ribbit.
Ribbit! You watch me. That's a rock wall. I'm gonna end up doing exactly what I did last time and just looping around the fucking rock wall. Watch me! Wait, there's other cameras? Oh! Oh, okay. What the fuck is this? Okay. Okay. I prefer this one. I can look down. Narami has Tower Stream! For fuck's sake. This is so frustrating! Shabana's just clapping at me. Like, yay! She's driving! Fucking what? Oh, hello. What the fuck? Did I completely turn around? Huh? I knew I was gonna hate this.
Ahead slow.
Hang on a minute. What have I done to myself? Well, still, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? What does that mean? Oh, noise levels? Est. Up a little bit. Driving this is a fucking nightmare. I don't want to go too far west because it's gonna end up a problem. It's gonna be a problem. Just sound the horn just because I can.
Drive into darkness. I see Jax.
What's that?
What did that mean? What was the big yellow alarm thing? What was that? What does that mean? Oh.
Zappy over there. Was it just the whale? I hope it was the whale. Anyway. Means creature near. Oh, Killer's back. Killer has returned. Where the fuck I am? I'm nice and shallow though. Why do I go down a little bit? I don't know. Oh, controlling this is a nightmare. Alright. Camera is this? Brew keel. Apparently. Zappy boys. Oh. That looks familiar. The music certainly isn't, but that looks familiar. Go away, Squidward. No one likes you. Why is the music doing this? Huh? No, what? What? There's shrimp out there. The periwinkle do I get to her? Made for deep ocean. Let's go. I'm in Blood Zone, but I'm not in Floaty Island Blood Zone. I have to go all the way. Oh wait, no I am. Am I? I'm so confused. How in the nine hells to get to her? My shrimpette, darling! Wait for me! I'm coming for you, I promise. Definitely not about to go off a cliff's edge, I think, maybe. Pretty close to the surface, so I must be at the I've headed too far north for that. My camera so I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Regardless, I am too close to the surface, as it currently is. Must figure out how to get deeper. Get the land that I need. Maybe. Why do I get deep when I don't want to get deep, but get shallow when I fucking want to get deep? You know what I mean? Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Oh, that's one of those. Okay, hang on. That was the thing that did a... There's lots of those around. What the fuck? So shallow. Oh, I'm so confused. I have no proper perception of this map. Where best spot go down? Oh, let's go up. That's... Give us a real map, game devs, right? It's like, why can't if we got all this technology, why can't we magically make a map in an area that we are slowly surveilling? As you go through it, it can, you know, create the map! Like an awful lot like a cliff. End of map. I think it is. How do we keep getting to the edges of the map so quickly?
Warning, entering ecological dead zone.
I realized! I'm pivot! I'm pivot! I'm pivot! Pivot, bitch! Pivot, 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 pivot. Here we go. Guessing I'm at the dunes right now, right? figure out where I even was because I was so lost when I found that area. I don't like these. It's too big. Where I am. I don't know where I gotta go. I don't know nothing. What happens when I pop up to the surface real quick? Looky. To the surface we go! Uppy! Oops. That. I just ran over a fish. My bad. Sorry, fishy. Sorry, my guy! Mountain islands are a good place. I don't know where I am, so I'm just gonna go to the tip top real quick. Oh look, we're in shark territory. What the fuck is that over there? Am I right by the island? I am too. Okay, so where the fuck does that put me? Where am I? When you start about here, if you go north, it normally takes you towards. That's around about where the island is. So does it mean I need to go southwest? I assume that means I need to go southwest. Fine. Where? A horse. Pivot without running into a rock, please. Thank you. Out into the dead zone. I literally just came from there and it said dead zone. God, I'm so confused. Bruh. Wait, submarine, go down. Down. Go down. I'm still facing southwest, more west than south. What I want, I think. Floating islands. And where were the floating islands? Floating islands. Underwater islands is right next to the blood kelp islands. I guess I keep going straight. Think I'm on the right path. Maybe, question mark. No promises. Go this way a wee little bit. Sorry, fishy. Sorry, fish. You're okay, fishies. This way, don't sink. Hose is past. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that it controls like that. That's probably where I got turned around a few times. Then my butt is out of the way. Yes. Lovely. Think some more.
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, you look, buddy. I'm busy right now. Islands. Think under this guy and then go straight. Uh-oh. Am I hitting that? not close enough to be hitting it, but I... Oh. 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 Ow! Oops, I did. Oh, yep, that was a... Yep, that was an accident. Whoopsies. Pretty fucking floating islands. Ah! Can't see shit. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know nothing. What the fuck? Was that? Was that the... Am I stuck under an island? Is that why it's tilting instead of going up? What's that? What? What? What did that mean? Ew, is it? Ow. Fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hang on. Curiosity is gonna kill me for a second. I don't know what I'm gonna end up running out of fucking water again. Watch me run out of water again. Come here. Let me down. And then I'll have to save my cycle. Oh my god. What is this? Why do I feel like I've been in here before? Ow, let me in. That's a lot of radios. What's up with all the radios? Cannon fragment. Don't want your plant. Have all the stuff for the power cell charger? I do. Oh, it's a damn picture frame! Oh, I'm so sorry, I just left the map up. Why did no one say anything?
New blueprint acquired.
Just tolerating the lack of visibility. It's like, it's a stealthy stream. Yeah, I'd expect anything but scuff. That arm again. No boxes so far. I was hoping to come across some food and or water, but nothing yet. I sure hope my Cyclops isn't taking damage where I've left it. For fuck's sake. I am here for the stuff. Wings, hands, feet. What prawn suit shit? I don't want your goddamn prawn suit. Those... I've already got that. Thanks, I guess. You can make a sub, but not a map. Makes sense to me. Yeah, right? They couldn't figure that one out. Don't worry about it. Gonna get... Swim charge. Okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Box? No. Chair. Box? No. It just keeps going. What the fuck? I'm gonna drown soon. I gotta turn around. First, I'll see if this leads me outside. Otherwise, I'm turning around. It does lead me outside. Where the fuck's my ship? Cyclops, save me! It's very red around here all of a sudden, and it's making me uncomfortable. Why is it so red all of a sudden?
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems
Oxygen back, and I'm gonna go do another nosy real quick. Why so red? Did we meander accidentally into the zone that I needed to be in? Why is it very red? Why is everything red? Why is there a red glow? Because of that? Must be because of that. Good boxes. Loop. Except for the charging fins thingy. Oh, boxes with food or drink. Other stuff. Uh-oh. Like there's a...
PRAWN Safety Instructions Appendix A14. Don't climb on or get off equipment while it's moving.
About that. Nothing. Got exactly one thing out of it. Yeah. Oh, wait. Reach a decoy. I already have that, I think. Yeah, I do. Oh. Maybe. Alright, back to ship. Where is it? Hello? Oh, we're slowly floating away! Wait for me! Come back! London! Ow! How you doing? Oh shit, I forgot to plant the plants before I left. Off my indoor lights so I can fucking see shit. Ah, still heading in the general southwest direction. Blind as a bat. This is fine. Get around to the front. Where am I? Power, screw, keel. That's what I want. I want to go down, but I can do it safely or not. Very deep still. How do you know? Well, hello. Oh? Oh? Drop off? Nope! Rock wall! Rock wall! Rock wall! Rock wall! How do I always end up in this situation? I do so wish I knew how I keep ending up stuck against rock walls. That'd be nice. That goes terribly! I lost my prawn suit! I'm about to run over this fucking shark! Or not. It's fine, apparently. Can't get to where I was to save my prawn suit, apparently. Can't see shit. Don't know how to control this thing. Ah! I'm in pain! Always on the verge of smashing into things. Can I go down now, please? Couldn't go up in the prawn suit, can't go down in the fucking submarine. Ay, caramba. Ow. Oh. You know what I mean? Every time I go to go down. Fuck! I want to go north. I need to go southwest, please. Oh my fucking god. Stop it! and now I'm ending up in the shallows again. Big pain. Big pain. Getting agitated. Sunlight is what I need. Give me daylight. So hard to tell where I'm looking in here. If I turn the light off completely, then I can't see shit. Don't be that lost. We can still see the surface, right? So. Like, shrimp heads over there and down. How? How to get to shrimp head? I wish I had a map. It'd make my life so much easier. But I don't have a map. This game hates me. I'm still by the floating islands. You haven't gone too far, at least. I'm blind. Fucking rock walls. Then I start heading north again. Meow, back to the surface. Flashes. Where the fuck am I? Wait, I need to use the cameras, I think. Maybe. No, I don't. I'm gonna have a meltdown. I don't like it here. I want my prawn suit back. I like smaller things better than bigger things. Bigger, not better. Ow. Standing on the ship. Standing on the ship. Standing on the ship. I'm just standing on the ship. Island 1, Island 2, wreck. So I've ended up back over... Why do I feel like I'm near the dunes again then? Ow. How am I skipping biomes? Oh, your steel has mine? No, none ever get deleted. So of course I can. Probably could have put a bet in your sub as well. Well, I've done forget. I just want my prawn soup back. Pika 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 pika. There you are. Let me check something. Whoa. Shut up. I don't care about that. Okay. Try my luck with the Life Pod 2 method. Hang on. Ins? Hello. Where the fuck are you? Huh? Did that not work? Oh yeah, made it visible. Oh, there it is. Okay. Wow, okay. Guide Lord the band working. I'll starve to death. Fuck's sake, I gotta go get food before I starve to death first. Choices are hard! How far away is... How likely is it that my Cyclops is gonna get eaten while I'm away from it? How likely is that? Much grinding for every step, right? Gonna go fucking nuts! Hit the surface for now. Turn your stupid lights off. Oh, everything's trembling. That's fine. That's normal, I think. Just get my sorry ass over here. Blah, how does stealthy? Going absolutely bad. I just want my prawn suit back. All I wanted was some chironite stuff. Whatever that is. What the fuck? What the hell is he doing at the surface? Is he okay? Why is he there? I feel like that's not normal. Who's dink-donking me? Hey, Lobster, how you doing? What's that current? I was literally after, what's it called? Chironite? Cryonite? Something like that. All I was after was that. I got my prawn suit, for some reason, when I was out and about, I managed to skip, like, several biomes and get lost. Because somehow I just wasn't coming across the biomes that I needed.
Intake recommended.
Get around these guys. Well, yeah, and we got lost, and then we finally found the entrance, and then I was not given a heads up that if I went down with my prawn suit, I was not coming back up with said prawn suit unless I had a grappling arm, which I did not have. Here we are. Wow. Well, it says it wasn't my fault because nothing's flashing, so it's not my fault. Anyway. Head that way. I could just get out and swim from here because I don't want to risk fucking crashing into something. I'll go get some... get some munchies. Then I'll come back. Should be alright there. We're outside of Leviathan zone, I think. I hope. Pain and suffrage. I think this is around... it's a little bit further than what I got when I was playing last time, but this is around about where I finally gave up because I had the nightmare with finding the seamoth parts, and then I came into a similar issue to this, I think, where I just couldn't find the things that I needed, and I threw in this is where I gave up. This is where I threw in the towel. Like, it's not fucking worth it. Fuck it.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Oops.
Vital signs stabilizing.
More food. Oh. Eat the. Take the water. I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna fucking do, chat? Do those, and I'm gonna. Do something about that goddamn place. That way, this way. I require... Wireless charges your held tool while you swim. Okay. This is the second attempt? Yes, it is! My first attempt was 22, I think. Down, 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 down. Light head spin there. That I wanted. Where's the big one? Oh, there it is. I feel like I won't be able to fit the large one though, so let's go. Take the same amount of time. Better. In you, actually. Okay. Grab a whole bunch of titanium. How much? Those with me. Oh, yep. Copper wire a second ago. What happened to that? Who was that copper wire that I had? Hello? Don't think I threw it. Put it away, didn't I? Right? Oh, there it is. Stealthy, you cutie. I don't know about that. I will drink water though. Okie dokie. Aerogel, just one. Ah! Get your brain sorted. Do I remember what aerogel requires to be made? No, I do not. A ruby. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Might be shit out of luck on the rubies. Do I deconstruct this? Maybe? And move it on to my Cyclops? I'm tempted. I'm right fucking tempted. You're coming with me. My thingy. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, I freaked out for a second there. I thought I lost it when, Oh, I lost it when I done lost my prawn suit.
Stout 236 cookie.
Thank you for the resub. I guess I gotta take the salt out for it to let me deconstruct it. Eh? What? Why did it do that? Why is it doing this? My inventory's full? Is that why it's doing this? Okay, will this work? Okay, you sorted now? You stop throwing a goddamn tantrum with me! Jeez Louise. now I don't even need the gel sacks anymore. Back, you go back. I got stuff everywhere, huh? Yoink, yoink, and yoink. Okie dokie. 1 month away from 3 years. Oh my god. Too long. It's too long. Wait, do I have batteries on me? They're flat. Let me swap that out real quick. Have that one, that one, that one. And I will take that off your hands. Thank you very much. Alright. Back to Big Fish. Dang, you did a long stream. Very proud of this. Always happens when I'm playing Subnautica because it's just ADHD food. Get sidetracked, and then I get sidetracked from my sidetrack, and then I get sidetracked from my sidetrack from my sidetrack, which is exactly what's happening now. Only this time it's a bit more chaotic because instead of me choosing to get sidetracked, it's because I keep fucking failing. I'm a hell of a game of failure. It's very sad, actually. Okay, that's it. I am setting shit up inside up here. It's gonna be a goddamn portable fucking... Nyet.
All systems online.
Yes, sir. Alright. This motherfucker... Right in here. I thought I could do this. Can I not actually put a water filtration system inside the submarine? You guys made it sound like I could! Ah! I just realized I still have my engine running. Let me just turn that off real quick.
Engine powering down.
Damn it! Okay. Well, it's still, I want food, so we are going to... still works. Worry not. Oh, what the f- Very yellow in here. Very yellow. Okay. Ah, shit. Okay. Hang on, this is fine. Don't worry about it. Ah, wrong button! Nah. Ah, I keep pressing the wrong button! That used to be the craft button, it's not anymore. Not your normal piss filter, that's for sure. Honestly, I wish someone had warned me this game wants you to use your brain. I went in expecting, quest markers and didn't commit any locations to memory. Same, I'm like, can I have a map now, please? I'm not smart enough for this. Sorry for the flashbang as soon as you get here, LOCs. Rip. Alright. Marble melon there. Oh, wait, what? It can have 4 things in it? It's so small, though. Oh, okay, I see how it works now. I see how it works. Right, it's because the marble melon is so small. Right. Okay. Well, then. Water on me now, at least. Can we try this again? Stuff goes pretty quickly. It should be fine. Fucking nighttime, though. Shoulda... Wait, can I just craft a bed? Please tell me I have enough stuff to craft a bed. Please, 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 let me craft a bed. Please! Fuck! It wants fiber mesh, you bitch! Of course it wants a special mesh. It can't be easy. Can't be simple. Fucking... Life can't be easy. Guess I can unpin... I gotta rebuild my other water filtration system. Not at all to hell. I'm gonna be prepped this time. I'm not going in flying by the seat of my pants. We're planning, we're using brain power, we're doing big brain shit. Look at me go. We're good, Jeb, we're good. I got this. Cookies for all! Thank you, Glitched Perspective. I like cookies. I finally rediscovered the cookies. I can't have them now because unfortunately my ulcerative colitis, but I finally rediscovered the cookies that I used to love that disappeared all of a sudden. Turns out fucking Nestle bought them out and completely rebranded it because it's the exact same cookie, but it's just, you know, it's Nestle and under a different name. I was so mad about it. I've heard that it happens because I knew that the brand was literally just like a distribution brand, so anyone could buy the distribution rights, but they'd been around since I was a child. I just assumed they would never sell, and now Nestle owns it. Yippee. Oh, which cookies? I don't remember what they're called, unfortunately. They're in a little brown cardboard box. They used to be in a blue bag, and now it's brown. But the fucking sad beige mom's got a hold of it. They bought out. Yeah, they bought it out.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Where's my titanium? You can have this salt, because I don't really need that. I'm gonna put my water system back. Oh, excuse me. What? Nope, that's a bulkhead, you numbnut. Water. Nestle, stealing everything, taking water from babies. Evil little creations. I can make that. I've only got upgraded fins, not normal fins. That'd be useful, that it charges as I'm swimming. I have to carry around a bajillion fucking batteries all the time. Oh no, but then I can't have my speedy fins! Never mind. I want that. Oh, my character is shaking. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a worthwhile trade. I like that it can make you overfull. Will I get sick if I eat too much, or... Oh no, 105 is as high to let me go.
Okay, never mind.
I got 2 full batteries. I got that. I got that. How much? Is it? Power cell. Power cell. Power cell. Power cell. It needs 2 batteries and oh, easy. Yoink. Yoink. Making a spare power cell for my prawn suit when I get there, so that I don't have to worry about it dying again. Easy. Can I put a fabricator on the... Surely I could put a normal fabricator on the Cyclops, right? I forgot what it was called. One titanium, 1 gold, and 1 table. Surely. Get some table coral, but should be able to do this. My gold at. Please don't tell me I've used all my gold. Oh, come on! The one thing I always have in copious numbers when I really need it. Nowhere to be found. Oh, a singular gold! Well, now I know to not ignore my gold from here on out.
Okay.
Thank you for the lurk, Glitched! At least you found them again. Hopefully they didn't change the recipe. They did, but luckily all they did was add more chocolate chips, so I'm not complaining. I will not complain. I just need to grab a table coral on my way through. Easy, easy. Now, is it daylight? Yes, it is. Nice to see. Cable coral. Alright, cool bananas. Zoom zoom. Zoom 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 zoom. Nom 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 nom. Got this. I refuse to end this war until I have my fucking shrimp pet back. I will not let her fall. My pride disallows it. Upsy daisies. Okay. Ah, why did that go in my face? Right there. That wrong button again. Alright, alright. Oh, I'm no! Okay, it's fine. Yeah, power cell. I got some water with me. Plants are growing. He knows hole. Yeah, finally ready to go. Attempt number, I don't even know anymore. All right. Turn on the engine, numbnuts.
Powering up.
First, we pivot. Very slowly. Be a little bit faster. Pivot. Where are you, my little? There you are.
I smell
Oh, wrong way. I want to go down. Just a wee bit. Ah! Bruh. Got this, I got this, I got this. Attempt! Hashtag many! Mean! Using hash, to mean number doesn't feel right anymore, right? Now that the hashtags are, like, used as, well, hashtags, it doesn't feel the same to use it to represent numbers. Or insert number. Fuck me. Well, if nothing's flashing red, I should be fine. Fuck it. What am I smacking into then? It has to be... Why do the fish make such a loud noise when you smack into them? It's ridiculous. Bugger off, fish. The you problem. Oh, loud. It's just a fish bar. Right, now I gotta go over top of that. Or I go around it. Alright. Life pod 2 go? Oh, there it is. A vent. Looks like a vent. Alrighty. Get past that before I drop. Not seeing the seafloor, so I should be fine to continue to drop. There's floating islands around here, okay. Not seeing the floor. haven't saved in a while. Okay. Shemaiah's like, yeah! Oh! It's close. How dope. Oh, I like floaty islands. Wait, can I harvest the benzene straight off of that? I'm gonna go try that real quick. I still need to make a grappling arm, but all I was missing... I left the other stuff behind. There's no... Fuck me drunk. I never learned my lesson. Don't ding at me, it's scary. Just here to harvest the blood. 1, 2, 3. I never learned my lesson. La 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 la. Could have brought all the other stuff with me. La 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 la. But I fucking did it. I suppose technically I can't make the torpedo arm on this ship anyway. I guess it checks out. I don't have the vehicle bay with the upgrades and stuff. Where? Okay, there it is. Can I just go straight down? Find out. Move forward a little bit, but generally speaking, yes, I can just go straight down. A heartbeat, please stop, it's freaking me out. We're pretty close to the bottom there. Double check my instructions. I must know what the instructions tell me. Large obvious entrance. Right, so if I don't see it, is this telling me I'm fucking stupid? Off to the left. Bloody Jesus. It's calling me dumb, I know it is. An obvious entrance, you say? Well, I sure hope I'm not completely missing it. Hard to navigate, I'm starting to gather that. Happen to be that to my left, would it? Feel like it is. I must move forward. Give it. Forward. Eve it. I do believe that'd be it, right? God, I fucking hope so. I'm coming for you, shrimpet! I hope so. Please be the entrance. Please, please. Right, I can't go any lower. Like a hold of me! Uh-oh. Cyclops not gonna fit through that. And I'm not gonna make that length. That sheer distance. Not gonna make that sheer distance without... My seamoth cannot go this deep. You can make it lower. I don't know, man. Oh, no, down, not up. Down, down, down. It's the good old case of hitting forward instead of reverse. Hang on, I have to turn my indoor lights off. I can't see for shit. Alright. Now I can see. Well, I need... Oh, everything's vibrating. They are on. Okay, they're just not that great. I love it when everything vibrates. Totally see. I've got a fair bit of space underneath me, so I can go down a little bit lower. Lower than that! Okay. Got this, I got this. I don't actually know how wide this ship is, to be honest. Been fucking winging it. Well! Oh, I thought it wanted me to go up. It wants me to go down. Turn my tail. You're still alive? Good morning, damn it. Good morning! How is Zell doing? Get over there. Gotta get around these branches first, because fuck you, that's why. Stupid ass, dumb ass branches. Blocking my road. I need to go path to left, it told me. Path to left. I can't reach the path to the left. Maybe I should get out and take a look around first. That real quick. Hold up. Do a quick check. Hopefully without dying. Please think. Wish me luck. Very green here. Please don't eat me. Oh, oh, hello. Oh, oh, no, no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah, well, Just don't want it to fuck up my Cyclops whilst I was away. You can fuck me up, but don't you dare touch my big fish! Like she's stuck behind this shit anyway. Off doing her own thing. Little baby. So I'm told. You don't want to play with me. You don't want to play with me. You want to play with me. Tastes funny. I taste funny. I taste funny. I promise. I promise I taste weird. Hello. Go away. Ain't got time for this shit. The crab's gonna fuck me up next, isn't it? Hey, I can. Wait, I'm trying to find an opening. He's off! You're so annoying, child! Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Fuck you too. I'm busy! Where'd she go? Doing good. Just did my morning routine because I'm trying to have one. Other than that, I've missed watching the Mousy stream, which me scream and cry. What is she doing? She doesn't see my... Yep. Does not appear to see my ship as something edible, at least. Maybe it's because it's bigger? Maybe I'm safe to actually go past her in the ship. It's a little bit bigger than her. Might be okay because the size. Maybe? We'll find out, I guess. she not attracted to the sound lights? Oh, maybe she is. Care is the question. No, she there, but do she care? Yeah. I remember how. It said path to left, so it should be... Yeah, she's minding her own business. Very close to the roof there.
Rig for Silent running.
Cares? Running on full speed! Go ahead! Full steam ahead! Give a fuck about it. Maybe because she's baby, she doesn't want to pick on something that's similar in her size or larger. Oh, fuck. Oh, Trish is there, thank you for the warning. Oh, sorry, Miss Ma'am. Doesn't care. Just been chilling. Stop! How do you stop a creature attack? So if I die, I die. Back in at the base? Is she pushing my butt? Girl, piss off! Stuck. You being annoying. Stop it.
Ahead standard.
Let go of me, you wank!
Emergency speed.
I'm stuck. Look. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Warning, engine overheat.
Ew.
Warning, fire detector detected. Fire neutralization system active.
They're just gonna drown me? Awesome. Love it. I love that method. I can't do anything while it's trying to undo it. Hey! Wow. How does this work? Oh, I'm sideways. Oh, I'm sideways. That's nice. Mr. Bach! You're so annoying! Fuck off with you! Get you while I'm here! What's the problem? Stuck to the top. So when I was trying to go down, why wouldn't it let me? Motherfucker. She's gotten over it now. She was just having a oh no, there we go. Nice. Alright, alright, alright. Let me in. I'll go back in.
Welcome, Captain. Some systems need attention.
Yeah, sure. I wish I knew how to do that. Do I need my repair stick? I have my stick. What do I repair? Oh, do I just go outside to repair it? Can't repair from inside?
Warning, external hull damage detected.
I know. We're gonna go down to stop it from happening. Oh, bitch! bitching about the tail.
Rig for silent running. Ahead slow.
Alright, we're fine. We're fine. Coming back. Grumpy. High or low? Low. Oh, for fuck's sake. I have to get out and figure out what the fuck's happening. You. There she is. Why are you mad, huh? Sort your shit out. Showing me, oh, right, that? Like that? Eeks. Right. So, my butt's stuck. God, this is so tricky, man! Get past her, then repair. That's what I was trying to do, but... Uh-oh. Pushed it down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gonna let me back in?
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Vaguely online. Shut up, I'm moving. Bad.
Warning, external hull damage detected.
Now what? Right, that is the drop right there. Just get my sorry ass. Stop floating! Why am I going up? It has to be her doing that. That fucker bitch. Damn it! You annoying hoe! Damn it! She's fucking pushing me around!
Seek fluid intake.
Shut up, I'm busy! Does upping this increase power or not? Fuck. Can I not? Is it because she's fucking with me that I can't get down? Okay, she just left. Shut up, you bitching. Now to get back out of here later, that's gonna be fun.
Fire detected.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Put your shit out.
Neutralization system active.
Why are you burning that? Oh shit, did I just get locked out? Okay.
Vital signs stabilizing.
My health isn't very good though. Let me fix that real quick. Oh, I'm glitching. This is fine. This is fine, chat. This is perfectly fine, chat. Even if I'm bouncing, around a lot. Oh, what?
Fire extinguished. Air scrubbers initiated.
Huh?
Warning, external hull damage detected.
Yeah, I know. Health good enough for me to at least get the fuck out of her reach would be nice, please and thank. Shut up, you bitching. Oh, I know the tail's in danger. I know the nose is in danger. Thank you. Appreciate your fears. I can see this. Right. Fucking finally. We're out of her range of effect. Only got the little zappy dudes. Don't really do much. I can't see anything. Are my lights broken? Yes, they are. Haha. Well, at least now I can go out and... Pretty sure I can go out and fix them. I think. Hopefully. Pray for me. And who said I was cooked? I read that. Away. Wrong thing. Yeah. Don't. Nasty. I'm trying to fix things. I'm busy. Everything. Looks like I picked up a friend on my way through. Fixed everything. Oh yeah, second Vegemite. Ew, ew, ew. London, what the fuck? Egg on Vegemite. Toast, why is this red? Breaches? Because my health is full. Oh, it's because the fire thing's not active. Right. Decomposing dead spinefish. Good to know. I just wanted it as a pet. Okay, can I have my lights back? Or can I not have that until this is done doing its thing? Come on! You got this! We're going back for prom! We need shrimpet! I'd rather die than leave her behind. Hello? Just not gonna let me? Why is it not letting me? Got plenty of battery. Why no let me? Because... Okay. Because... That? Aha! Okay, that was the problem. Dude, that thing is making a weird fucking noise. They suck the energy from just... What? The spinefish? Or that little zappy dude that was hanging out? At a long last, shrimpet! My precious! Oops, my bad. I'm a good driver, chat, I promise. My child! Those fucking things, you say? Ooh, battery at 35%. We might end up in the same fucking problem in a minute! Let me just... Real quick, like...
Engine powering down.
Look, no, I'm not! I ain't nothing yet. Give me this little fucker.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Get the fuck out of here. Watch me. I don't know how to dock. How do I dock? There? Alright. Dock. Beautiful. Fine, don't worry about it. Got this. Keep the lights off and fuck around in the dark. 34%. Ooh. Ooh, okay.
Engine powering up.
Well, I believe in me. Do you believe in me, chat? To get that fucking pivot, it's gonna be the hard bit. I'm not doing this backwards. Hard left, move it to lose it, buddy. 31%! What the fuck? It's draining so quick! Maybe I would have been better just going backwards. Fuck me, 30%? It's going down so fast! 29? How the fuck do you... How do you find an engine sucker? Oh, fuck me. The dock charges the vehicle? Is that the problem? Is it literally the dock? Because I docked my fucking... Huh? It's sapping all the power. Oh. Oh shit, I've lost my direction of where I was going. Shit. Gotten turned around. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I need to know where I am. I got cameras, you moron! Keep forgetting that there's cameras. Where the hell am I? So I still need to turn around completely. Wait, do I? No. Facing the correct direction. Sure. Here, wasn't it? Okay, there it is. 35. If I take the batteries off, will it stop? No, I don't want to enter my front! No! You wake up! Get back up there. Oh, alright, fine. Just get in there.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Can't. Okay, I can't remove the batteries. It's not possible. Not possible. Not happening. Fuck off. Whoop, yup, 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 yup. Hang on. As long as I can get up here. Speaking. Trying to get out. Real quick. Stop blinking at me, I know.
Seek fluid intake.
Fuck out of here, bro.
Okay.
Oh, what's happening? Puppies. Please. Ah, fuck! When did you spawn in? Annoying little cretin, you know that? Go away. Trying to do things. Trying to like get out of here. Out of here. Terribly in one piece. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, what the fuck? That'd be Miss Ma'am causing me some trouble. Ah, what the fuck? Why did you spawn in like that? Oh, there's a fire. My bad. Hang on. That's kind of important. Let me just... Oh, she's got me! Oh, fuck, nah. You got me good. Oh, God, I'm... She's got me upside down. No way! She fucking rolled me! Where am I? Did I just get thrown out of the front? Oh.
Fire extinguished.
Yeah, I know that there's a fire. Thank you. The fuck? She turned me around? Holy shit, she literally made me pivot. What the fuck? No, I'm not hitting save. Piss off.
Vital
You literally turned me around. What the fuck? Oh shit, she died. She dead. I'm pretty sure she dead, man. Ain't no repair. Or have I got the wrong gun? No, that's the correct gun. Uh-oh. Is it not letting me repair?
Emergency. System failure. Warning. External hull damage detected.
No.
Engine powering down.
Is it once it hits a certain amount of damage, it won't let you fix it? Uh-oh. This one's the laser cutter, isn't it? Right, now I gotta... Oh, okay, never mind. I'm fucking stupid. That's fine. I don't know why I thought the bulkier one was the... was the repair. Oh, other things are coming for a munch now. Well! Be nice if I could harvest something from her dead body, but alas. I'll make do. Good to have the prawn suit back. Oh, I didn't finish that. My bad. All this, and I still didn't get the thing that I wanted. Just laser, don't worry. Hello? Get weird about it. Think. Oh, no, there's another one. Come on. Don't eat me. I'll just check her dead body real quick. She sinks! She doesn't float! Nothing. Well, does that mean this area is now much more safer to peruse? I mean, when I come back, she stays dead? me out. Ah! What? Go away! Ow! Wait! Trying to zap me. Ugh, I give up. Stupid ass goddamn thing.
Engine powering up.
Next time on Stealthy Mouse, Mouse exterminates the species. They go fucked up. They fucked up when they picked a fight with me. She turned me around. Now I gotta pivot again. This is stupid. Huh? Or something. Oh, I need rubber. Sod it. I was like, maybe I could just, you know. I can't. Figure out how the fuck to turn this thing around in this space. Hard as shit. I might have to go all the way back down again. Ooh, I don't know if I can do that, but I'm gonna... Oh, there's a big head there! Noticed that before. Beep, 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 beep. Right. Aim in. And left, which means I have to like go kind of right to get out. Right? Ah, way. I have to. Wait. Close. Go this way to get out. What the fuck? Oh, my engine's up a little bit high speed. Ah! Alright, let me figure out how I get out first. Try this in a second. Wait, I can use my prawn suit to fuck around and find out. Alright, hold up. Hold up. Wait. Oh god, what the fuck? What was that? What was that? Come on, repair tool, work! Thank you. Gonna have to swim around and check the exit methods, but I think this might be easier done. Ow, what the f- What? Alright then, you say so. Teleporter got me, you reckon? Why am I moving? You fucking stay put, please? Up a wee bit. Just fucking stay there, cunt! Kapishka? Stop moving! Now, I'm gonna go pull my prawn suit out, and you're gonna behave. By staying in place.
Powering down.
Understood? Good. Is this maybe a good time to save? Oh, I got alarmed for a second there. I thought something was on fire. It's my tree. A tree. I can remember. Okay. He dropped real quick. I just need to figure out how the fuck to get out of here. Now that I Miss Ma'am is dead for now. Yep, there. Alright, you land for a second. Make noises in my ear. I'm so turned around because of that fucking flip, I tell ya. He's confused the ever-living shit out of me, chat. I go to sleep now. Good night. Sleep well. Pretty sure this is the out. It looks like the out. Okay. Back to big fish. Wasting power by making it float. Okay, so I literally got to reverse just straight backwards. I got stuck. Okay, I got this, I got this, I got this. Everything will be saved. Believe. Take me. Oh, fuck's sake, my aim. I'm gonna go there. Oh, there we go. Sweet dreams about spiders. Hey. What the fuck? Deep fried spider. I feel like huntsmans would probably make a decent deep fried food. Don't at me until you try it, which I haven't tried it either, but it seems like a good idea. It just seems like a good idea, you know? Desperate enough for food, I feel like I'd do it. Where am I now? I'm at the butt. Front. At the front. At the butt. The butt. Oh. That explains my troubles. Yes. Forward first. Must go upwards. Walking straight backwards. Just fucking book it. Backwards, not forwards. Backwards. Fuck this branch. I'm fucking doing it, chat. I'm going backwards. I got this. I got this. Beep, 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 beep. The accent tells me this gameplay is gonna be peak. Oh, you missed my rage, my absolute fucking meltdowns. All this nonsense just trying to find a single ingredient, dude. I'm so fucking, look at me go! I'm fucking piloting this shit backwards! Ah! Okay, hang on. Wait. No, I got this. We're still good. We're still cooking. Up. And am I... Get out of here! Got the biggest brain! Even if I keep accidentally tapping to go forwards instead of backwards. Look at me go! Out yet? Not fully. Almost, chat. Almost. I fucking got this. Shit in the bag. We're out. We're so out. I'm so... Ha! Yahoo! It's gonna bloop, 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 bloop. I'm gonna turn my light on. I fucking made it! Let's go! I'm alive! Oh my god, I'm alive! Oh my god. Oh well. If it wasn't for Panda like sending me the little guide for how to get there from Life Pod 2, I would have been fucked. Would have rage quit straight up. Now, things I died that one time. I lost my blood. Wait, no. Oh, I've got the got the benzene with me. It doesn't matter. I still have my grappling. Do I need 1 or 2 grappling arms though, chat? 1 or 2 grappling arms for deep sea, whatever the fuck. Are we sneaking past? I murdered the Leviathan by accident! Or, I don't know if I squashed it with my submarine between my submarine and the rocks by accident after she flipped me over. Or if she glitched out, flipped my submarine over backwards, and then died. I don't know what happened. Something happened though, because when I got back out the ship, she was dead. 1. Having 2 is kind of pointless. Okay, so just the 1? Okay. He accidentally killed a ghost Leviathan by somehow crushing her between the Cyclops and a branch or a rock or something. I don't know. You're Aussie. Now, make sure there's nothing here I want to collect before I head back so I can make more, I need power cells bad. Actually, I need a power cell charger bad. Make a power cell charger? It's pretty safe here at the minute. Let me fucking hit save, hang on. And then save again, because fucked if I could trust. Oh, damn. How you doing, Golfus? Oh, why are you going flat? You're plugged in. There's just 1, and the upgraded jump jets you basically become jump jets. I think I have that upgrade. Gotta make it. Oh, I'm pretty certain I have everything I need for that. Maybe not quite enough crystalline, maybe? Oh, excuse me. I'll make power cell. Oh, I keep burping power cell chargers because I am not getting myself stuck in this situation again. Hell no. Power cell charger. Advanced Ryan quit. Rubies. I am low on rubies, but I can get that from a safer location than this location. Alright, seems like I'm all good to just fucking leave. Go the hell home. Without exploding on my way home because I ran into a flying island, preferably.
I think I'd be more comfortable hanging out near the surface. Yep, that'd be nice.
Is this your first? Yes. I mean, no, but yes. My first attempt was 2022 and I didn't get the whole way through. I rage quit. Took me, I think, 2 or 3 3 8-hour streams to find all the seamoth parts to put it into perspective of how fucking annoying it was. And then by the time I got to the point of Cyclops, I had just, I threw in the towel. I rage quit. I was like, I'm done. I'm done. All right, I'm right near the surface. All right, really go to bed now. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Sleep well. 28%. Almost home. Okay, for 28%, because we're almost home. Bit shallower so I don't gum the bottom of the ship. Alright. A bit faster too. Ah. Not loud enough for my preference. I really hope Subnautica 2 is multiplayer, because this is like the best sort of game to play multiplayer, I swear. Faster! Triple speed for last little bit.
Warning, vessel activated. Excessive noise.
Doesn't like being loud. He gets angry. Yells at me. Gets really mad. Okie dokie. Right by home, so I could probably just stop here, to be honest. Maybe a little bit closer. There's any rocks that I can get stuck on, so it should be fine. Ready.
Slow engine powering down.
Multiplayer Subnautica sounds like it'd be awesome, right? Shamari and I keep memeing on each other saying that we'll we'll play together if it's multiplayer, and I'll probably end up getting fed to the Leviathan. I could see that wench sacrificing me! There are mods to make this multiplayer, but think it does become quite laggy at points and fairly prone to crashing. Damn. That's... I was wondering that if there was a mod for the multiplayer. And why am I going around in the dark? I can turn the lights back on now. Sweet Lord have mercy. Alright. Jesus Christ, that was an adventure in a goddamn half! Bloody hell!
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, if I want to apply the grappling arm, I still gotta drag the prawn suit over here, so that's a thing. Then I have everything first. Oh, lag. Hang on, I'm lagging a lot. Let me save. It's going to be, I hope there's proximity chat, right? That affects nearby Leviathans. That'd be so good. And like, even if like if you're getting attacked by a Leviathan or anything like that, that your audio goes all gargly for it, that'd be so fun. So you could just hear your friend getting mauled by a Leviathan in the distance. Like, or something. I don't have a problem, chat. I don't have a problem. I need for that. I have any lithium left? Or are we going on a short adventure to Mushroom Land? Looks like we're going to the Mushroom Land. Oop, wrong button. Okay, turn off the water filter one, and I'm going to do Sorry, I just zoned out. I'm thinking. Let me think. That's what I was after. Right. Do I have... Like I used all my crystalline sulfur. Oh, I've only got 2. Last time I tried to find the thing I was looking for, I ended up there. Yippee! So let's just keep it to lithium for now. I don't feel like having to go through all this again. Why am I still carrying this fish around? Wazza! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Don't get too comfortable because you might get eaten alive. I can't promise nothing. Alright. Let's go get Shrimpet. We're going to go get some lithium so that I can make her goddamn arm thingy. I've learnt my lesson, unfortunately. I can't go that way. Okay, am I the only one that feels like that looks like a... You know what? Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
All systems online.
Okay. What was a... You get my prawn suit. Unworried. Problems aren't development. It's the team getting... Yeah, I've heard that that's what's pretty much delaying at the minute, is that there's a bit of a clusterfuck going on with the original developers and the new company that bought it, and we don't know if it's the fact that the OG developers were trying to take shortcuts, which I doubt they would do, considering this whole thing was a passion project for them. Because they fully... like, was it like a 20 million payout or something like that? 2 million payout, I mean. Bro, I've been here for 2 seconds. Leave me alone. Wait, I didn't unload my stuff! God damn it. Alright, hang on. Back to base to unload everything. Is full up. I might even have the lithium I need. Who knows? The whole legal battle, we don't know the exact details. According to the publisher, they have failed to deliver on promises. At the moment, I refuse to take one side. Exactly. It's like, we don't have all the information, technically speaking. She's so pretty pink. No! Oh, for fuck's sake! I just wanted to get into the storage. Annoying little cretin. Give me... No. No. Give me your fucking storage. Thank you. That's more like it. Yeah! We have heaps of lithium. Nice. We got rubies too. Oh, maybe we can do everything. Everything. Hold the line. Ah! Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Ah, too late. Pop, 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 pop. I want titanium. Yeah, don't you hate it when you try to open the trunk and actually just get in the driver's seat and drive away? Right? God, it happens to everyone, I swear. Okay, I need... Oh, I need 5. Hold up. Oh, shit. I'm down by 1! 1 measly titanium! You bastard! Do I have any spare ones floating around in random locations? Fucking figures. Alright, fine. I'll go get your singular titanium. Watch me. Is that a battery? Why is that? Okay. Definitely I've just dropped it at some point. Wait, do I have the... Oh my god, one day my brain will work the way it needs to. Today it's not that day. I don't know how to think today. Dump my stuff. Don't need diamonds with me, thank you. And I don't need rubies with me. And I don't need... Oh, we finally got all the crystalline that we need. Okay. I have literally everything I need. Maybe it is a lucky day. thing I don't have is titanium, which is easy to get. Hell yeah. I like the random fish just swimming through. I know, I lost Frank though, bro. I don't think you were here, but I had a fish that somehow magically got stuck in my base, and he was just swimming around on his own, and we named him Frank. But then I upgraded to add the moon pool, and he got out. Now he's gone. I should have never trusted him to be a free roam fish. We also have Joel. I have to show everyone. Hang on. I'll show everyone in a second. I introduce you to the babies. The babies. First, we collect metal. Now, you guys keeping your metal at? Why is there a lionfish so close to here? Got metal? Got teeth. I want metal, not teeth. Go away. You know what? I normally have better luck going this way, so I'll just go over there. Frank escaped? Oh man, yeah, it was so sad. After I made it, I was like, wait a minute, what's the bet he got out? And he did. He did. I should have put him in the tank before I upgraded, knowing that he'd probably break free. Devil. One more would be nice. One more, just another. Wait, another, please. One piece of scrap metal, please. Or a scannable will suffice, I suppose. That works. I'll take. Scrap metal zone. Maybe. Nothing? Nothing. I've already looted the place, the bastards. Those bastard fish. Tell ya. Pretty scanned that. And I now have 4 slots left for scrap. I need one more scrap. I need it. I need it. Oh, 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 oh. Perfect. Just what I was looking for. Oh, thank you for the follow. Ricom, Zicom. I appreciate it. Got any metal? Rawr. Okay, thanks anyway. Thanks for trying. Send me back. Me home, water road, through the ocean I behold. I got titanium, platinum, some more upgrades for my shrine. Right. That away. Wandering around with it hanging out like that. Always find tons of an item when you don't need them, but once you do, somehow they're impossible to find, right? Oh, it drives me insane. There's shit everywhere when I don't want you. Okie dokie. Make that over here. I think I gotta make the purple ones over here. Or not. Okay. Understood. Right away. I'm stupid. I go this way. Vine crunch. That one. Grappling arm. Dave the diver? No. Dave the hoverfish. I was going to say hookerfish, but I don't think that's right. And the dog's crying. I'm still carrying the rotten spinefish around. What is wrong with me? One. I have mental health problems, huh? Hookerfish? No, hover. I show you, Dave. I did have one of these, guys, floating around called Frank, but he escaped. We got Joel. He got stuck in my escape pod and was just spinning. He was literally just on the floor fucking spinning. So he has been transported into base. And this is Dave. He's my squishy emotional support who I need right now. Come here, Dave. I had a real fucking stressful day. Don't worry about the dead fish next to you. It's fine. No, I don't want to eat him. Why can I just... Oh, I don't like that. That makes me nervous that I can just hit consume on him.
Yeah. Much better.
Oh, such a stress reliever, I swear to God. Not even lying. So I need 2 nickel, 3 crystalline. Dave is okay. Hey, look, I've never asked him what he does for his money. I don't know where it comes from. We just accept it here. We accept that he's a rich, rich man. Don't be judgmental, Miela. We all need a side job. See? Exactly. We don't question where the money comes from. We just take it. Now, what am I... Oh, wait, no, I don't have to sacrifice anything. Got the arms go on a separate thing. Beautiful. Alright, Shrimpette is just dressed to the nines. Dressed to impress. Alright, let's turn those off because they're going to annoy the ever-loving crap out of me. That off. That off. I was after... That whole fiasco was after some fucking... What is it? Kyanite. That's all I wanted was some fucking kyanite. And then shit went to hell in a handbasket. Someone's running away with my camera again. Alright, Dave, you can go back in here. Dave, I don't want to eat you by accident. What happens if I put the rotten fish in with them? I can't put it in there with them. Never mind. No psychological torture for these guys. Water for me? No. Yeah, that'd be right, wouldn't it? Right as I walk away. Fucking figures. More lithium, more lithium, lithium, lithium. Uranium. I've run out of space. Ew. Also, that doesn't belong there either. That's plant matter. That goes over here. Fits. Ooh, she fit. She fit. She fit. She fit. She's fine. Fine. No one asked you. And no one asked you. Not judging, just surprised. Uh-huh. Flint, no one asked you. Flint! You go outside. Hang on, I think he's gonna go toilet. I'll quickly be right back. Push your pillow into the hole. Wait.
Warning, emergency power only.
Alright, I'm back. And everything's dead. Alright, that's fine. That's normal. Sleep it off. Just sleep in the oxygen deprived tank under the ocean. It's fine. I'll be alright.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Now. Had decisions to make. Do we go back out there? Do I go straight the fuck back out there and try to find some kyanite? I feel like I do. Right back to the... right back into the war zone. Oh, alright. I was going to make a power cell charger. That's right. Question is... Okay. People that have played Subnautica before, if I put a power cell charger inside of the Cyclops, aka Big Fish, does it pull from the main battery as much as it charges the power cell, or not? What happens there? What level of power exchange do we have? I left the lights on, no! God damn it. Drains power from the sub, yes, but like, is it 1% taken from the sub for 1% added to the power cell? Or how did that work? I don't remember! 1 for 1 as far as I know. God damn it! Alright, I guess I'll put the power cell charger, the actual base. I wasted my time coming over here. I am carrying a power cell with me, right? Yes, I am. Alright. Oh, you can get the thermal reactor, but don't you have to be in a hot zone for that to do anything? Don't you have to be in heat? In a, like a really hot area? I mean, not in heat, in a really hot area. You know what I mean? Converts environmental heat energy into... But I need kyanite! Yeah! Fuck! Okay, fuck! Alright, we go back to the kyanite zone. Just left that area. Jacket wobbly. Wrong lights. I wanted those lights. Anyway. Perfectly calm. How you doing, Cotter? How you going, Cotter? Sorry, I just fought for my life to get out of a certain place and now I have to go straight back there again. You can use a seamoth first. A charger for energy cells. What? Okay. I can get one for the prawn suit as well. Do I have to find the seamoth solar charge thingy? Am I just blind and not seeing it? It's actually right in front of my face. I have done that before. I'm just not seeing it. I passed over it, dang nabbit! Oh, it's right there! Enameled glass and advanced wiring kit. Shut up, bro. No one asked you. There's the Cyclops? No, I was gonna take the prawn suit. Either way, I need a power cell charger.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. Whew! I thought I'd accidentally thrown one of my items that I really needed away. Oh. I, need more than I thought I did. Okay, I need to make a fucking advanced wiring kit again? So many things need the advanced wiring kit. Bloody hell. Reactor rod. What about a nuclear reactor in the Cyclops? That couldn't go bad, right? I can't see that going bad. Can I do that? Has to be a vehicle upgrade, doesn't it? I can't just put, like, one of these ones. Wherever the hell it is. Oh. Can't just whack one of these in there, can I? That'd be nice, that's for sure. All the way to the top. Bloody advanced wiring kit. Oh wait, I need 2 silver numbnuts. We'll still have silver coming out the wazoo. Well, I've got some at least. Silver. Oh, that's right. I'm out of gold. Well, regardless, we're going for a trip, I guess. I need the power cell. Meow. I'll just make a power cell for now. Fresh. Got one on the go, ready to rumble. And empty there. That there. Drop the silver. I'm still carrying that dead fish. I will remember to put it in the goddamn bin at some point. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. No problem. We're off on an adventure, chat. Back to get stuff. I don't remember what I was getting. What was I getting? Gold. Gold. But yeah, most efficient thing is pretty much just to stack some power cell chargers in the base and have a ton of solar panels and a bioreactor. Yeah, that makes sense. I need to rebuild my bioreactor again. I died last time. Everything went to hell. I got let off a cliff. Boop. Alright, we're off getting gold hunting, I guess. How does this grappling arm work? Let me find out. Ooh. Okay. I want to play with this for a second. Ah! Okay. A little bit further down than I intended. How far? Oh, I was pressing the wrong button this way. Hey. How far does the grappling arm reach? Oh, pretty far. What? Jesus Christ! Alright, I'm getting flung around. Sorry, I'm just playing with it now. Just playing with it. Whee! Blunk. That is so much easier to move around. Holy bejeebers. Did I just see a box? Or am I tweaking? Oh, I'm tweaking. That's fine. This base. It's over there. Oh, I'm in a hole! Alright. It's fine. Okie dokie, hokey pokey, hokey pokey. Okay. Hey, can I put solar panels on top of my... Whoop, wrong button. On top of the Cyclops, or does that not work? I feel like that wouldn't work, but... Anyway. I I just fucking realized it's 7 o'clock at night. I started this stream at 9:30 in the morning. How long is that? God damn. It was 10 hours. What is wrong with me? I need to end a stream. I need to have dinner. I need to bleh, 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 ADHD. Holy I've been here for a hot minute. I should probably stop. I need to stop for reasons. Okay, hang on. I was wondering why my eyes were getting goopy and my throat was getting a bit sore. I need food and I need to rest my throat. Yep. Okay. Let me go take a quick look. Who am I going to jump? Let me see. I think we will jump Hyphala. Go rest. Go live. I am live. I'm live. Oh, my internet. Hello? Oh, wait, she might be ending. Oh, no! She's already 6 hours in. That might not work. You know what? Fuck it. All right, that's it. Fuck it. I don't care. Have good foods. I have a vegetable ciabatta waiting for me, and I'm hoping my tummy can handle it and not get upset at me. All right, we're going to go read the Hyphala. Oh wait, Ceribot says bye-bye to you now. Oh, that's cute. All right, raid 2. Gotta get the second raid message. Jatos, please grab the raid message and send some good love to Hyphala. Buzzlight, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. We're leaving now. I hope you have your shoes on, ready to go. You better have both socks as well. I don't want to see no odd socks this time, all right? I'm not going to go hunt through the laundry to find your other sock. You better just sort it yourself. Anyway, chat, grab your raid messages, creepy smiling frog if you're not subscribed. If you are subscribed, rolling raid. Appreciate your company. I'm sorry I went off the deep end with ADHD again. My bad. It tends to happen a lot. I'm just doodling because I can. Why not? And we're gonna go raid Hyphala. I will hopefully stream again, same time again next week. Maybe Subnautica, maybe something else. I don't know. We will find out when we get there. Sorry, I'm ending so suddenly. I realized it was so late, and I'm out. See you, bye. See you fuckers on the other side. Bye. Oh, this is an ending screen, not a beer. Oh, I'm in the